let's give this one more go. Last year I did a massive 4-hour-long video compiling all the new media I had experienced in the previous year. Why did I write it like that? Okay. Last year I basically had a whole year-long project where I catalogued everything new that I experienced in 2023 and put it out in one massive 4-hour-long video. I wasn't intending to follow up on that one because it ended up getting demonetized for containing swear words spread across a 4-hour period. I'm going to try to be lessening them as hard as it is to someone who lives where I do, that being the sunny coast of Australia, mate. I don't want to give a prelude, really. I'm certain, based on last year, that even without the massive My Little Pony blast I went on, this will be a multi-hour-long project. Let's just get it going, and hopefully not have any issues with monetization or data corruption. This video has taken me months, and this is only part 1. That's right, it's already over 4 hours long, and it's only part 1. So please indulge me a bit as I talk to you about the sponsor of today's video, Diofield. And if you skip this ad, I will consume your children. You don't have children? Well, I'll consume you! Seriously, just please watch it. Where else are you going to see me get to finagle with trying to fit a straw into this mask? G Fuel is your all-in-one cheat code in a can, available in over 50 flavors, all of which featuring 0 sugars, calories, or carbohydrates. I recently just got this one, celebrating the 25th anniversary of Neopets, and as you can see, I've already broken the tub to send it in. And yeah, I mean, I quite like this one. We're gonna see if I can actually get to drink it with this mask on. Sorry, with my face, because my face is a pumpkin. Canonically. Let's just see if this works, you know? Hey, look at that. And now it's stuck. I actually quite like that flavor. I believe it is like a kiwi orange flavor. Something like that. Do note that and all G Fuel formulas contain caffeine, so you should drink responsibly and if you're under the age of 18, which unfortunately brings the majority of the 2,000 at best viewers of this video. You can head to the link in the description and use code BLOODDOG for 20% off your order, and can you tell that I'm very tired? With that out of the way, I hope you enjoy. This half will encompass all from January to June of this year. July to December we put out as part 2. Hopefully it will be shorter, and I'll combine the two into one big video when the time comes. It's not going to be shorter, is it? This is going to be an 8-hour long video by the end of the day. End of the year. God damn it. Alright. See ya.
Welcome to Earth.
Naturally, having ended last year on Pokemon Scarlet Violet, that one's epilogue is not the first thing here. The first new media I experienced was, fittingly, the BBC Earth Experience, a big show that I had to travel a really long distance across Australia just to see, only held at a few places in Australia and England. This was an over hour-long, experience, with tons of footage from the series 7 Worlds, 1 Planet, a fantastic documentary that I love with all my heart. Showing off the world, events in multiple angles, and with an incredible sense of wonder, this experience was truly stunning. I love nature, I love this world's natural beauty and all it has to offer us as a species. This kind of work I'd love to see more of, maybe closer to home next time, but more of. I went with my family, including family from out of town who were in the area, and we had a great time. After it was over, we enjoyed the extra interactive elements that came following it, and after even that was done, we bought some merch. I got myself a pen made of recycled plastics and a notebook. Then we headed off to have a great day after. It was a blast and a great way to start the year.
There can only be one! I never hit the head!
The Highlands expansion of Talisman was honestly a bit disappointing. Now, when we got this, the main reason was because one of our resident gamers, James, is very proud of his culture, which does include this sort of Highlander sort of thing. And so, while we were always going to get all the expansions, except maybe Reaper because it's so expensive, we decided to play Highlands now. Highlands is one of what we call the corner expansions, which are expansions that add a huge chunk onto the corner of the original game board. And while that's cool, it's definitely not one of the standouts. The corner ended up just being a straight shot to a surprisingly feeble boss character, and you kill him and get a bonus item. All this expansion really did was introduce us to trinkets, items that do not count to your item limit and give you benefits anyway. But once you take out the boss 4 times and all the treasures join play, the entire corner is basically pointless. That's the real downfall. The best expansions in the game, like Harbinger and Dragon, always have relevance. They're always important. It's not just vanilla Talisman but with a side quest. Highlands is kind of like that though. I'm sure the alt endings can change that, but in that regard, it is my opinion that unless an expansion is revolving around those endings, which can be hard to measure, I'm thinking something like Blood Moon, The best ones can be played without alternate endings and still be banging, like Harbinger and Dragon, where the Harbinger himself and the Dragon Kings are always available regardless of endings, they're always present. So while Highlands isn't as bad as Frostmarch or Firelands, it's still just kind of underwhelming.
You may wish for an apple or an orange, but you will get a peach.
Okay, now we can talk about the epilogue, for better or worse. So before I played this, I had finished the Pokédex relatively quickly after the year started. Thanks to the goated bee over on the ass end of Australia, I was able to get a hold of some trade evos, some exclusives from Pokemon Violet, and also was able to evolve my Finizen into Echo the Finizen. I also went and evolved all the stuff I could on my own. I met Perim, who I had entirely missed somehow, and she's beautiful and I love her, and then I went and caught a literal Brontosaurus Raikou and Entei with a fan on his neck. It was fun! I enjoyed catching and evolving them all. It really wasn't too bad outside of the tedious grinding I had to do to get all the barbecue points to acquire all the starters. Could have done without that, honestly. The epilogue itself I was super excited for. I enjoyed the writing for the coaches you can invite in the league room, and I was really wondering where Carmine and Kieran were. As much as I wasn't into them as a lot of others, I still liked them enough to want to see what came after the story. But then the epilogue happens and all we get is a handful of new scenes, some out of nowhere stupid looking Peach Pokemon that just kind of messes around with stuff, and then we catch it and that's it, it's over. It was disappointing to say the least. Actually seeing the characters was nice, sure. I liked a few interactions that were present, Penny being openly gay as based, and I liked Kieran and Nimona kind of hitting it off, as well as Arven being Arven. But Carmine was barely really there, possessed from the start, and we get almost no interaction with her in the story itself. Would have loved to see the custody battle for the player she'd have with both Nimona and Arven, and I honestly would have liked just more downtime or a slightly lengthier story that focused more on the characters. Maybe have it be less about, oh no, here's a danger, and more about hunting down a mysterious Pokemon they heard of as a fun adventure, I don't know. I get the lore of the mythical, by the way, and I know stupid Peach's name, I just don't care. And also, it's not even in the epilogue story itself. I don't know, I'm just not super sold on this. I was disappointed, and it's even more disappointing knowing that this is it. There's probably not going to be any more content for Scarlet and Violet, which was a game with many flaws that I still enjoyed in spite of them, partially because I found the character writing very strong and charming. It just fizzled out in the end. I'm hopeful of Pokemon's future because I like the writing for most of Scarlet Violet, and Legends Arceus shows they can branch out as well, offering more variety in the future and hopefully better writing and especially better challenge. Who knows, I guess we'll have to see. Probably not this year though.
Paris! Hawkeye!
9 years. Holy crap, it's been 9 years since Deathstars' last album. Where have they been? I mean, I know where, touring around the world with the likes of Cradle of Filth apparently. Can't wait for Cradle's next album, that's being recorded currently, or at least produced in some capacity as I speak. Anyway, Deathstars' latest album is kind of an enigma. While it is heavy and retains a lot of their overall vibe, it makes for a surprisingly brutal album by their standards, lacking to me a lot of the industrial and gothic vibes. Or I suppose just lessening and altering them. While I'm not against this approach as a one-off, I do hope this doesn't remain their new style, as tracks like Cyanide and Blitzkrieg I found to be a lot more stimulating and are among my favourite works of theirs. Across the album, I couldn't tell you what tracks I'd call standouts, though I do love the title track. I'd say I'm just glad to hear the band again after nearly a decade, and I am. The album is really good and worth the extra price I paid to ship it over.
So, you're the punk I've heard about.
So I suppose technically this is better than the last Cool Cat film I watched, cause it only messed with the short film I don't care about and not the one I ironically adore. It's funny how Cool Cat is the movie equivalent of The Last of Us, where there's 5 entries comprised of 2 movies. There's 3 versions of Save the Kids, and now 2 versions of Versus Coronavirus. This one starts with the entire short film mentioned, aside from its final sequence, then goes on to reuse a ton of footage that we also saw reused within some scenes added to Director's Cut, and only really ending on a high note, with the ridiculousness of the Derek Savage kiss, Cool Cat becoming a magical girl with his pendant, a colonel using his Harrier jet to commit a war crime by dropping napalm on a civilian populated area, Dirty Dog just surviving that, and then Cool Cat beating him down with a kick to the gut so hard it makes him fart, which was established earlier to kill the virus he releases. And that's kinda shocking. A Chekhov's gun in a Cool Cat film? Wow, this is like the most competent piece of individual writing in the series. And it's Dirty Dog having stinky farts. Wow. So anyway, what a movie. If Derek could just make more films that follow the ridiculous vibe of the last bits of this, I'd be happy. What's this? He's still doing the school film? What do you mean one of Dirty Dog's lines is bullets are gonna fly?
And the mayor of Hiroshima said, oh, what the fuck was that?
I was certain that I would not care for Oppenheimer. It was 3 hours long. I already knew the important parts of Oppenheimer's story, and it just seemed like it'd be a standard Academy Award-seeking drama that bends facts to fit a narrative. I was shockingly wrong, and thankfully so. Oppenheimer was actually kind of incredible. The writing was at many points witty and enjoyable enough that I had no problem being invested and entertained. The movie was shockingly accurate, probably second only to Weird the Al Yankovic story, and did a fantastic job of jumping around, capturing the essence of what happened. And switching from black and white to indicate subjective and objective views on events was also really creative. And of course, I have to give credit to the Trinity Bomb. Minimal CGI enhancements to a fantastic practical effect. It looks great, and the dead silence before the sound hits is harrowingly good. I like the movie a lot, though I don't have a lot to say about it now that I'm here.
It's the detective's job to find the suspects. I'm the fucking defense.
So I got a gift, a Japanese copy of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy on the Switch. So having only been able to play the games on emulator, I went ahead and played the whole thing. Let's go. I'm going to skip Justice for All. My thoughts on it have not changed since last year. It's a good but inferior game to the first one, with one amazing final case, one decent second case, Big Top and Maggie Bird. The first game I think I can be more clear on. I love it, it's amazing. It has a solid cast all around, with of course you as the lovable, if not super complex Phoenix Wright, the goofy doofy Maya Fey, the goat Dick Gumshoe, and the even more goat Miles Edgeworth. Its first few cases are a bit rough in many ways, but it really picks up for the final case, which wraps back around to the first three cases and offers both an incredibly complex mystery and a super engaging story, bringing back around events mentioned in the past, explaining the underlying mystery of the game and Wright's relationship with Edgeworth, and developing him into one of the best written characters in the series. It also gives us Von Karma, a fantastic final villain with amazing presence, and leads us to solving not one but two cases in the same trial. Oh, and there's also the fifth bonus chapter, which runs a bit too long, has a weird place in the timeline, and also Meekins is in it, but otherwise offers a very complex and intriguing mystery with lots of twists and turns, and one of the most genuinely imposing villains in the series in it. It's outstanding. The first game is a classic, and there's no doubt about that. Then there was the third game, which I never finished after starting, and only getting past the first trial the first time. It's arguably even better than the first, I'd say. While individual cases have their low points I really don't care for Recipe for a Turnabout, I think it was consistently just overall really good. The opening case offered a lot of setup for future events, a far more complex and layered case than the last two intro cases, and it lets you play as Mia. The second case was a fun deviation, beginning not as a murder case but as a weird phantom thief larceny case, with a fun, happily married couple that seemed like it would go in the direction of actually one of them doesn't love the other, but no, that was never a twist, they were just a solid loving couple. There was a hilariously memorable and over-the-top villain to it who had just a hilarious name, and plenty of great moments that I think overtook the amount of annoying he carried. I was shockingly big on Luke at me. The third case had some major down points, and the most interesting character just vanishes from it. But the start is genuinely really interesting, and I would have loved to see LT Grey be more of a smart character than he ended up being, given he staged all this. Though it's absurdly stupid, and that's both a plus and a negative. The fourth case was... wow. We play as Mia again. We basically get to see in no uncertain terms the identity of the mysterious prosecutor Godot that hunts us down all game. We get the requisite nonce of the game though, at least this one gets called out and dies as he deserves, so that's better. And we get a lot more insight on the history behind the first case of the game, and the next case, as well as young Miles Edgeworth, who imitates the motions of his mentor Von Karma, which is oddly adorable. And then the fifth case. Hot damn. While it didn't have the strongest start to me with the first half of the first investigation, it kicks off the moment it lets you play as the main man himself, Miles fucking Edgeworth. Which is crazy. Making you play defense attorney as the prosecutor? That first trial where you do Edgeworth versus Francisca is fantastic, because they both have such alpha dog, big dick energy to everything they do, and seeing them clashing in the courtroom with maximum smugness on both sides is simply incredible. It's entertaining and fun, but also offers some insight into how Miles thinks things through, and it is a change of pace that is awesome. And overall, the way this case brings in all the details from across the game, it wraps the story of the entire saga up overall. There's the revelations about Godot, the plotline of Dahlia and how that resolves, Mia's return, and of course, memorably to me, the fact that the final person to take the witness stand in this entire trilogy is your best friend and assistant Maya. That's perfect. The final question also comes in with the pursuit theme from the original game blasting for the first time in this one. It's to close out the trilogy, that's simply stunning. Perfect. A perfect finale to a fantastic trilogy, with some amazingly drawn graphics, some great music and presentation, fantastic and lovable characters overarching it, just a fantastic trilogy, a great package where even the worst game is very solid. I can't get me enough, and you can be damn certain that at least Apollo Justice Trilogy or Great Ace Attorney Chronicles will be on this list later. Maybe both, sometime in the future.
Thing about street fights, the street always wins.
I didn't really play much of Street Fighter V, and I didn't get to play much of Street Fighter 4, so I wasn't going to play Street Fighter 6. But a few fellas I knew gassed it up, and frankly, it did look really good, so I gave it a go. And you know what? Fair play, this game is damn good. I don't really know what to say in terms of gameplay, because frankly, it plays like Street Fighter. I haven't played in years really, and I was still able to pick up and do some basic stuff going in with like your Ryu and Ken stuff. What really interested me though was that it took a similar approach to story as Soul Calibur 6, which has my favorite story mode of any fighting game. There's an arcade mode which tells the story of each individual character and what they're up to, but also a big, larger world story that features you playing as a custom-made character where you can interact with other characters in the larger world, but they're not forced into playing bigger roles than what makes sense. That said, it does some things better and worse than Soul Cal. In terms of better, I do prefer how its gameplay is handled, in the sense that being able to mix and match special moves does really have it gives a whole different sense of customization. Obviously the presentation is also better as a bigger budget game, and the map is, better. But on the other hand, its story did not capture me the same way as Soul Calibur 6. Even on its own merit, Street Fighter 6's story isn't really that interesting. Most of the intrigue coming out of World Tour is interacting with other characters in the franchise, seeing where they're at and getting to know them better, which is great. I got quite attached to Cammy for some reason. I was also using her moveset the most, which I didn't expect, and now I quite like Cammy, more than I did before. But other characters also get plenty, like Jury, who is just a homeless bum now, and that's really funny to me. Overall though, the story was literally just running around looking for a guy, and then you find him, fight in a tournament, and it's over. Like, that's the main story. It really wasn't that compelling. I even put the game down for a bit. In fact, if it wasn't for the charm, I probably wouldn't have continued. And by charm, I mean, the game is just super charming. You can do random little animations in the overworld, you can basically attack anyone, both in that you can challenge them, or just screw pile driver them on the street. There's mini games all over, there's some side quests that are fun and reference other things. I mean, Carlos Miyamoto from Final Fight 2 of all characters shows up with his own little storyline. The world itself is fun to run around in, and that's a huge benefit. It's just telling that I have little to say about the story, given that's what I spent most of my time doing. I'm not really one of those players who gets into all the technical side of most fighting games. I just can't really get to grips with the timing on most of them. What I like is the option to play a fun story, or just to have a random quick fight if I feel like it. And yeah, Street Fighter 6 lets me do both of those, even at the same time. It's just that I have little to say on either. I do like the new characters, and I found basically all the cutscenes very charming. JP barely appears, but when he does, he makes a real impact. I honestly like how much more laid back the game was. While I wish there was more story in World Tour, I do appreciate that the story we did get is mostly low scale. It's no world-threatening organization like Shadowloo or the Illuminati, it's just some stuff happens in a few places and your bestie gets bombed. That was sick, and it did make... I realized I made it sound like your bestie getting bombed was sick. That was sick, and it did make this game pretty relaxing in an odd sense. It felt like a larger world where you just play your part and there wasn't much to be worried about. Of course, all the characters were charming, I'm pretty sure I said that, but I want to emphasize especially. You got stuff like Blanca just trying to make some dosh by becoming a cryptid. You got DJ just being Kofi Kingston. E Honda opens a sumo wrestling restaurant. Chun-Li does her part to turn Street Fighter into the ending of Shaolin Soccer. It's all very charming. It's nice seeing the characters just in their normal lives, not in some crazy story you're roped into fighting the good fight. The fighting is over, they can do what they want now. This is us, this is the Street Fighter Slice of Life special. Sure, you got Ryu still doing his training thing and being all serious, Guile is doing exactly what you expect, but like, it's for characters who make sense to be doing that. Characters are like, yeah, what else are they gonna do? What more is Zangief gonna do but the stuff he was already doing? The entire game is just really fun, full of personality, and charming. It's just a shame that as of writing this, Capcom has no idea what to do with post-launch.
Here! Right here. All your needs will be met.
I'm hungry!
The city expansion of Talisman commits all of the right successful actions needed to make for an amazing expansion to a board game. It's always relevant, it changes how you play the game, it has fun and interesting characters, and new strategies and abilities to play with. It offers so much variety. City expansion is easily in my top 3 expansions right now, up with Harbinger and Dragon, and a lot of that comes from a combination of variety and relevance. No matter what stage of the game we were at, the city corner piece was always important. It was a hub to acquire new items and followers, a way to encounter many different cards that offered interesting mechanics or plays, and a place to get the advantage or whatever the current win condition was. Not only is city expansion fun if you are playing without alternate endings, but they enhance the game further, to the point where in my first game, despite being a shoo-in to win once we revealed what the ending was, I still came close to losing. It seemed impossible, but that's what the city expansion does. This game, with so many new decks, we have named pets with their own abilities, magical items, potions, entirely new set of armory items, its own dedicated deck. There was no end, there is no end, to how much variety this offers to the standard, already solid foundation it builds upon. The fact that I could be 2 steps from winning at the reveal of the actual, because we had the secret win condition, right? At the reveal of that I would be so close to winning, but then someone else could nearly come and take that win from me. The game is very well balanced. It's phenomenal, one of the best I've played.
What's with this candy? It tastes weird.
Probably because of how old it is. I offered it to be polite, but I didn't think you'd actually eat it.
Black Summoner I watched for funny. Black Summoner versus My Isekai Life was a rivalry for all of 7 days back in 2022, and I started occasionally joking about the 2 protagonists in a fight, and now I'm going through with the joke. And you know what, for what I expected to be a mediocre, whatever, isekai self-insert power fantasy anime, Black Summoner actually ended up doing a lot good. For one thing, I was surprised at the lack of excessive fan service, the general avoidance of certain annoying tropes, and not just doing stuff that bothered me as much. To be clear, I'm not like turned off by anime that have fan service unless it's for underage characters. Like, I'm a fairy tale fan, you know, my ability to be like, it shouldn't have that much, it's already like down near the bottom. And if you enjoy fan service, I mean, go ahead, I don't give a shit. I just prefer my anime not to have it unless it has some narrative purpose, which it almost never has. But if it does, I'll be fine. I enjoy No Game No Life, okay? Black Summoner is very unlike a lot of the isekai I've watched. For one thing, when isekai do the storyline of the protagonist isn't the main hero, the other guy's the main hero, you often get that other real hero being either incompetent or malicious. That way the protagonist can look even nicer and even cooler. He's the real hero, even more than the actual protagonist of the in-universe story. No, while our protagonist Kelvin is way stronger than the heroes, it's not because they are bad people or stupid, it's just that they haven't trained as much. They're very earnest and clearly get distracted helping others over getting stronger. It's actually nice how the party of real heroes are real heroes and good friends who just happen to not be as strong as our protagonist. And Kelvin himself actually had a good deal more personality than just, I'm really nice and kind and all the chicks love me, without having one of those obnoxious personalities like I'm a massive pervert and I like panties. He's just a guy who is pretty nice, but also dedicated to loitering around, but also so battle crazed that it gets to the point where he'll go out of his way to have a fun fight even at the expense of his original goal. And unlike several isekai protagonists I know of, he's not above killing. He actively tries to bloody murder the season final boss. Speaking of which, the final boss I thought was actually really interesting. Clive is another isekai person, there's actually a lot of them apparently, but he chose to abuse his power and play into the power fantasy. It almost comments on the isekai genre and what it implies, and with more time and better writing, I think it could be super interesting. Oh, also a second season would help. If all of Kelvin's main enemies in the Empire were actually other people who were isekai'd, but went the route of assholes not for random reasons, but because, say, they saw the world as a video game, so they have no problem with killing and otherwise morally abhorrent things, or because they want to abuse power they never got in their crappy lives, that would be super interesting to take a second season of that. In fact, Kelvin almost comes off as somewhat different to all the isekai heroes for a reason that's actually set up at the start. The reason Kelvin is so overpowered is because he sacrifices memories to get that extra power, which does give the implication that what really sets him apart from all the other heroes is that he did not have any preconceived notions about the world or ideas about it based on his past experiences. He's the only reincarnated individual who truly faced the world on its own merits, who chose to live as one of its people instead of, I'm the designated hero, or I'm the designated villain, or some super special guy. He chose to live like anyone else in this world would, while just happening to have the potential that all the isekai heroes do. That offers a very interesting direction to take the series. Now, I've not read the light novel, and I don't know if there's a manga for this either, and there's probably not going to get a second season, but that is a very interesting direction you can take this. Now, of course, it does have some pitfalls. Kelvin is not particularly deep currently, and he is kind of brokenly overpowered. I'll give credit, he does have a few fights he struggles in, and rarely are they going for tension of any kind. It's usually played for gags how overpowered he and his squad are. And speaking of his squad, most of them are good. Gerard is my favorite character on the show. He's genuinely likable, he's a nice guy. Ceres is a redhead, so she gets instant points, and Melfina, as a vaguely purplish head, also gets instant points. With Rion being a child, I was worried that this would be where the show plunges into isekai-ness, but no, she doesn't have fan service going on, she's not part of Kelvin's harem, she's just like his little sister. In fact, Kelvin's harem is kind of vague in the sense that Kelvin is neither interested, nor does he get flustered towards them, he just does not give a shit. Then there's Ethel, who on her own is good, but this series does unfortunately divulge into one particular trope, the slave owner protagonist one. Yeah, I get it. If he didn't buy her, he wouldn't be able to use her skill points and blah 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 blah. It is justified in the lore of the game that he's playing, but I don't like this trope. It makes me uncomfortable. At least the anime had the sense to take out the sex scene that apparently happens between them in the light novel, because you can't fuck a slave, that's not consensual. Unfortunate as it is, it's one of the few outright bad things in the show. Black Summoner is a series that's not brought down by many problems, and also not brought up by many excelling elements. It is a standard fun isekai romp, and it's one of the better ones I have seen. Though there definitely have to be better around. Kelvin is kinda cool as a hero, Gerard is a cool side character, Ceres is a redhead, and they also have a slime named Clotho and a dog named Alex. So yeah, decent anime, definitely not up to the standards of the one anime I fully watched last year, but it is what it is. Oh, he's a summoner, by the way, and when Tristan called him Black Summoner at the end, I clapped.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
Unfriended is one of the worst movies I've ever watched. Unfriended 2 is better. In fact, it's much better, and for a few reasons. Unfriended had many massive flaws that held it back. Characters that would routinely teleport in the most obvious ways in the middle of shots, everyone was horribly unlikable, and in a way that made the movie unfun to watch. The supernatural element is incredibly hard to take seriously, and really goddamn funny instead of scary. The acting is some of the worst of any movie I've ever watched. The protagonist has no idea how to use a computer, and it's infuriating for anybody who... Which explains why the only people to review the film well were people who were 5 decades too old to touch a device without it exploding. And every single time the protagonist alt-tabbed, everyone else in their call would go silent out of the politeness of their heart. Unfriended 2 does away with all these flaws that take you out of the film. While the characters aren't exactly likable per se, in that they don't have much going on, they are tolerable. They're not particularly deep or interesting or anything, but Mr. Man in London, who is a computer guy, was alright, and the protagonist isn't totally hateable. It's not perfect. The annoying influencer guy who unironically uses the term sheeple is incredibly obnoxious and killable, and while the protagonist isn't an actively malicious piece of dog shit, he's still kinda needy. He has a girlfriend who seems to be deaf, but instead of ever just typing in chat, he insists on talking to her in a video call and hoping she can read his lips, which... I've never dated a deaf person. Maybe this is normal. Maybe I might be Captain Dumbass here. But why would you not just type in chat in this situation? I kinda get the feeling that in situations where communication is objectively the most important fucking thing on the planet, just typing out the most important information would be the obvious thing to do. And he's the kind of guy to repeatedly spam his girlfriend for attention on Facebook with floods of messages, which is obnoxious. It's certainly an improvement, but when everybody died, I didn't really feel that bad, except for with the deaf girl, who did initially seem a bit annoying, but turned out to be the least obnoxious character in the film. Like, at first she seems kind of unreasonable. She gets all stroppy and annoyed with our protagonist, Matthias, too quickly. But as the movie goes on, she's probably one of the more reasonable characters. The supernatural element is missing from the film, mostly. Instead of a ghost of a woman these people wronged, the film is about our protagonist just finding a laptop and stealing it from the street, the laptop turning out to belong to a dark web operative involved in super shady dealings in cryptocurrency and shit, with the genuinely, significantly more creepy concept of what if someone was watching you through your own device right now. The kind of cerebral horror I wish the first one had. My phone camera is pointing directly at me now. I'm gonna while I'm talking about this, just move that. In fact, on the topic of horror, the movie is way better than the first. The first movie is never scary because it's just unrealistic. Not just in the supernatural stuff is unrealistic, because no shit, but in the characters' actions and how much they don't know the devices they're using and the way they talk. This movie has some of that, but it's a lot more reasonable. The characters know how to use devices, they multitask, but it doesn't immediately deactivate whatever they happen to be using at the time, and a lot of the stupider choices felt like stuff an idiot who doesn't know better might do, like trying to scam back the cyber death cult facing him. You know, stuff that someone who doesn't know better would do, as opposed to stuff that only an absolute moron would do. The film kinda just goes like this though. Boring, slow start that I can kind of accept, because it's setting the scene. People are rarely super interesting when they're just in the call doing nothing in particular, so especially during the time where they're setting up the movie, fine, at least it does establish some important details for the future. Papaya is really unrealistically silly and dumb, and it doesn't feel like anything someone would code, just like the pointless animations and stuff, but it is relevant to the ending. It does immediately establish that our protagonist knows computers and cares about his deaf girlfriend enough to make an entire program entirely to help him communicate, and foreshadows the fact that he was too intimidated to properly learn ASL for her by the fact that he uses this automated system to do it. But at least, while it's a bit silly, it's not present for most of the film. So most of the unrealistic computer stuff is like, Facebook doesn't tell him when the other person has read his messages and stuff. Then there's some genuinely kind of interesting and creepy stuff. The first Unfriended mystery relies on you giving a shit about the characters, something so hard that you would genuinely have less difficulty taking a broadsword to the ocean and trying to hit only a single particle of salt. The film's mystery is just as obvious in that the answer is dark web bullshit, just like the first one's mystery was obviously everyone's responsible for the woman's death, but this is obviously more intriguing because there's more of a question as to what the details are. We see a reasonably paced sequence of our protagonist going through all the folders and uncovering mysteries. The scene of the footage on the laptop is genuinely some pretty creepy shit, with the only reasonable jump scare in my opinion in the movie when the woman runs but is stopped by a loud chain, because it's a jump scare that makes sense in universe unlike all the others in this movie. However, things take a turn for the absolute hilarious when this hooded guy shows up and everything glitches in the most unrealistic way possible. This is not hacking bullshit, this is dark magic, look at that. The typing that creates these shaky, dark text boxes that then delete themselves, the sudden booming sound effects as they show up, the way they glitch in and out of existence, it's just silly, it's dumb. Even with the big plot twist that they were live streaming this on the dark web to an audience and so this is all for show, it just makes this hard to take seriously. It's so painfully unrealistic it hurts. But, it's funny. And in fact, the entire sequence where the villain who supposedly owns the laptop starts talking and swearing in this hilariously deep voice and shows his face after is so funny. Unfortunately, the film goes from genuinely creepy to really funny to back to being kind of boring and meandering, and it loses some tension, but at least the stuff at the end is still silly and funny. Like, the Photoshop job is really goofy, and while a lot of what they do to pin all sorts of crimes and shit on the protagonist is genuinely a decent oh shit moment, that one is funny. But not as funny as the deaths though. While the forced push off a building kill is perfectly fine, every other kill is just hysterical. Like, they Morshu sentence mix the Alex Jones guy into having a call to the police that riles them up. And by riles them up, I mean they sentence mix him saying, "I'm sick of all the corruption," to the police, and they come in with guns. For some reason, the guy just walks over to the police instead of lying on the floor like they told him to do, and the hackers play a loud shotgun.mp3 sound effect on his speakers, and then the coppers crank 90s and completely annihilate Tomato Town. This girl goes to a train station, and the guy tries to push her in front of it. She fights back, and if you notice, the guy trying to take her out is gonna get wiped out by the train alongside her. Yeah, damn girl! And of course, our boy Matthias gets blindsided Final Destination buzz style. Like, this is a genuinely decent moment, like, basically revealing this is live streamed only a little before it's revealed, so not totally ruining the revelation, but definitely setting the seed a bit heavy-handed, but it's good. It's a decent twist, it's done decently, the deaths are all hilarious, and so better than the first movie only having 2 hilarious deaths. And honestly, the acting is way better. Colin Woodwell's performance as Matthias is actually pretty good. It's a bit over the top, but the expressions he's got going on, like, it's pretty believable. In general, the acting is a lot more believable in this film. I was shocked at how not completely worthless Unfriended 2 Dark Web was. With some attention to detail, decent enough acting, one genuinely pretty good horror sequence, a mystery and topics that actually merited some manner of talking when I watched it with friends, and questions and actually asking what could happen, and doing away with a lot of the first movie's problems. It is not a 1 out of 10. It is in fact a solid 3 out of 10, and I highly recommend not watching it.
It's Bazette! Oh my god! Bazzetti Spaghetti!
This year, I'm going to include Fate Grand Order's newest events, released in global because I don't speak moon runes. Starting with the 2024 Valentine's Day event, which introduced my girl Bazette! I love her, I would mate. Aside from introducing her, it had a perfectly okay story. It handled Bazette well enough. I liked the silliness of it that we're used to, and Mananan Maklia was a fun new character. That's pretty much what I'd expect from Mananan Maklia and Fate. Weird that Angra Mainyu was permanently left unseen and just in chocolate fairy form, but I get it. It was a nice building up to the reunion between Bazette and Ku, especially with him somewhat recognizing her to show off how strong their relationship really was when they were together. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's far from the most complex event, Bazette was handled well, and when she was ready to kick my ass, I was fully okay with that. So on the 21st and 22nd of February, the temperature was so bad that my computer would not work. As such, these 2 days I spent watching the rest of the movies for my Hasbro animated film ranking on my iPad. Now, if you want my full feelings, those can be found in that ranking, but unlike last year, I will give you a quick rundown of my feelings so it's not just an awkward pause in the video. Spy Troops is a short 40-minute G.I. Joe DVD special that is hilariously fun and really bad. Valor vs. Venom I watched next, and it was an extremely fun time. Not great, and definitely ranked too highly in my ranking when it comes to objective quality, but it's simply so awful that it's really fun, and everything is inept, but at least everyone was having a fun time. I had no idea what to expect with the Action Man films. I was ready to accept them despite the bad animation, given I enjoyed the last two, but the Action Man trilogy turned out to be the overarching low point in the ranking. It's just awful. The first one wasn't too bad, despite the awful voice acting and all, but it was pretty rancid. Action Man X Missions is just Valor vs. Venom, but again, it's a direct copy of their own movie from a year prior with none of the charm. It's incredibly unfun to me, and while it is at least not as boring, it's still miserable and the worst film I saw up to this point. And then I stomached Code Gangrene, which was funny because the subtitles were so horrible, but it made it more fun that it was broken. It's an unfinished Studio Brinquedo-like movie that is not worth watching. I was excited to watch Dragonlance because I heard it was absolutely atrocious, but as it turns out, no, I kinda liked it. Dragonlance has some huge problems, but like, it's a watchable movie, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Candyland, however, is pretty fucking close to the worst thing I've ever seen, but this one I ended up having a big talk about in the official Death Battle server of all places because someone had actually seen it other than me, and we started a small cult of people who had enjoyed it. Peppa Pig, my first cinema experience, was only memorable for front-facing live-action Peppa Pig, which was horrid. That and the Queen's whole bit was weird. A film for babies I remember nothing about, but I did see the Australian bit and I'm not sure how to feel. Beyblade Fierce Battle was the first OG Beyblade stuff I'd seen in a long time, and it was fine. I don't know, I only really enjoyed the stuff with Tyson being a dick. It was pretty underwhelming, and Kai the Goat was barely in it. I've never seen the Metal Saga film, but if anyone's wondering, that didn't make it on the ranking because Hasbro never adapted it, it was only ever Takara. And if I did just Takara films, I would have to include all the Duel Master movies, and I'd rather not. I really didn't want to watch Tonka Tough Truck Adventures, but I had to. Really wish I had gotten to rank the GoBots movie instead, but this was just horrible. The ugliest animation of the day, an incredibly boring movie.
One dumpster full of slightly expired Coke cans, and one dumpster full of slightly expired Pepsi cans.
Hey, remember Black Summoner? Around this time I finished its sister series, and it took a little bit longer than intended because holy fuck, this series was not all that. I don't understand how it was a rival to Black Summoner when it's just worse. It falls into almost every pitfall that Black Summoner dodged. Like being boring a lot of the time, with an unmemorable cast and bland characters that weren't that interesting to watch, and a protagonist that really was just an I'm so nice kind of guy. I mean, okay, Yuji wasn't really like that, but what I thought they'd do, by focusing on the trauma he experienced in his original life, is barely given any lip service. It's almost never brought up past episode 2. Every episode just sort of happens, he goes to a place, has a problem, and solves it using his slimes. Like, at least Kelvin had to use different powers and figure stuff out, and there's a few ways to do characters that can pull any power out of their ass to win. Kelvin is the type where you know what powers he has, but he also gets new powers off screen, and you don't really get to learn all of them until they happen. But he mostly uses just his established abilities, and doesn't often pull out the new powers. The most notable time is when he makes a new power on the fly, but that's established as something he can't do normally. He uses his power stealing power to give him the rare chance to do it because he gets someone else's ability. Yuji, however, is established to have thousands of fucking spells he's never even looked at, meaning not only does he only ever use the same few powers, but whenever he needs a new one, we don't have a question of has he got new powers yet, but rather when is he just going to go through the D&D rulebook and grab a new spell. Neither is particularly exciting, but this is a lot less interesting. What doesn't help is that both shows have a particular method to fixing what is probably a budgetary issue. Black Summoner will sometimes use 3D animation in place of 2D for dynamic action sequences. While it looks a bit awkward, sometimes it doesn't actively look bad and it's generally to the show's benefit. My Isekai Life solution is to repeat the same animation of Yuji flipping his screens and using his Hellfire over and over and over again. Even so much using that one drawing of Yuji for every conversation. And like, I'm sure people are gonna be like, but games reuse animations for all the attacks every time you use them, so it's okay for the anime to do it. Which would be the most boneheaded, fucking stupid argument possible. It's also a game thing for the games to crash and for there to be glitches. But if the show just stopped abruptly in the middle of an episode because it crashed and half of it was a solid black screen, that defense would be just as valid. My Isekai Life just isn't interesting. Outside of the last 2 episodes, that is. I didn't care for the cult storyline, but we got a pretty good payoff, and essentially a previous person with Yuji's class showing up and being a menace that Yuji can't actually beat. This fight is shockingly well animated, and the choreography is fantastic. The character moments are good, and it brings together all the characters and all the stuff Yuji has received across the season into a very satisfying conclusion. It all comes together with the prophecy mentioned across the season to take down the villain. It's a very good finale to a very mediocre show. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but it is watchable.
How you died and come back just to die again?
Gamera Rebirth. I started this last year, but didn't really have the time to properly finish watching it until this year. So how was it? Well, Gamera's finally back, returning after Gamera the Brave and the Pachinko game that both came out over a decade ago. So let's start with the story. Every episode of Gamera Rebirth follows a set structure. Our main kids go to a place and do some stuff, a monster appears, and then Gamera shows up to save them. On its own, this is fine, and for a 6-episode series, I guess the repetition isn't too bad, but I can't deny it got a bit predictable. Gamera is not Ultraman, so having a show that's just basically an Ultraman series definitely felt a bit weird. Thankfully, I did accept the protagonists enough. Each one of them was at least likable at some point in the show, even the annoying American Bakugo without the ability to back up his shit. And I enjoyed Mr. Tatsuki enough as the adult supervising. Emiko is harder to comment on. After the big plot twist about her identity, she almost completely changes as a character. She drops her act entirely and starts being a lot more obviously evil and outright sinister, which just feels like bad writing, having the character be a great manipulator and trickster until the audience finds out they're actually bad and then they start acting super evil. It's not like looking back she suddenly becomes obvious or that she becomes obvious with the new knowledge, she's just suddenly acting super evil. And everything about her and the moon shit and controlling kaiju just kinda comes out of nowhere. I wasn't really that engaged in the story until like the last episode where I began to be a bit more invested in the well-being of the characters. And Joe's sacrifice genuinely took me off guard. I was not expecting that. Of course, more people care about the action stuff than the story, and in that regard, Gamera Rebirth has some sick action stuff in it. First of all, as an animated series, they had certain benefits to the format that, unlike Godzilla, they actually took advantage of. Every other kaiju other than the GOAT Gamera himself, and frankly Jiger and Gauss, got a big glow up. Jiger was basically the exact same as always, and while Gamera does have some cool moments, he didn't have the same personality to me that Heisei Gamera does. Both were cool, but I wouldn't say glow up as much as these are both cool versions of the characters. And Gauss was just sort of okay. Super Gauss goes hard as fuck, but he had one of the more disappointing deaths to me. It comes a bit out of nowhere. Giron and Zigra though, huge glow up. Giron was already one of the most creative and neat Gamera kaiju, but making him into this momentum-wielding slinky thing that flips all over the place and takes advantage of his off-centered center of gravity for maximum impact, that's really neat, and his roar is crazy looking. Zigra got a huge benefit in the new medium, being able to more freely utilize the underwater nature of being a fucking shark, which led to a really cool battle with Gamera that was among the more creative in the show. Virus was interesting. It's a pretty cool new take that doesn't even remotely resemble the original, unlike everyone else. Coming off more as an actual real-life Earth octopus, but if it was dipped into a vat of hell morphing juice. With elements of Legion in its barrier and Iris and how the tentacles are used, Virus is pretty cool in its limited screen time, and genuinely pretty scary, and when it takes off into the sky, that's kind of intense. But its death is a bit underwhelming. It's at least portrayed with more impact than Super Gauss, but it's kind of just a less epicness-juiced version of Giron's kill. Gamera himself gets some pretty creative uses of his power, making a spinning time orb and becoming a Beyblade being highlights. And everything he does has a ton of impact. I also like that he doesn't just regrow his arm off screen in the last 2 episodes, that sucker stays absent. And, to be fair, I did feel something at Gamera's sacrifice at the end. Not so much at them talking him out of being evil, his face being fucked by Gauss was pretty unpleasant and the payoff for having to see that did not make up for it. Compared to its contemporaries, I didn't find Gamera Rebirth nearly as engaging as Godzilla's Singular Point, however it had the benefit of being more action-packed and not requiring half the season to be incredibly boring to set up the awesome second half. So I think for most fans who just care about kaiju action and not much about stories and characters and writing, Rebirth is definitely more worth it. And honestly, for anyone not willing to endure some boring episodes to get to the good stuff, it's also easy to digest. But it's not near the level of Pacific Rim the Black, which maintains its hold as my favorite of the anime kaiju depictions I've seen. I am hopeful that something comes out of this revival, that Gamera's Rebirth name ends up aging well and not aging like Gamera himself. As of writing this, I can say I have hope, but that's all I have.
That plan is asinine.
Quick, imagine what a crossover between Godzilla and the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers would be like. Exactly, that's what you just imagined is exactly what we've got. Both for the best and for the worst. To get out of the way, there is next to nothing really surprising in this. It's not going to keep you guessing as to what's about to happen next, and aside from Mega Gyrus randomly appearing, it limits itself to the Showa and Heisei era as you'd expect. But on the plus side, everything you'd expect happens to be really cool. All the characters are highly entertaining, the Rangers are exactly as you'd imagine, Rita is deliciously evil and fun, and seeing her play off the extremely dry Zillion High Commander is great. That said, I really want the sequel to this comic to bring in Final Wars Commander X, because I think he'd play off Rita even better, and seeing him actually fight the Power Rangers hand to hand would be hype as fuck. The Godzilla stuff is great, with some fantastic art and multiple cool fights. Godzilla fights the Dragonzord, he fights the Megazord, and they team up to fight multiple combinations of Godzilla and Power Ranger kaiju. And it has a lot of the interactions I'd expect, down to me assuming that the Power Rangers monsters would comment on how the Godzilla ones don't talk, and that being turned into a gag, and then it was? Yeah. It's really fun how the kaiju differ between the series, with the Power Ranger ones being treated as these cocky, goofy assholes, and the Godzilla ones being absolute menaces who just want to kill everything around. And yeah, you expected a King Ghidorah final boss moment, that's exactly what happens, and it's cool. This is a fun crossover. What it lacks in creativity, it makes up for being a picture-perfect recreation of what every child of this era wanted. And that's all it needs to be, so for that, yeah, no real complaints. I'll save that for the sequel.
My lord, the living have...
I have never played the Star Ocean games before, not a single one, but I spotted this for cheap at a local EB game, so decided to buy it alongside the Diofield Chronicle, because it was a buy one get one free sale, and I have not looked back since. Star Ocean of the Divine Force is in many ways an extremely paint-by-numbers game. The storyline and characters is nothing too terribly unique, but it does some things that I haven't experienced too much of. The melding of science fiction and fantasy is not too common, but I appreciate when it's done. The idea of a spacefaring civilization having to interact with a fantasy world is really interesting, and this game does tackle that fairly well. It deals with several of the underlying problems that can arise, stuff like the differences in culture, and it has so many fun moments of the characters reacting to each other. Characters in the sci-fi world reacting to being able to live in what to them would be considered the ancient past, and the characters in the fantasy world stunned by everything they learn about space culture. It would be so easy to just have the fantasy characters go, oh, this technology is so complex, but they do sneak in moments with the sci-fi characters being like, oh my god, I'm literally standing in an ancient fucking castle right now, this is awesome. That simple basis was enough to get me interested in this game from a narrative perspective, and while the narrative is nothing terribly unique, it's executed fairly well. The villain, while only having depth near the end game when you get to see into his mind, was fairly entertaining, and the game manages to strike a decent balance of expository dialogue that is excusable by the massive culture difference between our sets of characters, and letting the story tell itself in a show-don't-tell sort of way and letting you get immersed in the world. I never felt like I was having my hand held through the process of trying to understand either world, the history and lore of Asta and what things mean. That said, I didn't need all the characters verbally reminding each other, and ergo me, where to go every time I entered the area that would lead me to the next place in the narrative. I'm just trying to get a side quest done where I gotta kill some insects I don't need to be told where to go. Thankfully, I was endeared enough by the characters that I never minded. Your protagonists are Laetitia, the fun and likable princess of Osirius who remained both amusingly dorky and also regal throughout, striking a good balance between someone you could believe as a monarch and also someone you could believe would eat burgers with you if you introduced her to the concept of fast food. And the other protagonist is Raymond. Raymond. Jokes aside, I like his character. He's a very cliche and simple character, but I like that. While doing the impulsive action hero trope, he had his head on more of a swivel than some, without being quite as Cloud Strifey as Cloud Strife is. It's a decent balance, and he has some of the funnier moments in the game. You're joined in order of appearance by Albert Bergholm, the goat with the silly name who managed to become my favourite character in the game. A combination of me loving his chakra and playstyle and how Peerless Guillotine just shreds everything to nothing, and finding him to be the most consistently entertaining character, with his combination of snark and obstinate assholitude, and inability to fucking accept anyone without wanting to jab at them made him. I love this guy. There's Nina, who's essentially volume 1 to 3 Ruby Rose, but instead of loving fighting monsters with a giant scythe, she loves fighting monsters by beating them to death with a bell and healing up her bodies. It's hilarious how similar the two are. Midas Felgreed writes a book called My Time as a Cloud, and if that doesn't sell you on him, I don't know what else will. But maybe the fact that he's one of the most interesting characters with his endless pool of snide humor, dry delivery, tsundere tendencies, the fact that he is literally built like a brick shithouse, and that I love his interactions with the high-tech side of the world. Elena is an android who plays a very important role in the plot, but aside from having some really fun interactions with other characters, I didn't find Elena on her own super engaging. Despite that, somehow she's the character I raised the most friendship points with to get her special ending, and her gay bulk attack was awesome in the early game. Theo, who I didn't actually get to play because I went the Raymond route without realizing his name and haven't done a second playthrough yet, but my first one was like 100 hours, so I didn't want to spend multiple months playing just one game as much as I love it, but he's a pretty entertaining character with an okay redemption arc. Malkia, who is the gorgeous purple-haired babe, I love her. Big claws, race of demigods, purple hair, fat ass, husky, sultry voice. I mean, what's not to love about Malkia? She also has amazing chemistry with Midas, they have great scenes together, and she's pretty fun to play even if I had to get used to her kind of weird attack range. Marielle Elkenny is a very interesting character to throw into the mix, being part of the crew responsible for all these events, and having a decent character arc over the game and some fairly entertaining scenes. Her gun shoots Kamehamehas, I mean that's pretty metal, how could you not love it? And JJ, a samurai Borg from Star Trek, but if the Borg were good guys in a show that doesn't suck, who had some pretty fun scenes, but sadly minimal presence for most of the story, so he doesn't get to be fleshed out as much as he could have been. He has great chemistry with everyone though, and it's great that he becomes the bridge to reveal the game doesn't actually have a designated evil species, just an evil faction that almost intentionally gaslit everyone into being racist. And I like the little hints that JJ finds some solace in knowing that there are evil members of his cyborg race, because it confirms to him that he did retain his humanity after assimilating into the Scorpion Collective, because if members have enough free will to go evil, then they have to still have their humanity. It's not really played on much, but I love the concept of, yes, he doesn't like that there are evil things, but the fact that there are evil members of his race does bring him that solace. Every character in this game is at least likable. There's nobody ended up hating, and some of the side characters like Chloe and Lola also remain fairly fun. Even minor villains like Neon were incredibly entertaining when they got to be. And these characters help turn a pretty standard story into a hellishly entertaining standard story, with plenty of moments of levity and fun to break up the seriousness and not make me feel like it was overly dour, helped by all the little bonus events where you can interact with characters. One last thing before I talk about the gameplay too, I found the Isoa bonus board game super fun when I got the hang of it. And all the references to previous Star Ocean games really makes me want to go back and play them if I get the chance to, and can do so without firing up an emulator. That said, when it comes to RPGs, I still have to play Diofield Chronicles and track down a copy of Tales of Xillia 1 and 2, as well as the last few games I need to start the Trails of Cold Steel quadrilogy, and oh my god. And Lord knows I'm not going through the pain of tracking down the games that go before that in the Trails of series. Anyway, the gameplay in Star Ocean is quite something. It's not the most complex, but in its simplicity, it manages to strike a balance between a game where you can just throw the strongest moves on everyone and bludgeon your way through, but also a game where you get rewarded for creativity and thinking ahead. You have an AP system, and every single move you can make other than walking around and dodging uses up AP. Every move has a set amount of AP they use, with you being able to assign 3 3-string combos and 3 standalone hold the button moves, giving you roughly 6 options, half of which are full strings of 3 options. In this regard, it was super fun to put together different moves and see what actually chained together well into cohesive movesets. With the capacity to have 4 active party members at once and being able to freely switch out in the midst of battle, even if one active one dies, the game was really fun to experience with. I settled on the final loadout of Albert, Nina, Raymond, and then either Malkia or Laetitia, but in certain hard battles in the end, I was openly switching characters. Some of the harder fights, I even took control of the healer, and played support for the AI because the AI support as Nina was kind of dog shit when anything complex was required. There are times where, like, the obvious solution is for the AI as the healer to just call all of her buddies to her, away from the boss's big epic attack, and then heal them up while it's in the cooldown animation. But no, I had to do that myself as the healer. Bosses were pretty fun too, if nothing complex, and using Duma for successful blindsides was incredibly satisfying. I'd say the only major flaw with the gameplay is, well, the alchemy and crafting system made it super easy to break the game. It takes almost no effort to get mid-game gear in the early game and end-game gear in the mid-game, to a point where near the end I was drinking my way through most bosses in a few hits. And while some of that is on me for going so far ahead, It's not my fault that I did not know that the game wasn't balanced around what it let me do. I didn't fire up a guide to help me out, I was just using alchemy until I couldn't get any further, and then making equipment with that, thinking that the game naturally would have balanced itself around the inevitability of me doing that, but it didn't. And as a result, when the endgame dungeons kicked in and were super hard even with the best equipment, I was not prepared, because I had that equipment, but I hadn't gotten used to actually, being competent at playing in the last stretch of the game. They were fun though, and I'm sure all the references to previous Star Ocean games would have hit me way more if I had played them. Which I will, someday. I know I can emulate the first game with a translation, the second and third games are playable on PS2, the fourth is on PS3, and the fifth is a tech demo I can get on PS4. All options I can technically go with, and I'd like to. That said, the game has one kind of major flaw. The graphics are interesting. I don't mind outdated graphics, but a PS4 and 5 game looking this much like a PS3 game is weird. With everyone having doll-like faces and sometimes there's difficulties in even emoting. On the flip side though, some cutscenes were so intense that the game could only render them as still images, which was embarrassing. It's really a shame. I can look past it, but it's pretty awkward. It has the same graphics or frame rate option as Final Fantasy 16, which is hilarious because that game's graphics are stunning at worst, while this game's graphics are stunningly awkward at best. Still, if you find Star Ocean the Divine Force for cheap like I did and happen to have the right console, I would recommend it. If you can get past some awkward jank in presentation, you will find a perfectly fun and enjoyable little romp with a ton of really fun characters at the end.
It's the biggest piece of dog
I never want to watch another movie ever again. Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate is a better movie than Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog The Virus Wars, but somehow manages to be an even worse sequel. It does nothing right, and I do mean nothing. How do you make a movie that looks like both of the 5-year-olds they hired to animate it only had their school lunch breaks every Friday for 2 weeks to animate it, but the animation was still the best part of the production? Nothing works. Nothing. At least in practice. Some things in theory work. They couldn't get Will Ferrell back, but in concept, I think getting the guy who had already substituted for him in the tie-in video games was a good idea as opposed to getting someone else entirely, and some of the jokes and ideas were good in concept. I think the gag where Megamind responds to being called a disaster like the Titanic, but then declaring that the Titanic was actually pretty great for most of its run while completely missing the point of the insult, could have been funny with a line delivery that wasn't shit, and Behemoth being blindsided by a truck out of nowhere like he's a fucking isekai protagonist saving a child on the road would have been really funny if it made any sense geographically to where they are, in a ditch, nowhere near where you could find a fucking truck. In theory, smash cutting to a one quick election later title card could have been a fucking knee slapper if the whole film was subversive and this was actually a joke, instead of just an obvious moment of extremely lazy writing. Everything else in theory or practice is just as terrible. They didn't even get the fucking opening narration right, claiming that Megamind made Titan because he was lonely? What are you, a fucking idiot? That's objectively untrue. Megamind has been reduced to a complete fucking moron incapable of anything, instead of a super genius limited only by his arrogance, impulsiveness, and clumsiness. Now he's an abusive person who treats his only friend like crap, repeating the same arc that canonically happened like 2 days ago in the first film, but like shit. And a few days ago, mind you, that took us from a world of flip phones to smartphones. Do the people who make this not understand how time works? Have they never looked at a goddamn clock? I guess it makes sense. They didn't realize that they had all the time in the world to make this movie. They thought like the last 10 goddamn years since the previous film, they thought that was like 3 days. They know really had a few days to put this movie together. Let's just slap it together. This is embarrassing to watch. Megamind's chemistry and romance with Roxanne? Gone. His entire backstory? Retcon. Now he went to villain school and had this whole team of villain friends. Villain friends that, mind you, are boring. Behemoth has some fun enough moments, which I say with air quotes so big you could better describe them as replicas of the Leaning Tower of Pisa 4 times over than actual quotation marks. And Nighty Night is literally just a Skylanders villain. Cool! If he was funny! But the other two are completely boring at best, and they're generally not threatening or interesting whatsoever. Minion, who I refuse to call by his shit new name, is not Minion. Roxanne is not Roxanne. The fucking influencer girl, who falls into one of my most hated tropes of the hyper-competent, hip-to-new technology child character who is better than all the adults, regularly spawns in like a fucking Minecraft creeper, but instead of jump-scaring you and farting all over your work into a pile of bicubular rubble, she just solves all the problems and then T-pose ascends back to the heavens from which the gods of the machine shadow out. Because a story this boring, played out, and uncreative really needed someone to have all the solutions. I mean, this is a story that you have already seen, so long as you have slightly more media literacy than the average Twitter user, and have watched anything through means other than rant videos and online reviews. It has nothing to do, nothing to say. It is a movie that misunderstands everything that makes Megamind, no, literally any film ever made in the history of mankind, entertaining. It doesn't understand what it means to do fucking anything. Was this movie made by the Megamind in the movie itself? Because I'd accept this movie if it was made by someone too stupid to fucking plug a toaster in. I want to be upset that Metro Man and Titan don't get any new scenes, but I'd rather fucking throw myself off a building than appear in this film, so if they read the invitation and script and decided to go pick fights with Godzilla in a crossover and reap the results, I'd fucking applaud them for taking the quick and easy way out instead of having to endure being in such a worthless piece of animation. You know, maybe this film is actually kind of brilliant. Megamind is famous for being a subversive, creative, and hilarious movie, so the sequel was expected to do something like that. And instead, they subverted our expectations again by giving us the most bog-standard, cliche, boring-ass movie it could, with no funny and no creativity. A movie so lacking ideas that you could AI generate a script for a Megamind sequel, and it would have more passion and soul than this completely meaningless drivel. I can't even say this movie was AI generated, as that would be giving the people behind it the credit of saying that they knew how to work an AI generator. Do not watch this movie, it is atrocious. I'd rather dip my head in hydrochloric acid than watch this again. I would still probably watch it before Night of the Zodiac though, because at least this movie is a bit shorter. Don't even get me started on whether I'd rather watch this than Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog The Virus Wars. I mean, obviously, that movie. It's gonna leave this like empty silence of me like just regretting ever being born with eyes.
You know what? I'm gonna buy some salsa and sauce salsa just to say I saw salsa.
I was shocked at how good Saw X was. Genuinely, if it wasn't for the prerequisite amount of gore porn, this movie I could recommend to pretty much anybody, because it doesn't fall into any of the trappings as other Saw films. Pun. That is to say, it doesn't have either unlikable victims that you don't care enough about to be invested, or victims that you could argue really don't deserve any of this. The people put into the game actually get a decent amount of time to develop to get to that point, aided of course by how the main character of the film is actually Kramer himself for once. John Kramer is a staple of the series. He is an iconic character largely in part to the performance of Tobin Bell, and finally, they actually made him the key focus, where his character is the core of the movie. And in doing so, not only do we get to spend more time with this fantastic, charismatic actor in his most famous role, but they actually managed to get you invested in what's going on. Not only that, but the film also has some characters actually win at their games at multiple points, which they don't do at the expense of the gore that people are after, but rather they still do all the suffering stuff people want to see in this franchise, but with a degree of suspense that's been added, because the idea that the characters may actually win their games is set up as a thing that can happen for once. I know, a crazy idea. There's some tension of, will this character actually survive their trap? Also, in letting us get to know these victims better and not do a shitload of either flashbacks or having Jigsaw tell us what they've done to the characters you already know, the dramatic irony of how they are killed hits a lot harder. I first watched this movie with my dad, and I turned to him and I said, that guy should have to be made to do brain surgery on himself, you know, because he's the guy that pretended to take the tumor out of his head. Yeah. All the victims are people who prey on terminally ill cancer victims, so yeah, they're the kind of people who trick cancer victims into thinking they're free from their cancer and drain their bank accounts. Absolute scum. Anyway, I said that, and then that actually happens. He actually does have to do that to himself. And for once, the big twist isn't one that relies on Jigsaw being some fortune-telling, future-seeing deity, but rather Jigsaw's plan did not go right. It just so happened that what he set up ended up working out in a different way to how he intended. Making Kramer seem smart, making the villains seem like they actually had a chance to make off with everything, and not being too contrived to not make sense. The film just hits all the notes. Hell, the final bit where Jigsaw himself gets placed into a trap, mwah, it's so good. Because after the film's traps seem to be over, and it has now lost the tension of all characters might survive because, you know, you thought that they might, then they all died, and it's like, oh, okay, so yeah, everyone's gonna die in these traps anyway. Then, they take that loss of tension and turn it back into tension by putting our protagonist into one of those traps, with the knowledge of, oh shit, it's impossible to survive. They just established that with the last 3 traps. But of course, you know Jigsaw can't die, because this is a prequel, so they put the child on the other side and make the tension, oh no, everyone recently has died in these traps. We know John Kramer can't die. Does this mean the child will have to die instead? While also showing off John's character by having him put himself through the worst of his trap for the sake of not harming an innocent child, making Kramer seem like a much more compelling, likable character than he's ever been. It's just so good. Saw X is so fucking good. No one told me. I found out that people were raving about this movie, but nobody in my circles. This movie is so good. One of the best Saw movies even. This is truly an outstanding film. And also better if you pretend every victim is a hypothetical DVD copy of Megamind vs. the Fuckwit Brigade.
Just real quick, can I ask why no glass?
Oh, yeah, they just kept getting dirty, so I took them out.
The fake granddaughter White Day Event, which is a terrible name, and I didn't really know what it meant until I looked it up. Apparently, White Day is a thing in Japan, where boys who get chocolates on Valentine's Day get to have a buffering time for their brains to figure out what the fuck to give back to the girl who gave it to them, because their minds are too addled with hentai, manga, crippling debt, and poor working conditions. And it's named White Day because companies market white chocolate for the day. Neat! Anyway, this event is about God Arjuna and Kuzurka, the unstoppable brigade of 2 of the best berserkers in the game, along with some other nobodies and the incest master Nobukatsu Oda, coming to a contemporary building where a bunch of idiots made super monsters that can only be seen if you're wearing special glasses. It's a pretty neat concept, and it's actually really cool to see such a normal setting in this game. Given these contemporary settings only really exist in the Stay Night timeline with Stay Night Zero and Hollow Ataraxia, as well as like, I guess, Requiem and Strange Fate? But even those feel very different. The story also brought in Merlin and led to a few neat non-battle solutions of things. I quite like the lateral thinking segment, and the hide and seek game was pretty cool. Having a non-combative Holy Grail war between groups of servants to summon a Holy Grail is a pretty creative concept I think they handled pretty well. I would actually really like to see like an anime adaptation of this concept. The real star of this, however, was a brief introduction to Constantine the 11th Palaiologos, I believe the first ever Byzantine Empire servant, months before he'd become playable in Trom. I love when this shit happens. It would also happen with Zufu getting a second appearance before she finally became playable, and Guda Guda always seems to have his most popular NPCs become playable later on. My goat Takisugi from last year's Guda Guda event is on his way at the time of writing and recording this. I could not be more excited. Now give us Shibata, you fucking cowards. Anyway, a fun event, though there was little in terms of gameplay or interesting stuff. I hope more servants in the future get actual sunglasses or unique glasses with these events. Because while it is funny to see Kuzurka with standard old man glasses, I'd love to see proper sunnies on some of these characters, especially funny with Kana, who gets his power from the sun.
Oh my god, I'm glowing! Why am I glowing?
I don't read too much Archie Sonic, but for Crossover Kings, I had to read through Sonic and Mega Man Worlds Collide, and I can't deny this is one of the coolest fucking things I've ever read for the series. A series that's only a few episodes old, but Sonic and Mega Man Worlds Collide is genuinely a sick comic. It's full of fan service, fun character moments, and is not bogged down in the extended lore of Archie comics in a way that makes it something you can get lost in if you haven't kept up. As long as you know a tertiary amount of Sonic and Mega Man lore, which you would if you were reading this, I'd imagine, you'll be good. It's not only fun to see how characters interact, but I think the plot is really fun. Wily and Eggman genuinely being friendly and genuinely upset that they have problems later is really fun. And Sonic and Mega Man's reason for fighting is completely believable given the context. And the moment they are able to talk it out, they resolve their differences. I love how they get along too. Sonic's asshole-ish, smarmy, smug-ass personality works fantastically alongside the more straight-laced and hopeful Rock. Their chemistry is beautiful, if not as great as the two Doctors, and all of the characters interacting is sick too. Even just simple shit like Shadow gets turned into a robot master, he gets named Shadow Man, and then he fights alongside Mega Man's Shadow Man, and they get confused, like, dude, that shit's amazing. Mega Man having a super form and Sonic helping to guide him through it, showing off Sonic's character as a genuinely good hero who genuinely does mean well, even at his most smug, is great. Like, the comic has the perfect balance of Sonic coming across like a bit of an asshole, but also showing that Sonic's a great person, he's just got a few quirks to him. It's very fun and very enjoyable, and just god, this comic is so fun. References everywhere that aren't intrusive, fun interactions like Chaotix and Proto Man, or Shadow and, anyone he interacts with. A genuine feeling of tension and stakes as a sick as hell finale as well. Duo gets to show up and fight a fucking combination of Chaos and the Devils? And the finale, it even highlights the key difference between the Doctor's relationships with the heroes. Wily accepts his defeat with dignity, but Eggman's pure hatred pushes him to try and completely destroy Sonic, even with no hope left to succeed at it. Oh, it's a great crossover.
I know what that is!
Conversely, the sequel is not nearly as good. Not that Worlds Unite is bad, I just think it's a lot more clear where the intentions lay with it. Worlds Collide weave the story about the Doctor's meeting, sabotaging everything, kidnapping Light, and then the journey as the heroes team up to stop them and all their roboticized Sonic characters. However, this one is just Sigma as a dickhead who gets slightly tricked by Eggman and Wily, and then everyone teams up to fight Sigma. I love the X side of Mega Man, and having more X, Zero, and Sigma is cool, and I love the interactions between X and Rock whenever they get to do shit together. But most of the story is just them they're just all fighting Sigma, and a bunch of random cameos help out. Which is sick, I can't deny. I think it makes for a really cool set of cameos and references. But not only is the lack of Dante really disappointing, because I think it would have been cool, but that's a personal thing though. But I feel like there was overall less of the cool interactions I liked, and less of a story to engage me, as well as a lot more stuff specific to Archie comics that I was kinda lost on. The finale was cool, I can't deny that, with Sigma stopping Amaterasu's Celestial Brush being the rawest shit in the comic. But I don't know, it didn't capture me the same, and I was really disappointed by the lack of Boom Sonic interacting with Main Sonic. Maybe if Boom Sonic got to interact the same way the two Mega Mans could, they could have given us a Super X by also giving us a Super Boom Sonic. That would have been sick, but no, I mean that comic ended up dying issues after this, or like one issue after this one anyway, so.
Did I have a stroke?
Sega Hard Girls is a thing, and it's completely weird, but I kinda love the anime. It's really nothing objectively that good. It's just a bunch of bullshit animated in MMD with a bunch of girls dressed vaguely like Sega consoles jumping into games and doing random shit. But aside from the degeneracy episode about one of these very child-looking characters using their bodies for fan service, to get horny people to support them, aside from that episode, it's really fun. Like, just seeing the complete nonsense going on, it feels like a shitpost. It's animated like a machinima video of old. It's just really, really weird and also entertaining. I like Dreamcast, she has no brain. I like Sega Saturn, she is Arena Dere, and I really like Mega Drive, she was the smart one. I also found the bonus OVA with a ton of other hardware really fun too. It's just a complete bunch of nonsense, and it's brilliant, it's fantastic. The whole series, I kinda love it. It's so stupid in so many ways. They even got my fellas in Shining Force in. I mean, it's not a Shining Force game I've ever played, but still, they remembered Shining Force. That said, the ending is so unintentionally depressing as all the girls go on to live full lives and spread joy as the real life hardware they're based on, which, if you know your Sega history, ouch, Mega Drive did well, but then I guess her little sisters completely failed to continue and eventually died out and got completely beaten by their rivals. That's so frickin' sad and depressing. It makes the sad part of the ending stronger, but the hopeful part not nearly as strong. Still, I recommend this show to anyone who is slightly batshit insane. So I never watched the original Japanese version of Cooler's Revenge before now. It was fine. It was like watching the English one, but in Japanese. I can't say it changed my opinion much. It's still a really cool movie with an actually kinda cool villain and great action. And the same goes with Return of Cooler, except it's still a horrible piece of dog shit with god-awful writing, a horrible story, some of the worst animation in the franchise, and no redeeming qualities outside of a few funny moments.
How did you get nominated? Let's just say I had a loyal base of supporters. Finally, a use for my ballot stuffing robot.
Saints Row the Third was an absolute masterclass of a game, and so I eagerly awaited the chance to jump into the next game in the series. I bought it on PlayStation 3, then found it on PlayStation 4 not a few months later and felt like an idiot, so now I have 2 copies of the game. And yeah, it's a great game. Not a perfect game, and I like to say that overall I prefer the third in pretty much every way, but the game has plenty of its own pluses, and at its core is just as much of a fun, ridiculous, and silly spectacle as the last game and more. It's just as entertaining to run around and just do whatever. In some ways, it's even better at that. The game's big new thing is the superpowers, which I am mixed on. On one hand, they are super fun to use. Blast is great, Telekinesis is fine, Stomp can be fun, and Aura is entirely forgettable most of the time. But they make a good set of 4 attacks. But then the game also gives you these 2 other ones later that I almost never used, one of which was basically an altitude-dependent nuke, which I'll admit I did enjoy using one time in the story, and a handful of other times elsewhere. In many ways, I love the powers. In many others, they basically render all the guns entirely useless. Many times, I never bothered with guns, because I could clear away almost every enemy with my massive assortment of powers. Or even just by running into them and meleeing them. And not just guns, but vehicles have also been rendered entirely worthless with how quickly you get super speed and super jump. And not long after, you'll get the ability to glide even. Sure, I probably shouldn't have gathered so many points to upgrade my ability so fast, but how was I supposed to know ahead of time that that would break the game? While Saints Row the Third isn't the most difficult game around, I had plenty of deaths in it due to my own mistakes and misjudging things, and a couple bullshit levels. I made fuck-ups and eventually, I became good enough to be unstoppable. However, despite this game not even having the immune to attack upgrades, it's even easier. In fact, I had one single death in the whole game, and that occurred to me because I was being shot at when I accidentally initiated a hacking minigame. In a hacking minigame, you literally cannot move your character or do anything until the time's up or you complete the minigame. I did not know how to get out, or even if you can, before I was shot to death because in the overworld you can still get injured. That was my only death. Clearing out hordes of enemies was trivial. Wardens were a cinch, and I thought the big robo guys would be a problem, but they were literally as simple as just stand there for a moment, let them target nothing when you run around, and then hit them in the back. The only difficulties would come in the rare instances where I was in the real world out of the simulation, but without the mech suit. Alright, the game takes place in a simulation. This I was mixed on. The story in general, I was mixed on. While Zinyak was definitely an infinitely more entertaining and enjoyable villain than Killbane ever was, to the point where one of my highlights was the text adventure in Miller's level where Zinyak and the player just argue until he gives up and leaves because the player is unwilling to let him lay out the story he was trying to tell. That was hilarious, and the game's humor is still top notch. I just didn't feel invested in the story. It might sound silly to some, but I actually really liked the story of the third game. The setup, the way in which you gather your crew and come up with plans, the way in which new elements and parties would get involved and fuck around with things, it was genuinely engaging. It was not complex or deep, but it was engaging. While in the fourth game, the setup is absurd and it starts fantastic, but then most of the story after that is just you going one by one to each character's internal world to get them out, and then after that you do like 3 things and beat Zinyak and it's over. Huh. In general, the game was a lot smaller in feel to the previous one. It just felt like it went by quickly, and I did spend several hours less getting that 100% than I did in the third, and that's despite the map being basically the exact same. I also didn't find as many of the distractions as fun, nor did I like how most of the new ones were all focused on the superpowers. Only a few like the death matches I really enjoyed, most were just kind of annoying. In general, the game just wasn't as fun. Yes, the powers were great, and some of the crazy weapons, especially the special ones, were super fun, but there wasn't as much variety in terms of what you could fight, there wasn't as much visual variety in enemies and what you have to deal with, and most of the creative new missions were mostly just references to other games. Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid level was fine enough, the Streets of Rage side-scrolling beat-em-up was pretty amusing, everything with Paul was amazing, the cyberspace mission with Matt was again pretty fantastic, but I think with the overall heightened absurdity, the game kind of loses those real highlight moments. Not only does it just not have them generally, but there were real highlights to Saints Row the Third that feel so much more absurd and hilarious because the rest of the world is so relatively grounded. Because the world is just Earth. Sure, the characters and story are absurd, but the real world outside is pretty normal, which makes the events hilarious. But in this game, everything's in cyberspace. You're detached from reality, so to me, things just didn't hit quite as hard. The ending though, getting into the mech suit and having all your powers in the real world, Stan Bush's The Touch playing and getting to Rampage in that moment of triumph, that was fantastic. Way too short though. I would have loved if the song was actually playing in the final boss fight with Zinyak. It would have felt a lot more fun than the generic track we actually got. Can't talk too many points though, the ending was enjoyable, but it could have been better. Oh right, I also forgot that several characters either just kinda die or aren't in the game, and I really didn't like that either. But hey, the DLC was fun, Enter the Dominatrix was just really fucking funny, and how the Saints Save Christmas actually did reach a level of absurdity that felt ridiculous even in this context. It was really fun. In general, the game is really fun, it's just held back by a few things. And I understand that those things are intrinsic to the game being what it is. I just think I would have preferred if like, the time travel thing introduced in the final cutscene was maybe what they used. Like, instead of a simulation with powers, you got the powers through some alien bullshit and just time traveled to past Earth before it was destroyed and just mess around. Well, Zinyak was also messing around with things to fuck you back over. I'd feel like it's more believable that Zinyak couldn't stop you at any point instantly, but also that he could still get in the way. And I think it would have made the game more open to more entertaining scenes and a more fun story, while also retaining some amount of being grounded so that the absurdity stood out more. Hell, maybe instead of going into the character's personal hell, you went back in time to important moments in every character's life when you went to get them. That would also help make the getting Johnny Gat back a lot more believable and like less like it takes away from the third game. If you just went back to the time he died and just fight back and find out that Zinyak killed him. Like, just find out Zinyak's the one who killed him, not the guy you thought it was, and you go and you fight past Zinyak until he runs away. I don't know, the game is great, I really do enjoy it, it's super fun, it especially easily was worth my time, especially with how little of my time it took up. Not compared to its predecessor, it's fantastic, and even compared to it, it's still really good. I love these two games, and I do want to check out the first two if I can find them to see what the series was like before it went off the rails. Not the 2022 reboot though, that game is boring. I didn't even include it on last year's list because it was too dull. It didn't keep my attention long enough for me to care. I'm almost certain that my Pokemon film ranking is out before this video, so I'm going to speed round these again, but I can't slap them all together as I did watch and play stuff in between. Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction is a mediocre and uninteresting movie, not worth watching. Pokemon Forever is absolute garbage with a terrible plot, bad and absurd ending, and Suicune offers nothing whatsoever. Heroes is a movie that exists. It's kind of fun and relaxing, but otherwise not a particularly memorable movie to me, and generally I find it kind of slow and I feel like not a lot happens. Latios's death was alright, and Latias is kind of cute. Jirachi Wishmaker is a shockingly fun movie with a great villain who has a good arc. A rare case of a tiny mythical goober Pokemon of the movie actually being one that I like, and a sick ending.
We come in peace, shoot to kill, man.
Break from Pokemon, this day I finished the Battle in New York event for this year. For 2024 in Global, that was the Tesla vs Space Odysseus one. I guess I forgot how little story the last two ones had, because I was very upset at how much nothing was going on. And part of that's because it's a Servantverse event. Like, every time the Servantverse gets involved, it's completely insane. Except this time. Now, what we did get for story was fun. Gilgamesh being a cool guy as usual for Fate Granddaughter was very enjoyable. Tezza reminding us why he's the GOAT by clearing some Servantverse Gooners was sick. Odysseus is cool whenever we get to see him because he doesn't usually do much. And Zufu, my girl, is here! My big thing from this event was how much I got out of it in terms of QP, embers, and materials. A shitload. Like, 200 million QP. But otherwise, not the most memorable event. But hey, it's a battle in New York, I suppose. Destiny Deoxys is a fun movie with a kind of crappy ending that has a sick kaiju film aura.
Sasquatch, Godzilla, King Kong.
And speaking of kaiju films, Godzilla x Kong the New Empire. Whew. Now, I hope I can talk about what I like about this movie without being called a loser who should just watch -1 because Godzilla can't be silly and Hollywood sucks at it, but also be allowed to criticize this movie without being called a Toho sucker offer who only wants -1 again and can't accept fun goofy Godzilla. Overall, I like this movie. It's fun, but it's not perfect, far from it. The movie is a fantastic Kong film. I really like seeing his journey, his seeking for family, his growing relationship with Tsuko, and how it connects to the Iwi village storyline and Gia's need to find a new home. It mirrors Kong, well, not a new home, but a home at all. That was all great, and Kong's got so much personality and character. Scar King also makes for a very good villain for Kong, and he has tons of personality and charm. On the flip side, Godzilla is a complete afterthought in this movie. He only exists so that he can bring in money when people come to see it because his name is in the title. But otherwise, if you take him and Shimo out of the movie, nothing changes. Scar King could just kick Kong's arm into lava to get him injured and get the new fist, and then you're done. You don't need Shimo for anything else because Godzilla serves zero purpose otherwise. Sure, he has... I can't even say he has many cool scenes. Him killing Skylar is whatever and kind of feels lifeless honestly, and just made me feel bad for her. She was pretty popular and never got to do anything. Him killing Titanus Tiamat was so disappointing. It felt like Legendary had been hyping her up for ages, only for her to fold just as fast as Manda would. Fittingly, given she looks kinda like him. And hey, the other minor looking kaiju also lasted about as long as he tends to. Godzilla gets one cool suplex moment on Kong, because we get another fight between them of course, and then after that he just does some fight stuff. Like, I was really hoping they developed the relationship between the two, but it seems Legendary have no idea how to make Godzilla an actual character. Almost any other Godzilla I can point to great character moments. Showa Godzilla choosing to stay and freeze alongside Manila so his son is not left alone. Godzilla mourning over the death of Godzilla Jr. in the Heisei era. Godzilla 2000 saving mankind but choosing to return to his unfathomable grudge and attack them out of scorn. Final Wars Godzilla's sheer aggression and hatred, his inability to let things lie as they may and desire to get revenge on the Gotenko and finish their battle because he doesn't understand that time was continued without him. But Legendary Godzilla he just feels so much less like a character and more like a prop that pushes the stupid public image that all Godzilla exists as is a fight monster guy with no personality of his own, and not his own character in most incarnations. It pushes the attack of the 50-foot whatever image, and I don't like that. Like, I was expecting when Kong seemed to lose his axe, that he'd just go around using a bone to fight for a while, and that later Godzilla would kind of be amused at this, but then choose to let Kong tear out one of his own new super spines to make a new, even stronger axe, because that would have been fucking sick. But no. Yeah, the action is cool, I can't deny that, the fighting is super fun, and the impact of the kaiju hitting each other is great. But again, that's really all Kong. I mean, Godzilla doesn't have a role in the final battle except for stopping Shimo from killing King Kong, and Shimo doesn't have any role in the movie other than to give Godzilla something to beat up. Like, they exist to facilitate each other, and Kong is the one who kills Scar King, with everyone working together except for Godzilla. Tsukai breaks the crystal, Shimo freezes him, Kong kills him, and Godzilla watches. Mothra was cool to see come back, but aside from Godzilla's kindness to her, they do not do enough to establish the relationship they have now that they have enough time together. And I don't mean that romantically, because people are really fucking weird about that, I just mean them being allies. Kong ends this movie with a family and a place in the world. King of his people, friends with Shimo, father to Tsukai, he finally becomes King Kong. Godzilla doesn't get to spend more time with Mothra, he just goes to sleep when Mothra goes back to the Ibi village. Okay, Godzilla, what was your purpose here? It feels so much like they just want to make Kong movies, but they have to shove Godzilla in against their will, because he makes money when his name is there. That's just how I feel and I can't help it. Still, the movie does deliver in the fun. It has cool action and the kaiju stuff is neat. It's not as cool as Godzilla vs. Kong and doesn't have nearly the amount of weight both narratively and in how impactful the fighting feels, but it's better than King of the Monsters' impossible to see horribly lit action, even if it doesn't have any shots that go as hard as it, or even any shots that go as hard as that one Skull Island shot. It's a solid enough film, but far from one of my favorites, and I barely even consider it a Godzilla film given how little he's in it. But I'd rather watch it infinitely more than this. Ranger and the Temple of the Sea is a boring, meandering film with an ending so ridiculous it almost saves it when Kyoga spawns out of nowhere. What? I don't know why I watched the second film in the trilogy first, but looking back, it's entirely disconnected with the others. It's a pretty annoying movie with Shaman being an unlikable character, and Giratina doesn't really get to do nearly enough. Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, on the other hand, is one of the best Pokemon films of all time. With a great character in Lucario, a very strong emotional ending, one of the few times legendaries just spawning in works, as the Regis make a pretty decent threat, and a ton of fun moments. Only brought down by a lack of urgency throughout the first half, and that they didn't nearly hide Sir Aaron being a good guy all along as much as they had thought they did. That could have been handled better. Still, I thought the movie would do some dumb shit, but anytime it did, it immediately redeemed itself. Rise of Darkrai is a cool movie, I don't have much else to say, it's a huge improvement from Giratina, which is funny because it came beforehand, it was pretty fun. Arceus and the Jewel of Life was surprisingly good, with a very fun story and interesting progression that just let it down by not dedicating enough time to the relationship that makes up its emotional core. Good movie, but definitely could have been excellent with some more work.
We'll pay for this.
No, I can't pay for this.
Valkyrie Elysium is a fun game, but a heavily flawed one. I'll talk about the positives first. The actual gameplay is insanely fun. Combos feel smooth and easy to pull off, summoning Einherja at the right time and utilizing their unique summoning abilities and elements can be fun, and actually take some thought at times, and managing your divine arts and elemental attacks can also be very fun. Boss fights, while annoying sometimes, tended to be pretty decent too, especially the true ending final boss in Ragnarok mode Odin with his constantly changing elemental weaknesses. Racking up insane combo strings is super satisfying, because while it's really easy, seeing the number go as high as it does never loses any appeal. Here's me hitting the max ceiling of almost 1000. I kept going for another few minutes before I killed everything and the combo had to end, so my combo count likely hit about 1500. It's super satisfying as I said. Unfortunately, what really lets this game down is everything else. Now I have a few problems with the gameplay even, but comparatively stuff like only being able to use 2 weapons at once and not being able to swap between 4 and being forced to have elixirs and stuff in the other D-pad slots, it's pretty small next to the real problems with the game. First off, the graphics have almost a similar issue to Star Ocean the Divine Force. In gameplay, they're fine but look a bit basic. It's not stylized enough to make the lower quality work, and it ends up looking like a really well-polished PS3 game or a poorly polished PS4 game. But then the effects are so graphically intense that they can lag the game something chronic. Environments are also extremely flat and generally uninteresting, with minimal usage of the rather interesting concept of a game that takes place in the middle of Ragnarok and entirely on Midgard, with not even a Fimbulwinter in sight to give it any flair or interesting elements like what God of War pulled off last year. It leaves the game feeling kind of bland, and the amount of replaying you have to do doesn't help. You see, the game has two collectibles, Holo Blossoms, which are occasionally funny but usually just kinda whatever, and Verdant Blossoms, which are required to get the true ending. But if you miss one, which is really easy given the map does not zoom in enough usually to get a good view of it unless you're sitting very close to the screen, which I don't tend to, you have to replay the entire mission. These can be up to 45 minutes or even an hour of redoing what you've already done. And no, you can't just collect what you missed and then leave at any of the save points that give you the Return to Valhalla option, because doing so makes you lose all collectibles and side quests you've picked up, making this game a complete grind to redo until you get all the collectibles, and every side quest you have to do also as you go back and play in portions of those same stages again. And you have to fight several of those bosses again in those quests as well. Thus, the game feels very repetitive, and fun gameplay can only save it so much. Not to mention the story isn't going to be gripping enough to keep you going. The story amounts to Odin makes you save the day and you come across a mean Valkyrie, so you go get sent to pick up 4 relics, but after failing to get some you learn that evil Valkyrie is under the command of Odin's rival deity Fenrir, so he sends you to kill her and you get one of the 4 endings, either running away, killing one of the gods, or killing both of them. That's the whole story. And while your Einherjar can have some fun interactions throughout levels, annoyingly ones that get interrupted if you come across an enemy, and then when you finish with that enemy encounter, restart from the beginning, forcing you to just stop in your tracks to listen if you don't want to hear the first few sentences over and over again throughout the entire level. Valkyrie herself both doesn't get a name until the last mission, but is also a very flat character, without enough work done in my opinion to believably develop her growing emotions and character. It feels like they did not do nearly enough to properly get her character where they needed it, and while the reveal of her true origins as the woman Armand, some random guy you meet occasionally during the story, was looking for is well done and actually kind of an emotional scene with how it's presented, it doesn't hit nearly as hard as it could have. You know, with Armand being a nothing character and Valkyrie also being a nothing character. And it's short too. Even having to replay most of the missions and getting a complete 100%, I spent less than 30 hours on this game, which compared to the over 100 hours I spent in Star Ocean and the over 60 hours spent with each individual other RPG I played last year, some of which also got up to over 100 hours, is really kind of embarrassing for what's marketing itself as a full-length JRPG. Even the game's bonus Virgil mode / Meta Nightmare mode doesn't save it. As while playing as the rival Dark Valkyrie Hilda is really cool, and even the whole setup of... Okay, so the way that this mode is set up is you run through all the game stages but backwards, ending in the tutorial stage, which you cannot go back to in the main game, and then after the tutorial stage, fighting within the hub world of the original story mode, which in that story you're not allowed to fight in the hub world, but you can in this mode, and it's really cool. And I like the extra insane challenge of the bosses too, but there is no story whatsoever, and your reward for beating the fucking insane final boss is a very lackluster cutscene with no satisfaction. And honestly, she doesn't play very differently to Valkyrie anyway. You know how I compared it to Virgil and Meta Knight, but they play very differently to Dante and Kirby, so it's less of a Meta Nightmare and more of a Sonic Forces episode Shadow deal, but not a shit. The game, while fun and offering some great gameplay, is just not fun to finish. It's not worth completing the game 100%, the true ending is not worth it, and the story is just not good. The game gets very repetitive, but it is short, so if you just want a fun experience for a few hours, I'd say it's fine to just pick up and play and get whatever ending without really bothering to pay attention. But otherwise, it's just not up to par with what I expect from a genre that's all about telling great stories. This does mean if you're one of those people with a chronic need to 100% every game you pick up, this is a horrible game to get. Because it's not one that's so big that you might give up the way Skyrim is, but it's also one that's just not fun to complete. It's small enough that you will want to complete it, but you won't enjoy the process. And if a game is going to have a lackluster story, it better be a game that's open about it. Like, you know, a Mario game. Those just straight up go, yeah, here's the setup, now go get jumping, a fat man. Which is fine. But this game doesn't front load itself like that, and that's the problem.
This feels...
Anti-claim. This shouldn't count, but I wanted to talk about it. Rooster put out an animatic of the intended ending of episode 12 of volume 9. Now that might alarm some. Episode 12, there were going to be 2 more episodes. That shouldn't be too surprising, but it kind of was interesting for them to admit that 2 were cut. I respect the transparency in a world of growing corporate language that tries to hide details like that. As it is, the animatic was pretty good. Continuing Volume 9's running theme of being generally well written, I actually found it quite powerful considering how unfinished it was. But I also wonder how much of that was the knowledge that this might be the last piece of official RWBY media that ever gets released, at least as of editing this, which... Full transparency, I've had to re-record the entire April section because my original recording was kind of screwy. That was recorded before the closing of Rooster Teeth, so now I'm re-recording this at a point where Rooster Teeth has closed now. So beforehand, the knowledge that it might be the last piece of official RWBY media actually got worse. But there was also news that RWBY did get bought by a new company or something like that recently, as of re-recording this, so whatever. This episode basically amounts to a narration of how things are back on Remnant, with each main member of the cast giving a narration. What I found extremely funny though was that they were able to get Christina V, voice actress of Robin Hill, but not Joe McDonald, the voice actor of Yatsuhashi Daichi. Given Joe is not a big time actress like V and he works in-house at Rooster Teeth, this tells me either they had V record this along with her lines for the prior volumes, or maybe Yatsuhashi was a late addition to the scene. Or maybe they just prioritized V as a big time actress and thought the in-house actors can do their lines later because, well, we can get them to do it at any time, so we've got to prioritize the ones that we can't get at any time. And by the time they went around to getting Joe McDonald to do his lines for Yatsuhashi, they already learned that they were going over budget and they couldn't have this scene in the season at all. It was a really cool bit though. Seeing all these characters get more screen time, even if the absence of Flint was more than a little alarming to me, was fun. And the ending of RWBY coming home it's pretty nice. It's nice seeing the reactions and all from the others too, and not much to say, but as much as I criticized this show and mocked it, I love this franchise, whether I like it or not, and I do want to see it continue, so hopefully it does. What am I supposed to say about Zoroark? If it wasn't for the death of Zoroark that immediately gets undone, and the pretty cool illusion reveal at the end, it'd be a movie that I only remember for wanting to kick Zoroark and for the fact that Raiko finally got to show up in one of these after its bros all showed up prior. It's a whatever movie.
You know, this is wonderful. This is a tremendous idea. Let's steal the biggest, most obvious ship in the universe and escape in that. Flying around the city, smashing into everything in sight so everyone can see us. It's brilliant, Thor! It's truly brilliant!
So, I watched Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom like a week before writing this segment, and I feel really dumb for doing that because this movie is so amazingly forgettable. Aquaman and the Lost Screenplay is a movie that really wants to be, of all things, Thor the Dark World. Because when I think of movies I want to be like, that's what immediately comes to mind. It is better than that movie, but again, there's a reason they don't let contestants in the Olympics set the height of their own hurdles. This movie is just so amazingly unremarkable. Jason Momoa basically has stopped playing a character at this point. He's turned Aquaman into himself, I don't know how else to put it, and while the Ocean Master team-up is cool in concept, I never really got the same level of brotherly love to set up the relationship the way Thor and Loki had. You know, Thor loved Loki all his life and never really wanted to fight him because he still cared all the way to the end. So while he has his problems with Loki, I can believe he'd mourn his supposed death and be able to work with him during Dark World. Here, it doesn't fit. I also didn't feel the villain. He looks like a low-rank Lich King ripoff and nothing like the comics, which wouldn't be bad if they changed his design to something good. Instead, they changed it from a shit design to a shit design. Then when he gets revived, he kinda just dies in one hit after doing one thing, and that one thing was catching a stick that got thrown at him. Black Manta really didn't feel like much of a threat. Outside of one cool, if overly CGI'd fight that honestly felt a little bit like the fight in Black Panther, that's nobody's favorite part of that movie, he doesn't do much of anything. That and he's just not intimidating. The suit looks good though, and when he does get to fire his absurdly wide face beam, that's cool, but that's about it. Mira also doesn't get to do much of anything, and the message about global warming gets so brutally drilled into your head. You know it's not a good thing that people are so exposed to this level of talking down at them that they roll their eyes in the face of the very serious problem of climate change. This is a very serious and very real concern that should be handled well, yet they handled it with less subtlety than I've handled the concept that I find this movie not very good. The one good scene in this movie is when the Brine King masks up like Optimus Prime, and we get the knowledge that he soloed like 1,000 guys off screen and all he lost was a hand. Medieval! I'd not played the PS1 original, but I heard good things and chose to grab the PS4 remake. And man, the game is fun. It has plenty of jank, I can't deny it, but there's something fun about playing a game with those kind of old mechanics and feel. It felt classic, like a piece of my childhood re-injected into my veins. I felt nostalgia for a game that I never played. Dan Fortescue is such a likable character to me. He's a solid guy, he really is. He has the soul of a hero, but fate did not go his way. So when he gets the second chance, despite being kind of an abrasive dick when talking to others, he genuinely gives it a go. And he gets the satisfaction of that win in the end. I love that bit at the end where he goes back to lie down in his coffin. He looks up at the stained glass window depicting his heroic deeds, now with the knowledge that he's finally lived up to his legacy, returning to the Hall of Heroes and welcomed with open arms because I 100% of the game with all the funny cups. This game has very simplistic mechanics, but they're fun. You have basically a dedicated make things die button like in a Lego game, and most of the strategy comes from choosing your weapons and making sure to block and avoid attacks. not really in your own attacks, which, when you think about it, kind of fits Dan. I mean, it feels kind of right that if you play running in blindly swinging, you'll die like Dan did when he did the same thing at the start of the game. But the game is just fun. Level designs are enjoyable outside of that fucking pirate ship and a few annoying enemy placements and knockback, and frankly, all of the platforming actually is not great, because I don't feel like I have the best control of that. But otherwise, the game is generally enjoyable, because those platforming segments, they're kind of few and far between. Exploring levels, fighting enemies, dealing with their mechanics and each level's unique elements, the game doesn't get boring. It gets frustrating at times, sure, but I never felt like I was bored with the game. Bosses were pretty enjoyable, and more than anything, it has a charm. The world is so unique and enjoyable. I love the humour. It's very British, which is already Australian adjacent by nature, and while not all the jokes land, enough do to make it consistently enjoyable and engaging. The world is uniquely like a British take on a Tim Burton-esque world, and that gives it a ton of charm. There's always something to see, some character you can talk to, some weirdo you can find, and it keeps you wanting to play the game to find out what random bullshit is going to happen next. If the game cleared away some of those platforming elements, fixed some of the jank, and just polished its edges, it'd be a fantastic game, but it's still great even with those blemishes. And huge credit where it's due. If you complete the new bonus side quest added, you get access to the entire original PS1 game, which I did spend some time playing. Now, I didn't play through it all because I had just finished basically the same game but better, but man was it cool to find that. All video game remakes I think can strive to do this, given how easy it should be these days, with at least PS1 games. Great game, I recommend it. Please re-release Medieval 2, or make an actual sequel to Medieval 2. There is 2 games in this franchise. This game has as many games as The Last of Us. The Victini movies were definitely films. I didn't really care for either of them that much, aside from really disliking the ending with Victini and how much it shot itself in the foot by destroying its own emotional resolution more than any other Pokemon film. So watching 2 versions of the same movie with barely any difference was not fun. I did enjoy seeing all the comments about how unexpected the Biff Weed bit was in my ranking though. Thank you for that, Biff. It was his idea. I was the one who extended it out to what if instead of just doing a little bit, you did the entire thing. Sorry, that was a twofer. That was what happens when we stick our brain cell together. Kyurem vs. the Swords of Justice, on the other hand, was a pretty pleasant surprise, all things considered. I care not for either title Pokemon in this film, but it turns out that I enjoyed Kyurem more than I expected as a constant, persistent threat, and along with Mewtwo being like the only Pokemon to no-sell Pikachu's Thunderbolt in these movies, which even God couldn't do a few films ago, awesome. It's a pretty neat film, but it did need a few more minutes to really flesh things out, and I think Keldeo could have been a much better character if they did. One of the most middling movies is Volcanion and the Mechanical Marble. And also, it's one of the only ones where Ash uses all of his Pokemon in a battle instead of just Pikachu and whatever MacGuffin Pokemon is slapped on the title of the film to sell tickets. That alone makes it decent enough. But along with having a fun enough title Pokemon in Volcanion, a cute enough subtitle Pokemon in Magearna, and being just barely enough me to say is film closer to good than bad, I can't say I felt like I wasted my time. I Choose You is one of the weirder ones, but overall, I like this movie. It's really strange though how the replacement Brock and Misty do not get to show up in the future movies, and neither do actual Brock or Misty. But hey, the movie was okay enough, and easily and by far the weakest of the reboots though. What the hell was Marshadow even? The Power of Us was honestly a fantastic Pokemon film. I know this one is very divisive, and I actually understand entirely why. This movie is less about the cool Pokemon action that people actually want to see, and more about building a world revolving around the relationships between people and Pokemon. As a result, it's a much slower movie than a lot of the others, which I can understand why someone would just not be engaged with that. The movie, more than any other, aside from maybe the live-action Detective Pikachu, wants to create an image, a vision, of what it might be like to actually live in the world of Pokemon. Every character has either realistic struggles or unrealistic struggles that are believable in their delivery. By that, what I mean is, most people can probably relate to losing out on a dream you've had that you really wanted to do since you were young, and losing motivation to do anything because you've lost that chance. What people might not be able to relate to is losing a loved one in a fire while trying to be a hero saving the day with a super ancient machine. That's not a realistic situation to be in, I'd imagine, but the delivery of the arc and the emotions that are caused by this scenario are believable. That idea of losing someone and letting that loss dictate your life for a majority of its span, and then realizing near the end, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have let it eat away at me like that. And how that can connect to someone who is currently letting loss eat away at them and sees this is what you could be. This is what could happen to you. You could take too long to realize it. You know, that's a believable sort of emotional arc to have, and in its own way, relatable. This movie took a lot of time and effort to really interweave Pokemon into its story in ways that even the games frankly don't bother. It's not only a fresh movie after all I went through, but one of the films with the most heart in it, one of the best stories, character development, frankly a genuine contender for best Pokemon film in my opinion. I really do love it, and I don't have any shame in admitting that I love some of these Pokemon films, because when they shine, they really shine. This is not the best Pokemon movie in the sense of being the best emotionally, or the one with the best action, or the one with the best represents the brand, but I'd argue it's the best Pokemon film in terms of creating a world that you can imagine living in, because it's the only one that really tries to in the catalogue of anime films, and that's a good enough title in my books. Mewtwo Strikes Back, on the other hand, is a blasphemous film that I don't even want to acknowledge. I didn't bother watching it because it was so ugly looking in the trailers, but when I had to for the ranking, oh boy, it's horrid, it's ugly, it's disgusting, frankly I don't even want to talk about it. But hey, at least the dub wasn't a butchery this time. And yes, if you really get upset by the fact that I use the phrase blasphemy and don't realize that it's hyperbole, go outside. And that's coming from the person who watched every Pokemon anime film. Secrets of the Jungle is the most surprising Pokemon film aside from maybe Power of Us, because it's the one that I think probably hits me the most emotionally. The heart is unreal, and the emotional power of the film is far greater than I think almost any other Pokemon movie in terms of connection to the characters and wanting to see them succeed. It doesn't make me think or resonate with me as personally as Mewtwo Strikes Back or Spell of the Unknown, and I don't think its resolution quite hit me as hard as Lucario's passing, but it's one of the most powerful films in Pokemon. The final bit with all the Zarude and just generally the familial bonds and ties that make this movie's emotional core and original characters are so good. Unlike the other two films where I feel like you could work Brock and Misty in and have them play into the themes and meaning of the movies, this one I think definitely used the lack of those side characters to its advantage. And hell, it actually used Ash to its advantage by making his relationship with Coco one of those emotional cores. And while it's the weaker of the two main cores of the film, it's still good. Secrets of the Jungle is a great film to see off this franchise's movies, at least until we get one whenever the next game drops. Please, I genuinely want the series to continue, if it's going to make films with the quality of Secrets of the Jungle. If it's going to make films with the quality of Secrets of the Jungle. As a lover of Legends Arceus and a fan of Scarlet Violet, you have no idea how sad I am to not get Secrets of the Jungle caliber movies revolving around those storylines. Either with Ash's ancestor in the former, or seeing Ash interact with the incredibly charismatic cast of the latter.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Man, I love being a turtle.
Holy shit, it took this long for us to get a new full-length Fate Grand Order event? Well, they sure did come back guns blazing, because this event was pretty damn fun. First off, mechanics. The main mechanic in this event, its gimmick, its draw, is collecting the secondary currency to build parts of the settlements you get. Essentially, you get a map and you can make choices that result in slightly different cutscenes. Namely, in what the con look like, the con being these little things that are there throughout the storyline, but also how the map looks. Now, I immediately pegged the world map as a turtle too, so thankfully they didn't even try to fool me with that shit. And the gameplay, it wasn't the star here. They didn't do much crazy or interesting. The big thing was the story. The story was fun. The Trung sisters, oh sick ass, our first Southeast Asian characters in the game if I'm not mistaken. They were really fun, even if they absolutely did not fit the overall art style the game has, even less so than the likes of Dante, Cleopatra, or Estrella in my opinion. Both were consistently enjoyable though, and fun to see goof around, and the con creatures they protect are pretty likable. They don't get too overbearingly annoying, and you do come to like them even if the mystery of what they are frankly isn't too consistently noteworthy. Just running around with them and your cast is pretty great. You get to primarily bring 3 servants in this story. Fan favorite Ereshkigal, who is always a treat to see come back, Lamdorilis, who is the swimsuit form of Meltorilis, who is kind of just being herself, but the friendship she makes with the Ribbon Con is pretty adorable, and Wu Zetian, a servant I really hate for her design and role in Agatha, and annoyingly is made really fun and enjoyable in both this event and her interlude. Whoever made this character must be so upset that she's been changed from an annoying, lollybait, horrible character into genuinely likable in her interlude and stuff. Please don't sully purple-haired girls with lolicon design this direct again. I don't even think I can show her mostly naked Ascension if I want to stay monetized, so I'm not going to risk it. But damn is she not doing good for herself design-wise. Still, it's an overall enjoyable cast of characters, and the event does something that not all do, in getting a ton of servants involved. Usually with events, you'll get your main cast, the new guys, maybe a few NPCs, and that's it. Other servants will generally only show up in the prologue, epilogue, and some side stories, but here, other servants actually get involved. It's fun to see them interacting and how they problem solve things. It actually gives you insight on if Chaldea was dealing with more wild situations, as opposed to just get here, kill that, how they could resolve those problems with their various abilities. And we get a dedicated Guda Guda moment, so you know I jumped on that the moment I saw it was an option. I ended up, if you're wondering, building a spear-wielding mecha con settlement with a great wall and a pyramid lookout with a Guda Guda boat, video game arcade, and spaceship as a means of travel. It was great, and the ending, man. The reveal of the turtle was actually pretty shocking, not in that he was a villain all along, because at this point, everyone knows that the plot twist is going to be that one of the main hero characters in the event was the villain the whole time, but it's actually what he turned out to be that was a surprise. And Lambda's big moment, which even got a full-on animated cutscene, and her absorbing the con into her for a power-up, was pretty damn hype. Then we get Taisui, and I love this gremlin. I feel like I should be annoyed that such an important deity of my people was turned into this, but honestly, I think Taisui is adorable. I should have expected this, given the con randomly had voice acting throughout this event, but it still caught me off guard as someone who doesn't read ahead on spoilers much, that the con, including the ribbon con, fused into becoming this guy. He's super fun and likable. There is not a single brain cell bouncing around in that head. His first choice when he's done his duty is to just sleep on the spot, and just figure out whatever problems there are that arise when he wakes up. And the sacrifice of the Tung sisters, dying the same way they did in life, but this time being able to do so for a reason, for a meaning, and with a smile, that got me. Fate is a franchise built on tragedy and loss, and this was a hitter as usual. Just an overall great event with a fun and emotional story, great usage of Chaldea's cast of available servants, and a pretty sick reveal and a couple great hype moments. I didn't bother pulling for the Trung sisters as I was saving up for Charlemagne, but hey, I might pull for them later. That's horrible. Pulling for... That's a horrible way to put it. Why is that a phrase we use? I know it's because pull cards, but anyway.
Monster? Broly is not a monster. Broly is...
I'd never heard of the 2020 adventure film Love and Monsters, but one night my parents went to Netflix to find something to watch, and this is what we put on, and it was really good. It feels to me like it has the same general thing going on as Zom 100, which I'll be able to justify the claim of or not once I've actually watched that, hopefully later down in this video if I have time. But what I mean is, it takes the post-apocalyptic world concept, and instead of doing the normal modern super dour and depressing tone, oh the world is so screwed, it takes it in a more comedical and fun direction. Comedical? With a message about what it means to live and spend your time told through the lens of a post-apocalyptic story. That it's better to just do what you want to do before you miss out on the chance to do it, instead of waiting around and letting the opportunity pass you by. It's a great message, and I think it was actually very mature of an ending with how they handled the protagonist Joel meeting up with his girlfriend from 7 years ago and how it's resolved. And the map scene made me really happy. The characters are quite charming, the robot was great, Clyde and his daughter are really fun for their time, and I think Ruka plays these kinds of roles fantastically. The monsters were very well done. It was cool to see them treated as animals and not like, you know, mindless monsters, and the boulder snail in particular was such a cool design. It's definitely not the first time I've seen a snail where its shell is just a part of the ground. I mean, France has had a mythological creature called Le Cacol or something like that for a long time. It's always cool to see it, and the effects, they surprise you with their quality too. The monsters are handled with a very high degree of good job in this movie. Joel making an encyclopedia on them as well, that ends up coming around to the ending and being a big deal. It actually really emphasizes the importance he has. Because, sure, if he can go out killing monsters and not being afraid, that's cool. But it's who he was the entire time and not who he turned into that mattered. Joel always had a place. He didn't gain one because of what he learnt. What he really learnt was how much he always mattered. He didn't need to become a cool badass fighting guy to matter. All he needed to do was realize how important he was. Helping communications between survivors, taking notes and writing about the monsters he's encountered, helping people understand them and how to handle them. With those things, maybe humanity can find a place in the surface again, instead of having to hide in small colonies. It's a great message. You don't have to be able to do the same things as everyone else to have a place. You just need to realize that what you do now matters. It's such a cool ending for a genuinely really fun movie. A movie that I think a child could probably enjoy, but also has a deeper meaning and story that adults can like too, and those same children will grow up to appreciate this movie more as they grow older, I think. Or I'll rewatch the movie and find out it actually sucked the whole time and I've been gassing myself.
Oh, Team Flare? Yeah, of course I'll run that. What? Are you dumb? Have you been huffing glooms for the past 7 badges? Do you not see my trim?
For a long while, the Diofield Chronicle served as a really fun, refreshing, real-time strategy game that gave me a nice break from the endless slew of mostly action games. And the game was really fun at first. It started off weird though. When I opened the game box, a game that I bought for a long time and had not played, I found inside was an advertisement for 2 games. What games? Star Ocean the Divine Force and Valkyrie Elysium, how about that? I didn't even know that these games were all announced and put out by Square around the same time. That's neat. Anyway, Star Ocean clears the other 2 no diff. Anyway, Diofield Chronicle. At first, it's pretty good. Gameplay is pretty standard. I don't tend to be a big fan of RTS games with controllers, but this game pulled it off fairly well. Organizing my units, their abilities, and my loadout, it was fun enough, and I enjoyed the cast of characters at first. The protagonist, Andreas, is kind of an asshole, but I was curious where they'd go with him. The mystery setup and what seemed to be a storyline about him opening up to others, it was interesting. Izzy was a likable action girl who ticked all my boxes aside from the hair situation being not purple and too short. Fred was a decent enough cool guy tough man, just his voice acting wasn't great and never got better. Iskarion was a very likable archer guy who always had his head well wound, and Walter Quinn was a batshit insane woman and was really entertaining. I was enjoying myself, the missions were fun enough, new enemies were being introduced regularly, and the difficulty balancing felt really good. I did all the side quests, but I didn't grind, so I was met with fair challenges that had me opening my third eye to do some pretty wicked tricks and shit. And then the second half of the game rolled in, and it started to show more of its flaws. Let's just fucking go into it. The Blue Foxes as a unit are not nearly given enough stuff. We get to see a handful of character relationships, and by a handful I literally mean Iskarion with Tremina and Rickles, Estolt with Catherine, Izzy and her dad, and that's it. Everyone else only ever interacts with you, Andreas, and with only the main 4 of Andreas, Fred, Iskarion, and Walter Quinn given any cutscenes, it meant that the unit never felt like they properly bonded. Now I can forgive this for the optional units, like, the 2 Wyvern Riders and Donovan, but it's weird to see this for literally every single major character in the unit. Because of this, the fact that you never get to really see these characters interacting, the dramatic falling apart of the Blue Foxes instigated by Fred's attempt to take the throne of Alatane really lacks much emotional weight. You don't really feel for them losing Walter Quinn, or even feel for Iskarion's relatively decent build up to departure. Imagine the Eclipse from Berserk, but beforehand you take away all the scenes of character interaction, so all you see is Guts' time fighting with them, but never his relationship with those characters. You never get to learn about those characters beyond how they fight. The emotional weight is not hitting. The story overall, while solid, is mostly told through lengthy exposition by a narrator, which wouldn't be too big a deal if that narrator was, say, the character Lorraine, the manager of things for you who has been basically giving you battle reports the whole time. Like, have the narration be her battle reports that she supposedly gives the characters throughout the game. They didn't do that. I mean, it's certainly better than Final Fantasy 16 stopping you after every major quest to tell you stuff you already knew, but it just starts losing steam. In general, the game loses steam. Levels start becoming repetitive. Every single mission looks pretty similar to one another, as the amount of available locations and environments slowly rears its head as extremely limited for a more than 5-chapter game with over 50 total missions. Every single battle is going to be, you fight some guys, then 2 more sets of enemies will also spawn. Sometimes it will be 3 enemy sets, and sometimes, to be spicy, only 1 set of enemies will spawn after the initial group. You have normal enemies, you have boss enemies, and that's it. Once you meet your first Ouroboros in like chapter 4, you've now seen every single type of enemy, and there are still several chapters left. It becomes tiring, it stops being interesting to go through all the missions. The gameplay, while fun, and the customization, while good enough, will stop being interesting. It stops being engaging. As it goes, customization is already weird. Every character has their own set of passive abilities, but their skills are dependent on their weapons, meaning every single character of each class has access to the same core abilities and the same weapons. All the weapons have the same sets of skills. The only truly unique characters in the entire game are Donovan with his axe that nobody else has, and Andreas with his dinky little knife. Izzy and Catherine both have the whole sword and shield access, Fred and Casanova are horseback, Zoroark and Chapelman are both wyvern riders, Rickles and Iskarion have bows, Tremina and Umarita, my love, have guns, Istolt and Walterquin have stars, and Shivat and Hezaliah have wands. Now this isn't too problematic, as each set of weapons has 2 different paths of movesets more or less, so you will be able to access the full repertoire only with both characters of a single type in your arsenal. You do only get 4 units at a time though, meaning with each getting 1 support character who offers their skills, which means you do have a lot of variety despite it being seeming simplified, and you can make any character potentially a healer as well, though you need to consider their passive skills, where they'll be relative to other characters, and their total AP limit, AP being the amount of points they have to cast special abilities throughout the level, as well as if they have any cooldown reduction powers, which does give you a lot of variety that's really fun. But at the same time, you'll quickly realize that the most broken strategy is just have one spellcaster spamming ignition and healing while your 2 wyvern riders obliterate anything in sight, and sometimes you use Andreas to finish off literally anything with his simply absurd array of buffs against status affected enemies. Andreas can just slaughter several units in a single hit so long as you hit them with just 1 status effect. This would be fine if the game had enough variety or even missions that, say, force you to use a certain lineup, which I can see being annoying, but the DLC introduces a few missions with your units pre-placed in weird areas of the map instead of all together, which forces you to have to engage with the game's mechanics. What a novel concept. But the game doesn't force you into using anything, it doesn't have required units, and I get that could be annoying if it did, but it would also add some variety if it was done every now and again, and the units given to you were good. They were useful. And with the limited amount of enemy variety and boss variety, the variety you get in control of your characters only goes so far when there aren't enough enemies to warrant you needing to use your large amount of variety. A properly balanced game would have enemies that can prevent you from using that one overpowered setup, and thus you're actually forced to engage with what you have available to you to think of new strategies. Still, the game was fun enough, and I wanted to see where the story went, and that's what really killed the game to me. The story's final mission, spoiler alert to both of you interested in playing this game who also haven't heard of it before, has you kill some random asshole that's mentioned a few times in passing, but otherwise has been completely unimportant before now. After you kill him, you learn the truth about Andreas. The whole time you thought he was aligned with Alatane, which is the army that you're with, but rather he's been aligned with the Empire that you've been fighting against the entire time. Andreas wanted to defect against the Empire, because he was assigned to aid a prince at a young age and he wanted to follow that prince instead of going with the Empire. But when that prince died, he struggled to find a way to stay true to his convictions. At a young age, his parents were slaughtered by the final boss, and he was turned into an Empire assassin. He wants only 2 things: to kill the man that took his family from him, and to give power to those who are responsible enough to use it. He chose to trust his best friend Fred, by helping him forge the Mark of the Blessed that was used to ascend him to the throne. But as Fred became corrupted by power that he never earned and lost his way, Andreas regretfully chose to assassinate his best friend for the sake of everyone, returning to the Empire that molded him as a child and being forced back into serving them as the monster they always wanted him to be. Now, I described that in a way that probably sounds significantly better than how it's handled. All of what I gave you gets dumped on you at once in a 4-minute exposition pile. He kills Fred, which I can't even tell he regrets having to do honestly, he has no expression, and it ends. The game ends, credits. We do not get to see anybody's reaction to it. Remember that character I mentioned a moment ago, Lorraine? Well, her arc over the entire game has been finding herself as a person, and in the second last cutscene, she finally objects to something that was said, coming out as her own individual, no longer ordered around by everyone. She never finishes her arc. She does not get to show up again after that. Isolaire, or Izzy, who was an important character that Andreas genuinely cared about, and was Fred's only other friend other than Andreas, does not show up again after the second last mission. She shows up, tells everyone there's news, and then vanishes for the rest of the game. Iskarion, who left around the end, is never brought up again. There are 2 side quests that amount to his girlfriend going, "Yeah, I'm okay now, but you're still a dickhead." And that's it. Iskarion only gets mentioned in the archive, as maybe he's dead. What a lame way to end his story. And Walter Quinn, who you actually have to kill, and tells you blatantly she'll be back, death will not stop her, she never shows up again. In fact, a skeleton dragon shows up later in the game, that being a power that only Walter Quinn has, and the characters acknowledge that that means Walter Quinn is probably around and alive again. Never gets brought up. They didn't bring it up again. It's just, that's it. You straight up do not get to see the ending of anybody's character arcs, because Andreas never had one. He was built up on his mystery, not an arc, which is fine if the mystery was good, and Fred just didn't get to have one at all. And it really goes against Andreas if you play the game to completion, because you see, Andreas in side quests seems to slowly open up to and almost bond with the characters. I mean, not really, but to some extent, he shows that he cares about them, which goes against his final reveal. In fact, it comes off as if the game was meant to have two endings. One where you do all the side quests, and one where you don't, but they forgot to do the good ending where you do them all, and instead, no matter what you do, you'll get the bad ending. There's a perfect moment for the game to diverge between endings too. Before the last mission, Fred asks Andreas if he has changed, and Andreas says, "Nah mate, you're the same," which is a lie. This works for Andreas in the, like, if you don't interact with anyone, because, you know, if this is an Andreas who never bonded with anyone, has accepted his fate and that Fred is a lost cause, fine. But if you've actually gone out of your way to reassure everyone about things, to talk to everyone, it doesn't make sense for Andreas to be like this. It feels at odds with how you played the character. It would be an easy way to handle this character if he just stopped here, and when Fred asks, has he changed? If you've done enough side quests, you get the option to say, yes Fred, you have changed, you've gone down the wrong path, and take him to a better story. But no. Several things also go nowhere in the story. A special crystal doesn't matter, the Granville Church and its attempt to intervene in the power struggle, the mystery of how many of the rumors about the church's experiments are true, never resolved, you don't destroy them. There's a character called Hezekiah. She is the princess and last descendant of the king. She is stated to know that Fred was faking his way to the throne. She knows that he's not her brother as he claims. Don't do anything with it. She's never like, oh, I know he's not my brother, but I'd rather accept that he is so I'm not alone anymore. And after Iskarion leaves, his apprentice, Rickles, does not do anything or say anything. If you talk to her, all you would get is a single response to dialogue where she goes, damn is sure that Iskarion leaved, and that's all you get. She was his apprentice, why does she say anything? It doesn't help too that the final boss is a really big Wyvern Rider. Now, you might be thinking, oh, he's riding a dragon, that's fitting for final boss. Wyvern Riders are one of the most common enemies in the game. In fact, this level's cutscene introduces airships out of nowhere. Why didn't you make them a super hard final mission enemy? Because as it is, the final mission is one of the easiest ones in the game, and supposedly, the guy you fight is a super smart tactical genius, except he walks right into your trap. Now this would have worked to foreshadow the reveal that Andreas was on his side, you know, the idea that you learn afterwards, oh, Andreas was working for him. So the reason he walked into the trap is because he thought Andreas was helping him, and he was trying to like dupe them into thinking he was in a trap when he wasn't. But no. It's established that he does not know who Andreas is, so he's just a fucking moron. Diofield Chronicle reeks of over-ambition, going over budget, and being headed by a first-time director, of which I can only confirm the last one. Now I'd love to see this game's director get another shot, because there's a lot of potential here, but stuff needs to be ironed out better. The game's theme of war never changing, and how those who think they are righteous in action may only be as corrupt as everyone else when all is said and done, does not hit as hard with how the game is handled. Characters aren't properly developed, those who are developed don't get a proper resolution, and the story just ends unceremoniously. The consequences of the narrative are never elaborated on. Many important details are only told in the library and not the game itself. And it needed more variety and interesting levels in the game to keep it going strong. The Diofield Chronicle is a game I'd say is probably only worth playing if you can get it for cheap like I did, because its mechanics are solid and will probably be enjoyable for RTS fans, but with a story that loses steam halfway and feels like it had no meaning whatsoever, which, to elaborate on that point, the story is about you trying to stop the Empire from conquering Diofield, but if you did not do anything, the Empire would steam in and conquer Diofield, and if you play the game, they steam in and conquer Diofield anyway, just with slightly less of their big names alive. Which, because you don't know the importance of those big name characters that well, means basically nothing. It's just a bunch of buzzwords and not around anymore. That's it. I can't recommend playing this for more than a few rounds every now and again when you're in the mood. I also platinumed the game by accident, which I wasn't going for, it just sort of happened.
It's alive!
Our Living World is a nature documentary with Cate Blanchett about how we can save our world, not solely by stopping our actions and holding what we do, but also by helping nature heal itself with its own abilities. It's a cool concept and a cool documentary. I found it quite fascinating. Cate was a decent narrator, not sounding as bored as Finn's Star Wars in that one documentary, but also not capturing me in the way David Attenborough tends to. Still good enough though, she did a good job. It's a good watch, but a bit short. I don't have much else to say.
I feel this is the start of something absolutely glorious.
Shut your face, you fucking banana.
So I had played several games beforehand of this point, but I felt it was necessary to go through several games before I made a proper critique of the game Relic, an adaptation of the mechanics of Talisman, which I've mentioned a few times in this video already, but for the world of Warhammer 40,000 instead of an offshoot of the original Warhammer Fantasy. Relic is really fun. It has enough changes to the base mechanics of Talisman to keep it unique, some improvements in my opinion, and also some not. Primarily, the big advantage is the more coherent system of keeping track of your stats. You have a proper sheet that you physically hold that has dials and spins to match stats. Characters usually have a lot of different abilities too, and the level up system and the various types of cards give you plenty you can collect and utilize to improve your experience as you play and grow stronger. This is a huge up from Talisman in the short term, making it easy to keep track and a lot more coherent as stated. However, it also means that for games that go for a really long span, your characters actually don't get that much stronger at a point. See, Talisman you can go pretty much as far as the limit of all the tokens, which means when playing the insane Four Corners expansion setup, you can really keep getting stronger. But because Relic has asset limits that, while admittedly are varied depending on the character, which makes sense, more sense in Talisman. In Relic, characters with more room to store weapons will naturally be able to carry more than others, but it also means you won't get much more at a certain point. Now, this does mean you don't get too overpowered depending on the ending, though you'll still get more overpowered. But it means doing anything custom like you can with Talisman requires a lot more stringent planning. But that's not a big slight towards Relic. Me not being able to make my own custom decks is not a problem with the game, it's a problem with me. It's not a huge deal. With 3 different decks you can draw of 3 different combat-focused stats, and generally more variety overall than Talisman, it means it can feel like Talisman and an expansion for Talisman at the same time, all for the price of one, and without feeling bloated or too much. The game board is stunningly gorgeous, and the ridiculous level of strength of some things can lead to hilarious take the L moments, as well as the amusement of walking through some random nowhere location and then getting attacked by the avatar of War God Kayla Menshikane on your morning stroll to the store. However, this does feel somewhat limiting by its scope. In the game, you only get to use members of the Imperium of Man. That means while you are competing with your fellow players, you can't actually interact with them in any meaningful ways. But also, it means you don't get to use any of the more exotic species within the base game. I can't talk for expansions, I cannot find them for any reasonable prices online. You cannot play as heretics, demons, Eldari, Necrons, Tau, Tyranids, Orcs, nothing. Now, I don't know how many of these races or armies or whatnot were around at the time of the game's release, but minimum, Orcs, Eldar, and something Chaos related could have been playable to add more variety to the game. Now, the game isn't lacking variety, but the limited scope means it can be a bit repetitive when you just play as some other member of the Imperium, especially for anybody seeking to do any sort of roleplay with their board game experience. To someone new to 40k, this is far from an even good representation of the lore, because yes, the franchise is overly Imperium focused, at least in my opinion, but it's not so focused on it at the expense of all other races. And to experienced veterans of the franchise, it's going to feel weird that certain important races are only represented through cannon fodder. I do understand why they did this though. In Talisman, because it's their own story, you can have any manner of things on the board. You can have a tavern, and it's believable that any character could go to that tavern and be welcome. In the world of 40k, having specific locations you can visit, it barely even makes sense with humans. It barely makes sense that a rogue trader would be welcomed into an ecclesiarchy area, but it makes more sense than if it was a town. So I understand why they did this, but I don't know. If you can get past that, then I think most of the other problems in my experience with the game are very minor compared to how fun it is. Relic is a great game, and as long as you are aware of how misrepresentative the Imperium focus is, it's a fun way to be introduced to the series overall. Highly recommend it, especially to anyone who has played Talisman.
Goodbye, world.
Okay, Jim, I'll see you around. Where you going?
Planet Earth 3. What an experience. There's no way to put into words how it feels to watch a David Attenborough documentary for the first time. The majesty of Earth, its creatures and its landscapes, it's something that cannot be captured in any better way. Planet Earth 3 is a masterpiece, and honestly, I can't even talk about it much because it's just going to be a lot of the same. What I can shout out, however, is that the episode that focuses on our negative impact on the world is only the second last. While these episodes are important, absolutely, it's a bit of a bummer how often they're the grand finale. Planet Earth 3, however, ends not on an episode about our negative impact, but the positive impact that people are having to help amend the problems we've caused. It's such a good episode, bringing a degree of hope about how we could undo the damage done, how anybody, be they the King of England or you watching this video, could do something. And even that little bit would be enough to help the world at large. Yeah, good show. Skullman. This is a one-shot manga spanning 100 pages. It is essentially the proto Kamen Rider, and it's really cool. This one-shot is definitely worth a read. It's short at only 100 pages and can be read in a night, and the art is pretty cool. The hero and the ambiguity, as if that is even a fitting word, and the simple but engaging mystery make for a one-shot that I didn't feel was a waste of the minimal time it took up. It's a very solid short manga and has an ending I genuinely didn't see coming. It's not perfect, but it's also not something I think requires much critical thought. I just need to find time to read the manga that spawned from it. You know, it's got a full manga out there. And I say, hey! Every year I watch the annual LEGO Masters Australia season, and I forgot to mention it for last year's video. As usual, this was a fun display of LEGO, the creativity, fun and imagination involved in the experience, and how cool it can be to make something from literally nothing but a pile of colourful random pieces. But I couldn't help but notice this season was very... I don't know. It didn't have the same amount of imagination in my opinion. The challenges never felt as cool as what we had in the past, nor did it feel like it was as long, though I haven't checked if it was any shorter than past seasons. Okay, so I just checked. It is 2 episodes shorter than the last 3 seasons, so yeah. Though that said, the first 2 seasons were even shorter than this recent one. Still, those were the first 2 seasons. They established 14 episodes after, now it's only been 12. Anyway, I hope they're not running out of steam, but it does feel like the last few seasons have shown a bit of slowing down. There have been less exotic challenges, fewer episodes with a minor challenge that leads to a bonus in later challenges, less unique rewards for winning episodes, it just doesn't have as much variety. It's still fun, and the final episode had one of the sickest sets of builds ever. The winning build is arguably my second favourite final build in the show, behind the big titan carrying a city. But I don't think there's much more to say.
Call me Kakarot.
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is a game I've had for a while and never played, but then I did, playing through the whole game and 100%ing it, aside from the DLC, because I rarely buy DLC in general. I prefer to just go with the base game instead of paying for even more that I didn't want to put in the main game. That's an oversimplification of DLC, I know, but I generally don't tend to bother with it. It's just bonus stuff, and from what I heard, it's not even worth it for this game. Kakarot is very fun, but also very simple. Now don't get me wrong, there is a lot to do. There's a lot of stuff you can engage with and do, but rarely does any of it amount to much. For an RPG, Kakarot does a good job of having balance. You never really need to grind, and you always feel just the right level for the game to remain challenging but not impossible. At least aside from the fights that you're meant to feel impossibly strong for, which is just the main Super Saiyan transformations of each arc. However, the orb and food systems and the emblem system, they never felt like they really mattered. Like, yes, I'm sure they did, but never felt like it did. It just felt like fluff most of the time, that admittedly didn't get in the way of anything, but also didn't add anything. Which is odd, because unlike a lot of games, the side quests in this game are all very charming and fun, because while the gameplay can be monotonous, it does capture the Toriyama charm that keeps them fun to do, and I believe he did work on this game and its writing. There's also a ton of cameos and references to other Dragon Ball media. You can really tell the love for the manga is in this game. If anything, it feels like it's only an adaptation of the Z anime's content out of obligation, because it contains tons of references and characters from the original Dragon Ball that more or less convinces me that the creators would have happily done the first half of the manga if they were given the chance. I love seeing that though, not just the characters but how they've grown over time. The game at many corners feels like it actively chooses to expand on content from the original manga, throwing in bits of lore, trivia, or theories that were never confirmed and making them fact. And aside from my dislike of making Yamcha an actual cheetah, which does not feel congruent with the original manga, and the stupidity of the Beastmen just being actual furries who took pills to become their fursuits, all of it ends up working aside from that. The Android Saga especially, I felt, at least in some ways, greatly expanded on things that were naturally not there in the original manga due to the process that went through writing it. Cell felt like more of a character, so did all the androids, bits of lore and character development not present flesh it out a lot, it's fantastic. However, on the side note of the story, you can really feel the extremely awkward pacing just because of how much it is not a story designed for this kind of game. Now, I've not played many of the old school Dragon Ball RPGs, so I can't comment on how they handled things, and other games like Fighters, Budokai, and Xenoverse are obviously not good representations of how to adapt the story to an RPG for any number of reasons, but in Kakarot's case, the pacing is fucked. It's paced like a manga, not like a game, which is because, yeah, it's a manga story. This, I guess, is a testament to how good the pacing of the original manga was to some extent, because it doesn't feel natural in this format. It leads to times where you'll just have moments of, okay, now go do some stuff in free roam because it's an interlude lol. Stuff just happens in huge clumps of rapid back-to-back story events, and then suddenly, large expanses of no story between yourself. It's like playing a game that's paced like a William Shatner line delivery. Story, nothing. Story's a story, nothing. It's a similar problem to Final Fantasy 15, where you have all this time to do any number of stuff before advancing the story at your own pace. Then the moment you go to visit your wife to do the story, it just goes back to back with no breathing room throughout the entire story afterwards until you find the time-traveling dog. But here, instead of it being a large clump of your own free time and then suddenly back-to-back story with no in-between, it's that but happening one after another repeatedly in cycles. But the gameplay is fun. To an extent, it plays like a simplified Xenoverse, which is fun, it's enjoyable, but somehow it's even more broken than Xenoverse with the sheer power of Big Bang Attack and Light Grenade. Also Burning Attack if Trunks was ever playable for anything important. I don't have much to say. I mean, the gameplay is fun, it's enjoyable stringing combos despite the simplistic nature of the system, and the special moves feel satisfying to use. However, it's also notable that bosses, while usually fun, love to just spam, like, explosions and stun attacks and all this shit that interrupts your moves, sometimes with no way to read or avoid it. Like, there are points where it'll be impossible to do anything to the enemy or string a combo on them until they decide they're out of super combo mode. Now, I get that's the point, but it's not fun just flying away from an enemy for several minutes waiting for them to give up, or trying to hit them and then getting immediately punished because they didn't take hits properly. It's not a huge deal, but it is annoying. I don't really have much to say on the gameplay, really. It's fun. Beyond that, I think they adapted each major arc well. The Saiyan Saga was exactly as it should be. The Namek Saga was really fun and didn't compromise much on the source material. The Android Saga took arguably the biggest hit, with a ton of cool stuff and notable scenes taken out of the story, even if there was some newer stuff put in to make it more expanded. And the Buu Saga felt honestly better in that it moved a lot more briskly. Vegito was actually cool, and I'm saying that as someone who is not a Vegito fan. He was awesome in this game, sick as fuck. He even does the Boros One Punch Man knee on Buu, which is insane. Then there's that final bit. I thought, Vegito is the last guy to actually fight Kid Buu. This is gonna be kind of awkward. But then they add an extra entire fight where Goku goes into a pseudo Ultra Instinct and fights Buu in super speed while the whole world is frozen around them. Absolutely hype as fuck moment, even if it doesn't make much sense. But all that gameplay, story, quality of adaptation, all that pales in comparison to the main thing about this game that makes me love it. For years now, not only in fan media, but also official media, I've not felt like I've seen the characters I love from the manga. Super gets a lot of flack for its writing, but even Xenoverse feels a lot more like Dragon Ball Z abridged in its writing than it does the original manga. And obviously, stuff made from fans often feels very much abridged influence too. Now, does Kakarot have some of that? Absolutely yes. There are moments where if you play this in the dub, it feels like playing Dragon Ball Z abridged the video game, just with less swearing. But there are many moments where the writing shines through and it feels like it's the characters from the manga translated onto the screen. A level of accuracy to the source material and its subtleties that I think makes it the closest adaptation to the manga since like the old Z anime and its variants. It's genuinely so good. I feel like I'm seeing Goku, not the internet's opinion on Goku, not abridged Goku, not Xeno Goku or GT Goku, not Super Goku, just Goku. Son Goku from the original Dragon Ball manga, animated, moving and talking. This game hits all the emotional moments of the original story perfectly, and I feel like I'm seeing that series of Japanese comic books I love retold to me in a fresh way without deviating much. This game is fantastic, not because it lacks flaws, but because I don't think they get in the way of me enjoying what I enjoy. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Your work, your story, it has touched the hearts of millions across the globe, inspired countless, and entertained even more than that.
I'm super! Thanks for asking!
Wait, Is this entry 69? Okay. So, Event Genesis Days Mississippi Mythicizers is a short but fun event. The story is simple, the characters don't develop much, and the event doesn't have any crazy gameplay to it. But it's fun. I enjoy the story for what it's worth, and seeing Super Bunyan just get hammered for her problems, and then learn to overcome them was good as usual for a Fate storyline. There's some really funny moments of gameplay, strangely enough. Like, there's a boss fight where the boss actually gets weaker after you get past the first health bar, and he acknowledges this like, wait, what the fuck? Or a boss that immediately ends after one turn, because someone barges in going, wait no, this is just a misunderstanding, stop fighting. Also, Mary Anning is here. I love her. Fun event, though not on the level of Water Crisis.
Tree? I am no tree. I am an ant.
The Talisman Woodlands expansion is one of the most interesting expansions of the game. I was super excited to give this one a try, because every character in this one has a unique mechanic with tokens. Either tokens they collect, or tokens they use to manipulate and alter the board. It was just as fun as I was expecting. The game went down to the wire too. The corner piece is what Highlands should have been. A one-way trip, but one with a ton of different overpowered rewards that remain relevant no matter the ending you choose. The metagame of Fate tokens and how we utilize the sides of light and dark, which has never been relevant to the game beforehand, and choosing different destiny paths when entering the woodlands for our rewards, made for a different experience every time we went down the corner. In Highlands, going down the corner once is like going down the corner the 7th time. In Woodlands, you'll have a different stipulation every single time. With the ability to interact with other characters in more ways than just attack them if you happen to land on them, the strategic element is also ramped up. What resources do you conserve? When do you utilize them? When do you choose to go down the Woodlands? Do you wait for others to use up the destiny cards you don't like, at the risk of losing some tempo? Or do you just take the plunge into a destiny route that you're not a fan of to get some benefit, and then go again when there's a new card? There's a lot of stuff in this expansion, and it's stupidly fun because of it. There are some super unique cards as well, and mechanics that I've never seen before. I couldn't recite them all for you, but I'll give you one mechanic. A card that I do forget the name of, but basically, what happened was I drew this card as my, encounter, and I was changed into a completely different character that was not being used for 3 turns. What? This is a roughly 4-player game. There are 5 playable characters in this expansion. If you draw this card, you're guaranteed to get that extra character that nobody wanted. What happened was, I was playing as the Tree Folk, but I changed into the Ley Walker character class for 3 turns, and I used that to my advantage. Because the Ley Walker is extremely weak. However, he has the ability to place a portal token whenever a character uses a spell. As a result, when I think it was James, who I was playing with along with Huand, got to the end of the Woodlands board, he used a spell to get out, so I placed a token at the end of the board. I was able to teleport directly into the final space of the Woodland board, got the benefits of what would have been a super hard path, and then changed back into a Tree Folk to get my reward. At the last moment. It was an insane bit of gameplay. It was so unique. I never had to play an unrelated character aside from whenever I got turned into a toad. But this was different. I got full access to abilities for 3 turns that I would not have otherwise, and it helped me win. This expansion is super fun, unique mechanics, fun characters to use, new ways to interact with things, much more expanded levels of strategic thinking made available to the player. If you have Talisman Revised 4th Edition, Woodlands is one of the most highly recommended expansions in my opinion. This and City, both phenomenal, and Dragon, so good. The second Heisei era show and the third Kamen Rider show overall that I'd seen, nobody ever talks about Agito. I don't know why. Kamen Rider Agito is phenomenal. A show with an incredibly strong cast of characters, great writing, and a central mystery that is super engaging. The story is one of the strongest aspects of the show. It continues on loosely from Kuga, without feeling so tied down to it, and offers a complex and exciting story where all the interpersonal drama, that is the key aspect of the show's writing style, manages to actually feel natural with how the characters are written and the situation they're in. Now, I've not watched Kamen Rider 5 or Kiva yet, but those are written by the same writer, and I hear that there are problems with how he goes about misunderstanding writing. In the sense of writing misunderstandings, not in his inability to understand how to write. But this show does not have any issue. The misunderstandings are all completely understandable from an outside perspective. I never felt checked out with the mystery. I was interested in seeing how the characters developed and how new things and revelations always came at the right time to ensure I was never bored. Sagami, Asakura, and Hikawa were all great characters I loved following. Kino made for a great antagonist and an even cooler supporting character, and Hojo's development from a hateable asshole to actually being kinda cool was subtle enough to not feel contrived, but also strong enough to be believable. Which might sound like the same thing, but to me they're not. Hojo was well done. The fights were as cool as always. Great practicality, and while there is some weirdness in like how the explosions can look sometimes, and how Agito can look riding his bike, and especially how the whole point of Gil's axe kick is that he stabs into your shoulder, but visibly he just kind of sits it down behind your shoulder, because I couldn't get the effect right. It's all both super charming and also something I can hand wave because of how good the practicality is in every other turn. So yeah, the story was super engaging and fun, it never lost my attention once it got going. Yeah, for almost 10 straight episodes, Agito did not capture me. Sure, I was curious about things and I wanted to like it, but to an extent even greater than Kuga, it felt like it was really slow and took a long time to get going. Which is a shame, because I'm sure there are plenty of people who dropped the show because it didn't capture them, which I totally understand, and I don't want to be one of those people who's like, you know, you're obligated to give a show a try if it didn't capture, you know, because who am I to say, no, totally drudge through the rest of the start so you can get to the good stuff. If you don't have any interest, that's fine. But also, totally drudge through the rest of the start so you can get to the good stuff. It's all super good once it gets good, with an incredibly satisfying ending that fills me with so much happiness. But the slow start does mean it ranks just below Kuga and W for me. However, I think Agito might have the strongest theme of what I've seen so far. Kuga's theme that I could pick up on, while obviously sharing the Showa trend of the hero and villains having the same origins and thus the hero uses those powers responsibly, was also one that felt very political in its nature. That being the theme of over-relying on a single powerful solution, to the point where the solution you've relied on this whole time could become a problem itself one day, as well as a theme of how far can you push someone before they break, how relying on one person to handle all of your stress could end up hurting them in the long run, and how nobody is perfect and endlessly optimistic. Even those who seem the most hopeful and jovial can one day lose that side of them, and the scariest part is that you might never be able to notice until it's too late. Double's theme is about teamwork. Those who work together will always do better. It's not a matter of mathematically figuring out who would be the best balance of strengths and covering each other's weaknesses. No. The importance of friendship and trust is what makes a team what it is. No matter how theoretically good a team up might be, if the people on that team do not truly understand and trust one another, they can never be at their best. A theoretically inferior team at its best can be better than a theoretically superior team at their worst. Agito's theme, however, is about mankind and our ability to grow and evolve, as well as what it means to be alive. Almost every character of note has some theme relating to what it means to live life to its fullest, but it's obviously the four main riders that truly embody it. Ashihara loses everything. His dreams, his goals, they're all taken from him. He loses any aim or idea of what he wants to do, but through becoming Kamen Rider Gills, he finds a new way to live, a new meaning to life, and a new reason to keep going on. A flower doesn't dream when it blooms in a field. The lion in that field does not have a goal in a hunt beyond the food it wants to eat in that moment. The gazelle running is not running so it can do something after it escapes. It is solely to survive in that one instant where it is in danger. So, is it so wrong to live a life solely for just the sake of living? To see where it goes, seeing what happens, growing and adapting, just trusting in the moment that one day, maybe you might find a new dream. That day might not be today, tomorrow, even a couple of years from now. But there's nothing wrong with living those years in the moment and looking for a dream in the future. Shuichi loses his memories, his identity, but that doesn't hold him down. He loses whatever dreams he had because he cannot remember them. But that doesn't change who he is. He lives every day as it comes, enjoying them to their fullest without the need for an end goal. Through being Agito, he actually finds himself lost, unsure of what to do, but it helps strengthen his resolve when Agito becomes his goal, to help others, to be the shining, burning light in the darkness that leads people to safety. And when he regains his memory, that doesn't change his goal, it just adds new ones. Agito isn't all of who he is, it's simply a part of him. and he continues following all of his dreams until he finally becomes head of his own restaurant, which was his main dream. Because while it's okay to live without a dream in the moment, it's also okay to live with multiple dreams as long as you don't overburden yourself. And Kino represents corrupted desires. His need to save everyone is equaled only by his delusions and his internal problems. The show's main MacGuffin thing is called a seed of Agito. When you have one, that basically means you can become an Agito. Kino's is actually a problem at first, because the way these seeds work is they amplify what's already there in you, which includes all that's wrong. In Kino's past, he couldn't save his brother, and that gave him a complex to always want to save everyone. That's why he's a surgeon, because he wants to, I get that's part of why he's a surgeon, to save everyone he can. But, because of the way the seed of Agito amplifies his vices, it means that all he focuses on is saving others now at the cost of everything else. Saving others means becoming Agito to him, and to save the most people, he can be the only Agito there is. That's why his name as a Kamen Rider is Kamen Rider Another Agito, because to him, he is just Agito, but to everyone else, he's the false one, the other one. It's only through beating him down and humbling him that he reconsiders his views and becomes an ally. Following who you are isn't solely a good thing if you can't reflect on what you are doing and improve yourself. Nobody is perfect, and it is possible for anyone, even those with the best intentions, to make huge mistakes if they don't realize it. While he gives up on his ultimate dream, he is able to find a new goal in his life that satisfies him all the way to his eventual passing. Because if you cannot succeed at one of your dreams and you lose it, that's not the end. You can always do something more, you can always find something new to do and new to be, and be satisfied with the life you live that way. However, all three of these characters have a seed of Agito, which could be read as implying that nobody can do this stuff without help. But it is through Hikawa that it's shown that the seeds of Agito did not cause these things, they simply sped them up. Even a normal human, an ordinary person with no special abilities like Hikawa, is able to do the same things, to be content with who he is, improve over time and grow as a person, and see his desires through to the end simply through the help of others and human ingenuity. In this regards, the seeds of Agito stop representing some Deus Ex mental issue help, but more so the simple concept of being helped by others symbolically. That's what they come to represent, of being aided by those that you care about and finding no shame in that. Everyone in this show overcomes their problems and finds who they truly want to be and are happy being, and their friends and who are around them help to do those things. It's a very strong message to me, resonating more than even how teamwork is used in Double, because no matter how it looks, no matter what dead end you may be heading towards in your head, there's always another step you can take even if you can't see it. That's why the show is called Kamen Rider Agito, because Agito literally means to put in motion, to go forward, to take that step. Whenever you are ready to go, when you think you can only count 0 paths forward, just getting on with your life and continuing to live is enough. You are enough. There is never any more reason needed to live than to see the next day. While Agito I may rank as my least favorite of the 3 series I've seen up to this point, it is not because it's bad. Agito is amazing, truly a standout series amongst almost any other crowd. It's simply just that its start is slower than Kuga, and its anticlimactic defeat of the villain is more anticlimactic than Utopia in Kamen Rider Double was, so it ends up ranking below them for me. But it's still like a 9 out of 10 series. There's very little I consider wrong about it. It's fantastic. I love it to death. I truly am sad to say goodbye to these characters.
You are not you. You're me. No shit.
Oh, and then there was the movie. Project G4 was good. I don't have much to say about it, because unlike A to Z Memories of Hype, there's not much about this film that really ended up sticking with me, despite the quality of the show it's building off of. Compared to Eternal, the new villain in that movie, G4, is just not it. It's a great design and has a really cool final fight, and honestly, any fight in this movie is cool, but I cannot accuse it of actually being interesting. The story was just kinda there, I wasn't feeling it most of the time, and aside from some hype moments with Gills, I don't have much to say. G4's a good movie, definitely, but after all I can say about how great Agito is, I have little to say about this.
Life is like a snowflake. Each one is unique and fleeting.
I feel a little bad, because this is the 3rd Kamen Rider thing in a row, and there will be more afterwards. And I cannot show any footage of Kamen Rider because I've learned from experience just how much the creators don't want me to. Kamen Rider the First is a good enough film, though it certainly has many flaws. On the upside, the suits look really good. Hongo and Hayato both look phenomenal, and the henshin sequence being as simple as just taking off their jackets, putting their helmets on, and putting the mouth on like Kamen Rider X is kinda raw. But not as raw as the action. That's what carried the film to me. The fight sequences in this movie are simply great. They're not as absurdly over the top as Shin Kamen Rider, nor as silly as the original, both of which we'll get to in a moment, but they draw a line that feels perfect for an attempted grittier redo. Characters feel extremely strong and pretty damn fast, with regular people often folding in only one hit in what can only be described as brutally raw. The bike tricks and how that is worked into the combat at times is really cool, and the redesign for the monsters, in particular Cobra Man, make them look pretty great. That said, the story and characters leave a lot to be desired. For what's supposed to be a grittier reimagining of the original series taking inspiration from the manga, it sure didn't capture the darker aspects of either very well. Hongo's story is not about a good man who thinks he's lost his place in society, but has a duty to use his newfound inhuman nature to fight for the sake of those who are still human, so they never have to suffer like he has. Instead, it's about some guy peddling actual pseudo-scientific bullshit until he becomes a cyborg, and then stops being evil because a snowflake hit him on the face, and now he's a good guy or something. Also, Hayato is there, and he decides to be good because he's got the hots for a chick. First Hayato is fine, I guess. I'm not the biggest fan of the original Hayato, and he's pretty much a completely different character in all 4 major incarnations between the original show, manga, this, and Shin, and I'm totally fine with what they did, even if it's weird to see Kamen Rider Raya as Hayato. But he is not interesting enough to carry. Cobra Man and Medusa Lady had some stuff going on, but it's portrayed with some really weird pacing and some really strange scenes, so it didn't feel solid at all. At the end of the day, the movie felt like an excuse to give us some awesome action. In that regard, it's fine. The story is basic, but not actively bad, but the same can be said for the characters. I can't really say much about Hongo's character, but that also means I can't say anything bad. A perfectly watchable movie, but the approach was perfected with Shin much later down the line.
That's just stupid.
So after watching Kamen Rider the First with Donovan, we decided to spend the rest of the night watching a comedy series spinning off of one of the Tyson films in which Kamen Rider Double, Space Sheriff Gavan, and Deca Rangers Decorate showed up with the cast of Kamen Rider Wizard to help them deal with problems brought up by various characters from each other's franchises. If you got none of that, then that's completely fine. This is a silly, dumb comedy sketch show. I didn't care much for the who slept with this random girl bit, but the rest, where it actually played off of the wider cast of characters in many various situations, was really funny. That was not my Hikawa though. And was that Ultraman's alien Bolten in my Kamen Rider Super Sentai Metal Hero show? Was that Bolten? Are you kidding me? Tackle was smashing that? Yeah. Before I went back to the start and went through the Showa era from the beginning, Ryuki was the third and latest Heisei series, not counting Double, that I watched, because I intended to go in order, but I started with Double. I knew little of Ryuki's reputation other than it was one of the most widely beloved Kamen Rider series nowadays, and somewhat reviled for the Kamen Riders fighting each other concept back in its inception. I can only say a few things for it. Like, Ryuki arguably had my least favorite rider design of the main Heisei characters, and unlike O's, who I didn't like at the time, Ryuki didn't grow on me. Now, O's kinda bangs in my eyes, while Ryuki still looks a bit silly, and the vent face especially when it's just a horizontal version of Night. It's weird. I also knew it was a death game sort of show, and that's where it ended. So let's talk about Ryuki and how great it was. At first, Ryuki has a pretty consistently likable cast of characters. Shinji Kido is not my favorite protagonist. In fact, he ranked at the bottom for me outside of first Hongo until I watched the 1971 series and found out that the original Hayato had little going on. But it wasn't because he was bad, it was just that like he ranked below Shotaro, Godai, and Shuichi. Like, I'm kind of like going all over the place because like this show's very mixed to me, but okay. As he is, our protagonist Shinji is likable. He has his endearing silly moments, and he has some really funny bits throughout the show. Likewise, the deuterogonous Ren is a pretty great side character. Easily would have been my favourite if not for one other. While he can be frustrating to watch at first, as you learn more about him and why he is the way he is, it becomes more understandable, and it makes some of his actions more excusable in hindsight. Kitayoka, however, was my favourite character in the show. Not only did it bring up warm memories of fellow gun-wielding Kamen Rider G3X, but I also really liked his characterization and where he goes throughout the show. He starts off as the most hateable, conceited, full-of-himself asshole who refuses to help anyone not rich enough to pay him. But the more you watch, the more you learn about the context of his actions. Why he is the way he is. He is not only serving the rich just because of his own arrogant, self-absorbed view of himself. That's not the reason he's only serving the rich. Though it is the reason that serving the rich was the course of action that he chose to solve his problem. No, the actual reason he's only serving the rich is because he's dying of cancer, and he needs as much money as he can to pay for operations. And later, as he became a Kamen Rider, to help him win the Battle Royale so he could cure his cancer with the winning, wish. You get a wish if you win this. So it tells you, yes, he's self-absorbed and arrogant. He thinks very highly of himself, so he thinks he deserves the rich people's money. But the reason he's only going to help the rich is because he really does need that money for the cancer, so it's a bit more complex than it initially seems. While at first he's a very active antagonistic force, as he begins to get closer to the other characters, you really see how much he changes. He keeps saying that he is simply planning for an endgame, but as you watch, you eventually realize how full of shit he is. How much, in truth, he just wants an excuse to spend more time with all these fuckwits. He chose to wait it out and see who the other 13 riders were so he could take them out instead of facing the harsh reality of having to kill his friends, which ties into his entire motivation. His story of choosing to try and avoid death instead of facing the harsh reality and making the most of the time he had left. That's something to get into after, but we still have one more main rider though. Ashihara, the batshit insane, battle-crazed lunatic only in it for his own fun. And only giving an advent deck because the one orchestrating the Battle Royale needed someone to get the fighting happening. Osha makes for an incredibly charismatic and enjoyable antagonistic force. He's pretty much unbeatable, he's devastatingly conniving, but he's still someone of inconsistent enough mood that he can slip into normal scenes just interacting with the other characters and get to show off his personality beyond the fighting stuff. While a lot of Ryuki I'd rank below other series, when it comes to recurring antagonists, I don't think any series so far can live up to Oya outside of maybe Double's Weather Dopon. And even he is less prevalent and overshadowed by the disappointment that is his successor Utopia. Past these main four, we have Tetsuo, or Kamen Rider Raya, who was really likable in the brief time he had, and I found to have a neat arc. Kamen Rider Guy was a good enough Disc 1 final boss, most notable for his insanely slick shoulder throw card activation, and also for the time Oja used him as a shield. Kamen Rider Scissors sure did exist. The most memorable part about him is that when they made the PlayStation 1 game, they ignored that Scissors' ultimate attack was not just a somersault. The somersault he does in the episode is just the first part of his final attack before it gets interrupted. In the PS1 game though, they decided his ultimate move is literally just a somersault. Tiger was a surprisingly interesting character with how he developed and changed over his brief time, as was Alternative with the relationship they had and their views on heroism. Conversely, Kamen Rider Emperor so far is the only rider I actively dislike in the entire franchise. I cannot stand the guy. I know what they were going for, but I just don't like what that thing was. It displeased me, and he has pretty much no purpose narratively. Strangely enough, despite the series being predicated on the concept of 13 riders, that's all of them. Oh yes, there's Odin, but he's objectively not a character. The movie gives us Farm and Ryuga, of which the former was a pretty neat character and I quite liked her arc, as well as her relationship with Shinji, and I did feel something when she died. The latter is an incredibly undercooked version of Archer Emiya from Fate Stay Night. And then one of the specials gave us Verde, a pretty underwhelming and undercooked character who's only noteworthy because of his immensely silly final vent attack. The series also features several side characters that aren't riders, of which Yui is the most notable, but honestly never felt like the most developed characters. And Kirigiri in Kamen Rider was the other more notable one, and I actually quite liked her. I liked Shinji's boss well enough, I didn't really care for the computer girl, but she was fine, and I did like the mysterious Shiro Kanzuki until... Positives, keep going with the positives. The show's central mystery is pretty compelling for the most part. What's this battle royale about? Who are the other riders? What are these monsters? Is there any way to stop the fighting? It's engaging enough that I kept watching, and the first 40 episodes I really did want to see where it'd go. The action was pretty cool. While I can't deny that seeing a lot of the exact same animations used got a bit tiring, and I mean literally the exact same sequence on a different background, not just the same technique but shot differently or from another angle, or at least for this episode the actor did the attack on camera instead of recycling it from a previous episode. But that's going to be a recurring trend with Kamen Rider in the future from this show onward. The kicks are going to start just becoming the same animation with a different background. But the riders fighting each other made for some really cool action scenes, seeing different cards get used as time went on was neat, and getting to spend time with our characters as they developed was one of the highlights. I also really like the sense of irony in every major character death. Spoilers for a 2-decade-old show, I guess. Shinji, our protagonist, dies fighting, but saving others. He sacrifices himself as he essentially planned to do from the start, but also defied the idea of, if you do not fight, you do not survive, because that is the whole point. That's what's said at the end of every episode. But if he had chosen not to fight at that moment, he would have lived. So instead, in choosing to fight, he died, basically defying the whole point of what the main antagonist was trying to go for. Scissors, who had been feeding people to his monster, died being fed to his own monster, which isn't thematically interesting, but it is technically a twist on what he was. Kamen Rider Raya's entire storyline was about how he believed that fate could not be averted. Shinji tried to convince him otherwise, and in the end, Raya did die exactly how he predicted so. But in doing so, the actions of Shinji around him and the context of his death were changed, enough for him to realize that fate could be changed and was not set in stone. Despite dying exactly as he predicted, the circumstances led him to believe that fate could actually be changed. He was just too blind to see it until the end. It was too late by the time he did. Guy essentially spent his entire time using others as pawns in his game, and he died being used as a pawn in Oya's. Again, not exciting, but it's about as much as you'll get. Emperor wanted nothing but to be happy and stop being alone, and he finally got happiness. But because he jumped into this battle royale instead of simply waiting, which is all he needed to do, he couldn't keep his happiness, and eventually he died sad, alone, desperately pleading for his life in the most pathetic way imaginable. Kamen Rider Tiger's twisted views on heroism had him acting and doing things in ways that did not fit a hero. His desire to be a hero is exactly what stopped him from truly being one, and after being broken, beaten, and losing his sense of self, his death was a split-second decision to save an innocent bystander at the cost of his own life, becoming known as a true hero in that process, even if only posthumously. And finally, my GOAT Zolda. He finally got the final battle against his rival Orja and the date with the woman he was after, but his time was up, and he chose to accept it in grace. The most bombastic, loud, flashy of all the riders, the one who wanted you to know he was there and he was the guy, died peacefully and quietly in his own home. He robbed his most hated enemy of the final battle he wanted, leaving Orja to die in a final chase against the police that had been hounding him all show. Kitayoka, who had spent his entire storyline trying to stay alive, instead was the only rider to truly accept his death, because doing anything else to survive would mean harming his friends. And he finally came to accept that he had lived a life worth smiling about, and the best thing he could do was to stop fighting and not risk leaving that legacy coated in blood. This show has some brilliant writing at points, but those downsides, man, and I'm not talking about that one episode that is literally just a clip show because I assume they ran out of budget, nor am I yet talking about the controversial ending. No, I'm saying that the downsides begin at episode 40. The show takes a nosedive in pacing and storytelling. It feels like they just did not know what to do. Episodes are spent bumming around, throwing the same sets of Kamen Riders against one another and doing nothing with their fights. The battles have no purpose anymore. We watch Yui aimlessly walk around the same fucking park until the end of time. And when the mysteries finally do get revealed, they're done in the least interesting and most minimally impactful ways, leaving the viewer with a sense of, oh, okay, I guess that's it. Not to mention Emperor's kind of sudden existence and then also cessation, which amounted to nothing. But even without that, yeah, the ending. Thematically, I understand Shiro breaking down and realizing there's no way to save his sister. All this mindless fighting was his ploy to try to save his sister's life by giving her a different life. But instead, he chooses to kill himself and her together, accepting that their time was up timelines ago. But what that means in practice is that all the events of the story end up not mattering. Now everything is undone. All of the great character resolutions, not done anymore. Shinji will not learn anything about how the right choice isn't the obvious one, and that he shouldn't judge himself in hindsight for making the wrong one if it seemed right at the time. Ren will not open up to people in the same way. Kitayoka will not become a better person. Pretty much nobody gets to go through their arcs, because those arcs were so well integrated into the Kamen Rider element that without the Kamen Rider element, they don't work anymore. It's like the show's previously brilliant writing ended up shooting itself in the foot when it came to the ending. It's frustrating. How do you make a show where you kill off your protagonist in the second last episode and make it feel like it has no consequences? I understand the bittersweet intentions, but the only bitter is that Yui is dead. I didn't care about Yui. The character arcs aren't there anymore. Those are what I cared about. While the sweet is that, well, unambiguously now nobody will die from fighting. I mean, Kitayoka is still going to panic his way through his last few months before the cancer hits. Genuinely, when Ren got that power of a wish at the end, I thought he would actually get a wish. that he'd realized that his entire motivation in the show of saving his girlfriend at the cost of others' lives was no different to Shiro trying to save his sister at the cost of everyone's lives. I thought instead he would use a wish to end the mirror world and end the fighting for good, because of his two friends, Shinji and Yui, who died placing their trust in him that he would continue to fight for what was right, and one day end it. But no, fuck that I guess. It's such a disappointing ending, following a string of disappointing episodes, to what was a fantastic show. I still like Ryuki overall, it's like a 7 out of 10, pretty damn good series because 4/5 of it are great, but it's such a shame it couldn't stick the landing, leaving me with 2 shows, Kuga and Agito, that had slow beginnings, and 2 shows, Double and Ryuki, that had letdown endings, and the curiosity of if any show is actually going to fix both of these issues. Well, my next Heisei romp is Fies, but that'll take a bit. We'll see when we get there. I spent long enough on Ryuki. Next month is going to have at least 4 fucking Showa shows in it, but at least I'm done with Ryuki. Right, the movie. This one I was going to watch in order, but then I forgot to, and holy shit, I'm glad that I forgot to. First off, the movie is solid enough. It has some great action scenes, an incredibly bare-bones story, and a great character in Farm. The ending fight between Ryuki and Ryuga is pretty damn slick, and the final scene in general is Knight and Ryuki making their last stand against the mirror monsters, which is pretty cool. But wow, this movie came out around episode 30 of the show. When it came out, episode 30 was like the newest episode of the show. It drops all of the major plot twists and reveals, and does them better than the show itself. That makes the movie better, but it also makes me imagine being a kid, watching Kamen Rider Ryuki during the 2000s, the early 2000s. You watch episode 30, you're like, oh man, this show is so good. And then you go to the cinema, your parents, they got you tickets to go watch the movie on the big screen, Ryuki. And then it tells you all of the plot twists in the show. And then when you go back home and you start watching the show again, you're thinking, hold on, the show is still trying to treat that there's a mystery. But you're there watching 20 episodes where the mystery is already known to you, but the show pretends you have no idea. But imagine, you're that kid's friend. You didn't get to see the movie. You didn't get to watch it. Your friend comes around, he tells you what happens. So now, you do not get the satisfaction of seeing these mysteries revealed in a cool way in the film, nor do you get the satisfaction, if there was any, of having them revealed in the show. You just get told them. You might not believe your mate, but if you do, even if you don't, you're going to know what's going to happen. And it's not the kid's fault. He didn't know that that's how the show would go, and they're just kids. Maybe you asked your friend what happened in the movie. Was it cool? I gotta wait to see it on DVD. Screw you. It's a weird choice. It's not the movie's fault. The movie is genuinely pretty engaging, and particularly with how Farm and Ryuki interact. Who the hell is this Ryuga guy? I really do like some of the action too. Even if it's frustrating that Ryuga did not use Survive to counter Ryuki's Survive, that's a wider problem with Ryuki. If you look at the limitations for other Rider super forms, in just the shows I've seen, Kuga loses his sense of self the stronger he gets. The more he uses his stronger forms, the bigger his risk of turning dark. Agito can only act as his strongest form in sunlight, so when most of the Lords of Theos attack at night, Agito objectively cannot use his strongest form, and Double doesn't have access to all of his various gadgets in Extreme. So, while he's strongest in Extreme form, if he needs his combo powers, he has to use some of his weaker forms. Ryuki Survive has no limitations or circumstance. He should be busting this out every time, and just doesn't just because he's an idiot. Sure, there are other riders that don't have limitations like Gills and Excel, but like, Gills does jump into Exceed Gills at every opportunity. He does just jump to his super form whenever he can. And Kamen Rider Excel is just arrogant enough to think he doesn't need that speed most of the time. He kinda just wants to prove himself. But Knight and Ryuki don't have that excuse, especially Knight. He's so pragmatic. Anyway, the movie is definitely solid, and the highlight is just all the cameos from the Agito cast. But it wasn't anything special.
Fiction comes alive.
I love Fate Grand Order's Grail fronts. The mechanic of running around with only a handful of individual servants of predetermined classes and choosing carefully who you'll use, and what, if any, craft essences you'll put in, is a very interesting play on the mechanics of the game. The story of this event was kinda funny. Jinako being a villain was interesting, and I do quite like BB being a villain when it's done right, and this was done right. BB is fairly entertaining. Mostly though, the layouts were really good in this run. All you need to do is make 1 or 2 big mistakes and you can get swept in this event. Mostly because of the low cost you're given to use, but also because if you want to get all of the chests, which you do, because you get a shitload of QP, you'll also have some trouble. Fun event, not much to say. I accidentally walked Qin Shi Huang straight into Avenger Karma in the final map and still won because they're just that strong. I've not kept up with too much of what Star Trek has been doing. I dropped off of Discovery and especially Picard, and I haven't gotten around to Lower Decks yet. But man, Strange New Worlds, that is a good show. For the first time in a long time, it felt like I was actually watching Star Trek, with the episodic format where each episode is like a snippet into the most interesting bits of the characters' lives, with very solid writing overall for most of the characters, and some fun and interesting storylines, even if some of them are just copying things. One episode is literally just the ones who walk away from Omulus. I do like the show overall because of how fun it is, but I can't deny it does have a few things holding it back from feeling quite like classic Trek. A lot of that is just how modern the humor feels, and this might be the most boomer-ass complaint I'll make about anything in this video. But right after we finished watching this, my dad and I put on the original series to rewatch throughout the next few months, and that series still has some banger jokes, carried by the snappy, dry, and low-key nature of them. The show never feels smug about its humor, but Strange New Worlds has a lot of jokes that get played up just enough that it feels like the writers were really proud and wanted to do their MCU-style quips. It just didn't feel really that funny most of the time. Well, it wasn't always like that. The Lower Decks episode was a riot, and in fact the episode before that was also really solid, if not funny. And he was only around for a brief period, but there's an albino Andorian, which is so cool to see, and he's such a good character. I think my only major problem with the show is how it handles Spock. I know that the series is portraying a younger Spock who doesn't quite understand his emotions, but this is only an 8 years younger Spock to the one in the original show. It just doesn't feel like it meshes well. In the original series, Spock has control over his emotions, but also comes across like he doesn't understand them perfectly. In Strange New Worlds, he's emoting a lot. In fact, he emotions so often that it makes the episodes dedicated to emotions a lot less impactful for him. Pike also felt like he was trying very hard to be like Kirk at points, which, whatever. The show is definitely strong overall though, with great episodes, episode concepts, fun character writing, and entertaining stories. Season 2 was probably better with some more fun and interesting episode concepts, but both were solid, and I am really interested in seeing seasons 3 and 4 when they drop. Really hoping they go back to their roots and have some just weird episode where just they come across some completely weird race or some weird planet that they've never seen before, and it's not important enough to be mentioned in future seasons or future like shows, so you don't wonder why this was never mentioned beforehand, but just weird enough that you remember it as a viewer. Not sure why they tried so hard to turn the Gorn into the future Predators from Primeval though. The Gorn is one of the most famous effects in television history because of how bad it is, while the new ones I just feel like are going to be forgotten pretty quickly. They're pretty, like, generic.
Thanks for watching Raspy Knife Friends Board Game Reviews. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe.
So I knew of Catan? Whatever. But I never played it until this day where me, Huan, and James did a best of 3, where it went 2-1 between me and James, and Huan didn't get a win yet. Mostly because the first few times he placed his starting settlements in really bad locations because it was our first time. It was fun. Catan is a fairly fun game, though it feels like some of the mechanics are unnecessary. I don't know, it never felt like the development cards mattered as much as just saving up to build settlements as quickly as possible, though we haven't played more than a handful of games and clearly we have room to grow and time to figure out the meta. I don't know, it's alright. So yeah, I listened to the 2022 Queensryche album. It was good, none of the songs particularly stuck with me, but I'll probably give it another listen in the future, yeah, it's alright.
One more Superman who's never gonna walk again!
Finally got around to finishing Justice League vs. Godzilla vs. Kong. This comic is great, though I can't deny the final battle was a bit underwhelming. While this comic will be remembered for Godzilla's kryptonite beam taking out Superman, I'll remember it more for its character writing. Superman's proposal to Lois is genuinely heartwarming, and honestly, despite us not knowing these versions of the characters outside of these few issues, it feels earned somehow. His interactions with Bruce, their friendship, and the way Batman shows how much he cares through how he acts instead of just saying it, it's all really good. Everyone's written as I'd expect, which is not a bar that should need to be cleared, but it is. But the kaiju element can feel a bit underwhelming if you just want to see kaiju action. When it does hit, it's pretty good. It's just, it's not just Godzilla and Kong doing stuff. It gives spotlight to various other kaiju from the Monsterverse, including cool crossover things like Lex controlling Mechagodzilla and Ra's al Ghul resurrecting the Skull Devil in the Lazarus Pit. Kong gets to become a Green Lantern, which is insanely stupid in the best way possible, as is the Green Lantern mech, and Batman's giant Jaeger that he threw together with the League in like a weekend. The comic balances serious and good writing that is engaging and characterful with the silly campy action bullshit you'd expect to see. It's genuinely a fantastic crossover comic, and honestly I found it even more compelling than any of the 3 Godzilla and Kong films. Fantastic read. I always wanted to play the Yakuza series, ever since playing Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise for the first time, and when I saw the remastered collection on sale in an EB Games bargain bin, I knew I had to. And from what I hear, it's a good thing I didn't start with Kiwami 1 and 2 either, because Huan dropped off of this game after playing those first. Yakuza 3 is a game of many faults. I think I'll get through those first, because this is one of those ones where the faults stuck out at the start, but really lessened over time. But I nearly dropped this game because of its flaws at first. The gameplay is really nothing special. The beat-em-up action, while having satisfying moments, most notably the final hit of any given fight where the enemy folds like a paper towel, is often limited to the same 2-button series of combos that do basically no damage. Or you can bust out weapons until they break, try to pick up a weapon off the street until someone interrupts you, or grab and throw enemies, which is how I sped through most of my encounters. And you just get so many random people that will jump scare you off the street if you're not focused on something or specifically looking for something else. They can be hard to avoid. They show up out of nowhere when you least want them to. And like, as someone who plays games with random encounters, these are different. Most RPGs with random encounters, the encounter goes really quickly, but because you do so little damage, man. You also move so slowly in such a large world that you'll get a ton of encounters even if you use taxis. The game feels so padded with pointless fights, and it takes forever to get going. While I enjoyed the orphanage storyline for how low-key it was, it overall was also the catalyst for the sheer amount of walk around and talk missions that felt so uninteresting. You already spend so much of the game just walking and walking and walking, that having main mission quests that are just walk and talk to these people, why? The side quests also just were not engaging a lot of the time. While there were a few bangers, a lot of them were also kind of dull. Then there's the blocking. Oh my god, the blocking. Now, to my understanding, the blocking is a much bigger flaw in the remastered version than the original, due to the conversion to 60 FPS making it so the enemies block far more than they used to. And the benefits you get, like a double-length dodge roll, do not make up for it. It's truly a frustrating experience, especially on bosses, where you'll get the first 2 hits of a combo off, and then they'll just block before the real damage dealers come. And by real damage dealers, I mean the punches and kicks that'll do more than a single digit of damage. You have to wait to get to the point where you can get the really good moves, and then they're all counterattacks, so sometimes you'll be standing there, just waiting for the enemy to try and hit you so you can get off a tiger drop or something to do real damage, and then they'll just keep blocking. It makes the game take a long time sometimes. However, as time went on, things did get better. Because I did so many sub-stories, I think I got slightly over-leveled, and as a result I actually got to do half-decent damage, and this is when the gameplay got actually good. Not against random mooks though, against some of the bosses. This is where I felt the gameplay shine, especially the last 2 bosses against Albert Wesker and Mine. Some fantastic fights that felt difficult in a fair way and pretty fun. And there were some other pretty good bosses throughout, like the cage fight with Majima. What really carried the game though was the story. I genuinely really enjoyed the story of this game. The mystery it held, how it developed, how things transpired bit by bit, the overall quality of the writing and characters, and Kiryu is such a likable protagonist. Interestingly so, because the way he's characterized draws a fine line between being a boring nice guy hero and being the absolute GOAT. And he manages to cross the line into absolute GOAT. Kiryu isn't afraid to show his emotions, he only holds himself back because he tends to think practically. But with Loss in particular, he really struggles to maintain that mentality, so he has a few moments where he and his voice actor really get to shine. It gave me this feeling that loss is such a powerful thing to him, like more than the average person, and that's what really got his emotions going. He's just so charismatic and likable, and I like the rest of the cast too. They're either deceptively complex characters, or so ridiculously over-the-top one note that they become frankly hilarious. And I didn't even need prior knowledge of the last 2 game stories to really get a handle on what was going on, so good writing. And the ending, the last interactions with Mine, and the fact that they turned a skyscraper suplex self-sacrifice from being a silly over-the-top hilarious moment into a genuinely effective emotional beat is a testament to the game's writing. The game sells its most ridiculous scenes with either maximum insanity or with good enough writing to make it heartwarming or dramatic. I mean, an old man stopping a bull with his bare hands through the power of love should not have this amount of genuine warmth to it as a scene. While the start of this game was slow and wore me out so much that I nearly dropped it, the game by the end turned out to be a very solid masterclass of storytelling that was well worth my time. That said, 4 and 5 will have to wait a bit. I have a lot of games, including other full-length RPGs that I need to play, and Yakuza 3 took a really long time. But hopefully I'll get through at least one more Yakuza game before this year's over.
What the fuck?
A ghost!
I was very excited for Kamen Rider the Next because I heard it went into more horror elements, and I expected it to go back to the roots of the original manga and the first 13 episodes of the 1971 show. Instead, what I got was a boring, confused, complete waste of time that is essentially 2 movies at once, but both of those movies are bad. and both of them are "and then this happens" narratives. The first movie is a J-horror ghost film about a girl who gets thrown down some stairs and electrocuted, so she becomes a spirit that both physically wanders around the sewers mutating, and also haunts one lyric of one J-pop song and fucks with people. The storyline was boring, sometimes unintentionally hilarious, had nothing to do with the majority of the movie and the main characters of the movie. It added nothing but the chance to see a V3 Falcon Punch at the end. The second movie is a crazy action film where a chainsaw woman and her band of Saban masked riders attack our hero Takashi Hongo, while his worstie Hayato Ichimonji starts to die of cyborg cancer. Then they meet the third rider Kazumi Shiro, who is an arsehole. This story at least has some really cool action set pieces and a whole, 4 of them, which given the first film had plenty of good action sequences feels really weird. When 2 of these movies are just Hongo running the fuck away with a few cool bits, there's one mediocre fight on a truck and then one pretty genuinely good fight in a hotel. Overall, this movie was not very good. The problems with Hongo having no real personality are exasperated with how he doesn't even have his hilarious water crystals in this film. Hayato's entire bit about not dying but not wanting help doesn't go anywhere or really have a conclusion, and Shiro's story is basically completely disconnected from what's actually going on with the other riders. Meaning he's made to kill the other riders, but spends most of the movie just walking around looking for his sister, and then only finds her at the end. In fact, when watching this film, I kept making jokes to Don, because I was watching it with him, about wanting to see Kamen Rider Stronger and my other boy Sky Rider show up. One of these jokes led to the punchline of, "Oh yeah, or V3 can do something too." Oh yeah, V3 should do something in the V3 movie. V3 action is optional when making this. Which turned out to be prophetic, because they sure didn't bother putting him in his own movie. He has, I would say, one proper fight in the film and that's it. V3 truly was optional in his own movie. A confusing mess of a film is Kamen Rider the Next, and definitely a step down from what was a flawed but overall good enough film. Anyway, so I read the 6-volume 1971 original Kamen Rider manga. It's good! I really love the art, and it felt like for a while it was what I wanted from the original show. More focus on the darker tone and horror elements, with Hongo and his conflicts. The best part of the manga is this one panel where he laments killing Batman because in his mind, Batman was more of a victim than an enemy. The manga pays a lot more lip service to the idea of Hongo losing his sense of humanity, and how far he feels like he's fallen from being who he wants to be. And then out of nowhere he gets gunned down and killed and Hayato becomes the hero. However, unlike the show, I feel like the switch to Hayato was better. Not just because we actually got to fucking see it, but because Hongo becoming one with him led to him still being relevant. And also, Hayato is a lot more of a character in the manga. He's a lot sillier and more openly comedic, with plenty of moments to shine as his own person. Hayato is just a lovable goon in this manga, as opposed to the generic hero guy he is in the show. And he still has time for some more interesting storylines, like his journey back home and his raging desire to make Shaka pay for what they've done to his family, and how Hongo has to hold him back. The manga's just solid, man. It falls flat in a few areas, like the pacing and just like how much it doesn't have an ending, but it's generally solid. Medusa Lady choosing to end her own life in grief because she accidentally killed her husband was something else.
Hey man, look at my new dog. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh.
This was one of those lesser Grand Order events. No map, just a bunch of nodes and stories. And technically, I didn't finish it until like 10 days later because I still had farming to do, but the story ended super quickly in this one. The story was good. I don't tend to ship characters, but now I'm completely mixed on Barghest x Izo, Barghest x Michi, and Izo x Michi. Maybe they should all form a freeway fuck pile because they all have great chemistry. Love seeing cute dogs, like seeing more of Hesse and Lobo actually getting along with characters, most notably Barghest being another dog in Izo because he's more of a dog than a human. And in general, seeing a Guda Guda character like Izo interact beyond the sphere of Guda Guda was fun. The plot wasn't anything amazing, and the reveal was yet another "the servant you're working with is the villain all along" twist. The motivation was fine and all, the way Bakken and Tetsuzo interact was really funny, but the ending felt like it left something to be desired overall. The highlight was definitely the various Archer-class servants being shot out as torpedoes to stop the Holy Grail blast. In particular, Tamatomo's reaction of "holy fuck, how the hell did he do that?" when Orion single-handedly destroyed the original Holy Grail arrow and forced it to split into smaller ones is great. It really gave him the respect he deserves as the once Grand Archer. Other than that, not much to say.
Stop posting about
I've said before that I'm not a big fan of Shin Godzilla, and that turned me off of Shin Ultraman and Shin Kamen Rider. Even just the way fans defend Shin Godzilla gets on my nerves. Like, you can't complain that it bored you, it's meant to be boring to symbolize blah blah blah. That's an argument that I get a lot because people can't just acknowledge that maybe I just found something boring that they didn't find boring, and that's all there is to it, and you don't need to try and justify it and make me think, oh, this movie is boring the shit out of me, but because it's symbolic, that's good. But if you have to find an excuse to justify a movie making me fall asleep because it's thematic and meaningful, that's a problem. Anyway, Shin Kamen Rider is phenomenal. Having watched most of the show and read the manga by the time of seeing this film, as well as seeing the duology that previously tried to reboot the original story with manga cues, I came to respect this movie even more than I would have already. This is a phenomenal time, a movie that I feel understands the appeal not just of Kamen Rider as a series, but specifically the appeal of the original concept for Kamen Rider. In the same sense that watching the original show made me love Kuga even more for being a realization of what the original series meant to be, I feel like knowing what it was before the accident that changed the show made me respect Shin even more. First off, Hongo and Hayato are both great. Hongo's character is not just about the same elements as always, his loss of humanity and who he is, but more about his powers and their usage. How should he use them, and can he use them? Because of what happened to his father and the sense of justice he holds, while also his desire to use what he has, unlike his dad. I just got completely thrown off by my iPad notifying me that Abigail Williams is available for pickup in Fake Grand Order. I don't care. Where was I? Hayato then gets much less time to shine, but he has a far less low-key personality, so I didn't feel it was as problematic. It felt like Hayato was a full character simply because he's so much more expressive than Hongo. It's so adorable seeing his dynamic with Hongo. First when under mind control, he's just a silly little guy who wants to fight. Once he's freed, he's got a similar sense of justice, but also a refusal to work with others, until he starts to feel like it's his responsibility to try. And then his dynamic with Hongo when they work together, and now he almost seems to imitate Hongo and his actions is really cute. Like when Hongo looks down sadly, Hayato also seems to start looking sad simply out of obligation. Like he believes that's what he's supposed to do. He's so fun, easily my favorite version of Hayato, and it's not even close. I even love how in previous fight scenes there's very little dialogue, because Hongo is not the kind of guy to talk. He sees every fight as the same kind of fight or die situation that took his father from him. But once Hayato's there, he's saying all kinds of shit. Hayato just keeps on talking, and the action, oh my god, the action. This is some of the best fighting I've seen in the franchise so far. Even if the final fight with Zero is a bit underwhelming for just being some flashy effects and little going on, the fight with Wasp Org is a great usage of super speed and looks insanely cool, the fight with Spider Org is a great introduction to Hongo and his abilities, and the final fight against the 13, 12, 11, whatever riders is fantastic. And the fact that it's reduced to 6 by the time Hayato joins in, like the amount featured in the original show, is great. I hear people take issue with the pacing, but I never had a problem with it. Aside from the off-screen defeat of Scorpion Org, which definitely feels weird to me given how important her poison ends up being for later, everything feels fine to me. It took the turning episodes into a long string of events concept and did it better than, say, Battle Angel Alita, and I still like that film. Shin is just better. Ruruko was a huge step up from the original kind of whatever character she was in the original show and manga, being a lot more engaging, characterful, likable, and having more depth overall, and her relationship with Hongo and co is fantastic. This film is just fantastic, full of great emotional bits and action, awesome music but just as awesome usage of silence to highlight those moments of sadness, and some awesome effects that draw the line between silliness and awesomeness with perfection, as well as having very strong themes about how the more you try to enforce your happiness onto others, the more you will make them miserable. By a very wide margin, the best Kamen Rider film I've seen as of now.
I'm tired of seeing it! My friends on TikTok send me...
And then the same day, I watched the last 6 episodes of the original 1971 show. I have a few thoughts. This show can best be described as 4 different shows throughout its 98 episode run. Shows different enough to feel like they don't fit together, but similar enough to not feel fresh, and remain feeling stale after long enough. There's the first 13 episodes, a dark horror action series focusing on Takeshi Hongo, and his inability to reconcile his inhuman cyborg nature with his humanity. He's a hero unable to comfort others because of his strength, or ever live a normal life because anything he does destroys what he touches from the power in his hands. He chooses to bear this burden, and stay what he is, so that no one else has to be what he is. Then, after that, it becomes the Hayato show, where we get a far less compelling protagonist that has minimal personality beyond being a hero guy who wants to save the day. He's fine, but not someone I cared to watch for nearly 40 episodes. Then eventually Hongo comes back and it becomes the Hongo show again, but they still drop his deeper characterization from earlier and kinda just make him Hayato with more charisma thanks to the actor's performance. And then it ends on the Gelshocker show, where the villains change, the dynamic changes, and becomes more of a mad scramble to figure out who the new threats are and what they can do. But the show just loses steam really quickly. Storylines become repetitive and uninteresting, the action loses creative choreography, and the episodes lose those moments of absurd silliness or dark introspection that made those first 13 episodes memorable and entertaining. As characters, the side cast don't offer much. Only Tachibana and Taki are much of anything, as they're pretty likable and have plenty of great moments, but nobody else is really that interesting. Monsters become very repetitive, with a lot of concepts being recycled. Most notably, now we have a villain who uses a virus that turns you into vampires, here's a villain that shoots fire, and here's a villain that uses acid and venom. Not to mention all the times the villain is just, let's make a bunch of kids into Nazis. With only a handful of truly unique enemies, like the one that makes you blind and crazy by shooting Aurora Borealis everywhere, that one was fucking weird. Most of the villains end up having the same powers as one another though, and that's lame. Those few handful of enemies are all you get to occasionally spice up an episode. Now I know that, and the issue of the different vibe of each set of episodes, is a result of circumstance. The injury of Hiroshi Fujioka that prevented him from acting for a while, and the low budget of the show overall meant that they couldn't do a whole lot to improve it. But it just keeps going! And the two movies that I decided to lump in with this segment, Versus Shocker and Versus Ambassador Hell, also offer pretty much nothing. It's a show that's daunting not just because of its length, but because of how repetitive it is. It's no wonder how few people have gone back to watch these Showa series, when just to get to a decent chunk of them, you probably need the context of the original show, and this is what it is. Still, I don't hate my experience, it didn't let me down like Ryuki at least, and that's probably the only show I could even entertain putting it above for now.
What a story, Mark.
RWBY X JLA Part 2 managed to find a way to be even more mediocre than its predecessor. Not helped by being 10 minutes shorter, and also having 2 whole minutes of pointless recap. It's actually a post-Volume 9 piece of media, and I think a lot of people assume the first movie took place during Volume 7, and maybe it did, which makes it really funny when Huan and I abridged it, we ended up placing the original thing after Volume 9, only for this movie to say that the second part at least is after Volume 9, so I don't know, that's just funny to me. Anyway, this movie is a lot of nothing. The first film had some kind of central mystery to it, but then the second film is just like, oh yeah, obviously Watts is the villain. Or if you don't watch RWBY, who the fuck is that old guy that's suddenly important? It's such an obvious reveal and it doesn't feel like they do anything with it. The Justice League are cool to see looking like how they should, and I don't mind the RWBY designs for the DC world except RWBY's, but whoever made these models really had the hots for Yang. Like, first Part 1 gives her back her full-size rack that's only second to Glinda and maybe her mother, giving her her original Volume 1 look, and then Part 2 makes them even bigger, finally gives her some muscle definition, and grants her these gigantic birthing hips. It's insane. Shame it came at the cost of Wonder Woman's weird face. But I feel like we really need to see Team Juniper show up here. Like, I know the whole point is, a handful of one world enter the other and vice versa, with each world having other characters that don't show up in the other crossover. The problem is, because RWBY X JLA Part 1 came first, the core relationships in the first film, and arguably the best part, which is John and Jessica's friendship, is just gone. Even though John has gone through the Ever After events now, and has his own traumatic experience that can be used to tie into Jessica's whole bit in the comics, especially her feeling that was established in the first movie of not being the real hero because it took so long for the ring to get to her, while John also feels unworthy now of being the hero because he can't save everyone, and the ability to have Jessica now be the one consoling him because she's regained all of her experiences, it feels like such a missed opportunity to not at least have him. Like, that's the thing, I know what they wanted to do. Have the first one take place in RWBY with a handful of DC characters, and that's it. Then the second one takes place in DC with only a handful of RWBY characters, and that's it. The problem is, because you did the first one first, and you established relationships between Nora and Cyborg, John and Jessica, and Ren was also there, not having them show up now feels like you're just forgetting about a whole group of things. And it's not like the DC cast that shows up in this movie but not the first one get to have interesting dynamics with Team RWBY either, because aside from maybe you even want to say Flash interacting with Yang as Flash now, do you know the characters they chose to equate to Team Juniper? Team Juniper, the deuterogonist team of the entirety of RWBY, is being compared to Black Canary, okay, but also Mirror Master, Killer Croc, and fucking Weather Wizard? Nah, mate, like, I do love me some Black Canary action, but Mirror Master, Killer Croc, and fucking Weather Wizard? Huh? Like, I would understand if Team Juniper's counterparts were like Black Canary, Shazam, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter, but these guys? It's just, am I even explaining this right? The first film has relationships set up that get ignored in this film because of what they wanted to do, and instead of giving us new relationships that are also interesting, they just don't. Black Canary does nothing, Killer Croc, Mirror Master, and Weather Wizard barely fucking show up. and the Flash is the only guy who made me get a new dynamic that wasn't there in the first film. In fact, despite the fact that this film takes place after the Ever After, it only feels like RWBY was affected, and I get that it was RWBY's whole story in Volume 9, but I don't know, I don't like the way it went. I don't think it was a natural progression from where she was at the end of Volume 9. And unlike the last film where it was a scramble to figure out the mystery, you know, get Weiss and Batman back to the group, figure out what's up with these weird Grimm and so on, this movie is just, the DC world is invaded by Grimm, and they figure out almost immediately who is helping Kilgore, and then they stop it. There's a bit more to it, like Cyborg's Hollow Trap and the actually interesting cyberspace battle that finally lets the DC and RWBY cast be together in their normal designs, and the pretty decent resolution where it ends with the main villains at each other's throats for eternity, but it's all fluff. It doesn't feel like it really mattered. It feels like this movie is so much more lost than the first one. Hell, we didn't even get as many fun character moments, which is weird because the Justice League are generally written better in this movie, but I gotta wonder why they would have Shazam confirmed to exist if they're not gonna use him, because I think his interactions with everyone in the RWBY cast would be amazing. I mean, he's bursting with the same energy that Team RWBY had at its peak. They just don't use it. Frankly, I was disappointed in this film, because they laid the groundwork decently enough in the first, and then I think Part 2 really dropped the ball. Also, why does this movie have so many awesome unique Grimm designs that never showed up everywhere else? Seriously.
This is bullshit. This is 1000% bullshit.
Oh right, I played a few games of Super Mario Party. It was alright. I feel like most of the game's fun is determined by who you're playing with. I'm probably not the right person to judge it though because of the mood I was in when playing the game, but I had a fun enough time. It was bullshit though, and kept robbing me of stars, leaving me in last place, and then teasing me by saying I was the predicted winner, then basically robbing me of that with bad die rolls I could do nothing about because I had no items. I couldn't get any items, and despite winning almost all of the future minigames more or less, I didn't benefit from winning them at all. So then it also decided I was the only player not to get any bonus stars, so you know, fine.
Battle me 2 more times, watch me get a 3P!
Kamen Rider V3 shocked me with just how generally solid it was. For only the second outing, it felt like Kamen Rider really got something of a foothold already. While it definitely has plenty of problems, especially in the middle, V3 is overall one of my favorite Showa series as of writing this, because I did watch a few more before I got around to typing this segment out. The show's protagonist is Kazumi Shiro, the titular Kamen Rider V3, and while he definitely wasn't used to his fullest, I really liked the concept. Unlike Hongo and Hayato, who were turned into cyborgs for bad purposes by bad people, yet chose to act out of a desire to save others and be heroes, Shiro was turned into a cyborg to save his life by heroes, but chooses to fight Destron out of a desire for revenge at what had been done. I believe a Shin Kamen Rider V3 that probably explores that idea could be so cool if it was done. Anyway, the show doesn't do much for a long time with this, but it does add a lot to the character just to have that theme, and to have these few moments where he demonstrates being a much darker and more arrogant person than his predecessors. He gloats more, he laughs at his foes, at one point he tortures a member of Destron for information. V3's 26 secret powers also gave a real reason to keep wanting to watch. This idea that as time went on we'd see more of V3's true potential, and for a while they were being introduced at a relatively brisk pace. 26 powers and 54 episodes meant one roughly every 2 episodes, which would make for a good way to keep people wanting to watch beyond just the innate appeal of seeing a guy in a silly costume kick another guy in a silly costume so hard he explodes. The villain Dr. Ge, as they pronounced him, was also very entertaining. Well, not a good villain by any means, he was extremely entertaining, especially with his exaggerated pronunciation of Kamen Rider V3! His eventual, mostly permanent successor was also pretty entertaining, but mostly good for facilitating Rider Man, as easily the most complex character within the Showa era as of where I'm at, which is around the start to middle of Stronger. There's so much to him, and the final stretch of episodes I think are the best part of the Showa era so far, with great story elements, great development for Joji and his mixed feelings, and using V3's need for revenge but how he has attempted to shelve that to do the right thing to its fullest with the two. It really felt like the best they could do for this storyline. Rider Man was a very good character, and his sacrifice had weight, as he chose to give up taking revenge himself to sacrifice his life to save others, earning the name of Kamen Rider 4. With a fantastic start and brilliant ending, it's sadly that middle that's lacking to me. The 20 episodes in the middle are just kind of generic Kamen Rider shit. No story, no development, and that would just be normal for Kamen Rider if V3 didn't already have such good elements before and after that. It feels like that was the filler between the things they wanted to do. And them dropping the 26 secrets to just kind of be like, screw it, that'll do, was weird as well. Even ignoring the ones that were never stated to be secrets, like some of his kicks, which I think are, There are ones that just don't exist in the show, and he even stops using a lot of them. The return of Hongo and Hayato to Let's Go Rider Kick was fucking dope though, I ain't gonna hold you. Wish they stayed around, but it is what it is. V3 is a pretty damn fun show.
I hope you get tiny bits of eggshell in all your omelets for the rest of your life.
As a game, Unicorn Overlord captured me the way few others ever have, and that's a great thing. Not just because it's always great to find a new game that clicks with you, but because I only purchased this game as it was made as a love letter to the RPGs of old that I love, the era of games like old Final Fantasy, Shining Force, and the Ogre Battle series, which I'm dying to try out, but also because this game came out on my birthday this year, March 8th. I felt like I was almost obligated to try it, and I'm so glad that obligation motivated me. Unicorn Overlord may just be one of my favorite games of all time. I say that not because I don't see its flaws, I just don't care. Let's start on the surface. The game is downright gorgeous. The sprites are of such high fidelity that it's stunning to watch just normal cutscenes unfold, because everything has so much life and personality. It all looks so phenomenally good. I don't think there's a single bad looking part of the game's combat or scenes, aside from one of the feather sword poses being a bit janky when they move into it, most notably with Oclise when she loses her temper. The overworld sprites are brimming with the squat, out of scale charm that I love. Reminding me particularly of that original Shining Force game that I enjoy. Shining Force specifically, not Shining in the Darkness, that's a very different kind of game. And the effects all look fantastic. Lighting in particular is amazing with how it works with the sprites to give all the scenes the ambience they need. Some shots of this game look more like matte paintings than in-game cutscenes, it's beautiful. Voice acting is also on point. In particular, the English dub uses elements of Old English throughout, as well as a few made-up words for the elves, to give it this old medieval vibe that never feels cringe-worthingly try-hard, and manages to instead slot itself into feeling oddly natural with how the characters act and speak. It's great. The gameplay then is a great example to me of how an auto-combat system can be made to be extremely fun. Something that I already knew from like fellow real-time strategy games like Dawn of War, but this one is different in how it approaches it. In Unicorn Overlord, all battles are done automatically, but you as a player more or less have control over all the variables. You can spend ages looking into the composition, stats, and setup of an enemy unit and configure your own to counter them. Especially with the pausing mechanic allowing you to freeze time and do things while enemy units are unable to act. This might make the game sound easy, and I can't deny it kind of is, but the game's ability to suddenly throw enemies and new compositions at you in the middle of battle when you don't have access to full customization of your squad can keep you on your toes. It can leave you thinking about how specialized you want to make a unit, or if you want them to be more general and capable of taking on a wide variety of enemy units just in case they get stranded or something else shows up. And with roughly 50 individual unique characters, as well as the ability to essentially create your own custom characters to add into the game in all of the non-unique classes, you get a lot of variety going. In that sense, this game can be seen as the anti-Diofield Chronicle. That's also a game where you will have groups of individual units put together based on how well they synergize, running around in a real-time battle system where all combat is done automatically, and you can only control specific moves, in that game AP moves and in this game Valor moves. However, there are a few huge differences that make Unicorn Overlord shit on Diofield Chronicle. Not only does it just visually look better, but you can control full routes for where your characters move as long as they don't get intercepted, you get up to 10 teams of 5 instead of always 4 teams of 2, and you actually have control over a variety of factors instead of just a few minor stat alterations and where a character is relative to the enemy. Valor moves have a lot more value, often granting a lot of utility, while the AP moves are the bread and butter of the Diofield combat complexity, and thus limits your usable summons to the only one that restores AP and health. You'll be hearing a bit more Diofield comparison, but for now, the gameplay of Unicorn Overlord gradually builds over time, with you getting larger unit sizes, promoting units, and getting a lot of variety, with new types of units being added as late as the last main map segment in the game, meaning there's always something new to try and experiment with, as well as a few unique classes, like Best Girl's Berengaria and Amalia's exclusive Dark Marquette's female and Dreadnought classes. I have to specify because in the endgame, you do get Nigel, who is another Dark Marquette, but is a male, and also has a slightly different moveset, so it is different. And yes, later on you do get more like the other unique Dark Marquettes, but like, you know what I mean. You probably don't. You might not have played the game, but other versions of Berengaria's class that have different movesets. And they keep having new gimmicks and mechanics, owing to the variety of the system, aided by being able to place your characters anywhere on a 2x3 grid, giving 6 places and the ability to consider who you want in the back and who in the front based on their squishiness, utility skills, and the enemy's debuff powers. I often found with my primary unit that keeping a melee guy in the back row meant that many of the late game row-wide debuffs that would afflict your front line don't apply to the guy in the back who I'd use to clean up, though that's far from the only option when you have debuff removers and reflectors that exist as usable units. With all this variety in what you can do, it can become a real spectacle later in the game when things get hectic and fall into places you expect. Now admittedly, later battle segments can go on for upwards of half a minute even when sped up just due to the sheer size and bulk of some enemy units on your own, but the game finds a way to compensate because if you simply get tired of watching these sequences, you can skip any battle. You obviously won't see how your team did exactly, but it does alleviate the issue. Maps are very unique too, with different layouts, gimmicks, weapons laid out, paths to navigate, and so much more that, again, Diofield simply did not have. And then there's the story. So one of the big problems you can throw at Unicorn Overlord is that it does tell a very formulaic story. You're a prince of a fallen kingdom seeking to liberate the land from the evil empire that overthrew your family, and now you have to free each nation individually and take out the bad guy. In many ways, shades of plenty other JRPGs can be found within this game's main narrative. However, unlike some other cliché Storm games, this one feels less like a result of not wanting to deviate from the formula or being too lazy to think of new ideas, and more a reminder that the reason that those are clichés is because they are good elements to build a narrative on. They became clichés for a reason. This game follows its formula with grace and passion for what it's doing, all the while building up an ensemble cast of weird goobers you can't help but love. Each main land you liberate has its own identity, both in enemy types and allies you get, be it people of the desert who are extensions of what you have in the mainland, elves who mix magic with physicality, beastmen who rely on large amounts of attacks and relentless assaults, and angels who all fly and have debilitating side effects against those who they counter. But they all have their own identity in a narrative sense in what the Empire is doing there and how they are bothering each land, and the land's own culture that is explained enough to feel natural, but not so much that it's an exposition dump, also leaving enough to be unsaid but shown instead of told, You're never left feeling like things stagnate for too long, or that things weren't given time to really develop. Until Albion, that one felt like it just didn't do much admittedly. It's still a good story, just a simple one. And there are some pretty big reveals about the nature of the continent, the history of Zenoira, and the characters involved that are genuinely really good, a play on those common tropes that adds a level of depth one wouldn't expect, but it is admittedly told mostly through massive exposition dumps, unfortunately. This game is in the end carried by its cast though. Not every character is given much of an arc, but those that do get pretty decent ones in the end. Berengaria and Travis's broken sibling relationship and how they mend that, Morad's difficulties accepting himself as one of the Beastmen due to his past, Virginia's need for revenge and equal need to grow up and mature, Gilbert's want to step out of his brother's shadow, but I think the most underspokenly great character is Elaine himself, the protagonist. While he may come across as incredibly flat in the story, the game has a wonderful thing called the rapport system. This rapport system I think is used to brilliant effect in a way that only video games can allow. You see, you can just play the story and all you will see is the front that Elaine puts on, but it is through these rapport conversations, these interactions with others and the downtime between battle, the time that you the player put in to look past the exterior that he puts on for others, that you get to really see who Elaine is. Just like the characters in Universe, those who don't engage with Elaine and get to know him only see what he puts up, because deep down Elaine is someone who is nervous and terrified. He isn't wavering in his convictions and he's plenty confident, but he's always putting up an act to be as kingly as he can be. He's unsure if he even deserves the role of king just because he happened to be born into the right bloodline. He suffers from a degree of imposter syndrome and questions whether he deserves to lead or if people just choose to follow him because of who his mother is. That gives Elaine a lot of underappreciated depth to his character and makes him a very compelling protagonist who those who choose to engage with the character writing in this game will probably enjoy. Also, it adds context to some of the scenes where we can really see him trying to act as kingly and wise as he can. And the relationships he builds are all adorable. And you can marry the 9-foot-tall, muscular, purple-haired gargantuan woman. This is objectively the best game ever. Oh, and you can change any character's hair color to purple, giving me a harem of purple-haired babes. This is actually the best feature in gaming history. But it is helped by just how much I like the characters. When you finish the game, you end up with a very long credit crawl if you recruit all the characters like I did. But even as it ticked past 4 AM in the morning, I just didn't care about how long it went on. I wanted to see where the characters ended up, and it made me happy. While not all the endings in terms of who you give the ring to are great, I love where the characters tended to end up. They all go where they wanted to, and their various legacies are all different but fitting. Some get to be known as heroes and legends, but some paint their name into history as scholars, pioneers of research, weirdos who did cool shit for their kingdom one time, guys who bummed around among mercenaries and were famous for that, strong guys who happened to be around or mysterious figures no one could confirm the existence of. There's so many ways these characters paint themselves into the history of Fevrith, and it's just great. Everyone gets a satisfying ending in my opinion, especially those with proper character arcs. With all that said, I can't deny it is weird how the antagonists don't act, and the not real endings just have the main villain vanish after the fake main villain is dealt with. That said, it's understandable enough in context why not much else happens in terms of the villain's actions. I think they pulled off the true villain was someone else twist great, as the supposed main villain ends up being secondary to the guy that's been the active threat through most of the game, and in a really cool final showdown that goes through 3 stages. Hell, even the one-off villains that only appear in the final stage has some cool writing in how they counter the main versions of their class. You see, there are 4 Dark Marquis in the game, and the new one-off villains use the same classes as those 4 with contrasting personalities. The battle-hungry one is not a loving sister who fights to protect her brother and friends, but just a hedonist who enjoys killing at the cost of anyone else. The big buff guy is not a nice man who would risk his life just for the chance to talk to his allies instead of getting them hurt, but instead someone who actively incinerates all of his own troops just to fight you himself. The conniving schemer is not a little man who accepts his death gracefully. The conniving schemer is not a little guy who accepts his death gracefully because he got to live his dream for a few minutes, but a bastard who scoffs in the face of death because he knows he'll come back. And the Witch Lady is not a tragic character who gave everything for one person, but a narcissist who only cares for herself. Hell, the game is brilliant even in just so much as implying the way, with the way the former... Okay, so... It is implied that the former king in this game had an affair with his court mage, and he is killed by poison. Now, in the game, the sword that you get from him makes you immune to all debuffs, including poison. However, that sword and the ring that has the same effect are both tied to your loyalty to your loved ones. So, in implying the king cheated on his wife with the court mage, he lost that protection and was killed by the poison. This is never outright stated, it is implied, and it's just cool. Even when I talk about the problems, I have to talk about how good the game and its writing is. So yes, a really fun gameplay system, a great cast of characters, and great writing. A satisfying story that has an unambiguously happy ending where all the characters have good conclusions, Diofield Chronicle, that gets across its themes well and ends with you, the player, smiling. Does the game have problems? Of course it does. It can be way too easy at times, even with the rubber banding on levels that prevents you from over-leveling too far, as there are many ways to configure things to break the game. It's weird how the antagonists don't do much for most of it, battles can get too long sometimes, the promotion mechanic is very one-note and gets dropped once you hit as early as the 3rd map of 5 when nobody can promote anymore. But I love this game. It's my favorite piece of new media all year so far, and one that will be hard to top, and fuck does it look beautiful.
Is that your real name or a pseudonym? My real name's too difficult, so I chose X. I chose it because I thought it expressed my origins well. Well, you know, like I come from outer space. I'm mysterious, all that stuff.
What am I even supposed to say about Kamen Rider X? It's only 35 episodes long and still feels like it drags too much. It's a show with a great start, a decent ending, and then everything else is just undiluted rubbish. The show begins with a great idea. Jin Keisuke is a man who gets killed when his spouse betrays him and his dad. But before he is fully dead, his dad manages to turn him into a cyborg at the cost of his own life. As Kamen Rider X, he decides to save people's lives as a hero and make sure what happened to him can never happen again, aided by the mechanical replica brain of his father, and all while looking to understand the mystery of his lover and the strange identical looking woman who occasionally helps him out. While Kamen Rider shows weren't as serialized by this point and were mostly episodic, this was still a really interesting draw to explore, and the next 2 shows, while episodic, would explore their ideas as well too. And by as well I mean they do it better, because in this series, the mechanical father undoes himself in episode 2 because X was sad about being called inhuman by a child, and then in episode 8, his spouse and her twin sister, who was that mysterious woman, unceremoniously die after explaining the plot and are never brought up again, thus leading to several episodes in a row that are just nothing going on. And unlike V3, who had the intrigue of seeing new abilities pop up, or 1971, which at least had a constant rotating cast of background characters so episodes weren't quite as samey, as well as both Tachibana and Taki to make things more interesting, X is literally just X and Tachibana and like some other whatever characters who do some meaningless stuff. Nothing interesting happens. The monsters aren't interesting, X's powers aren't interesting, and the plots don't do anything particularly weird or fun. X has some great bits, like throwing Icarus into the sun, and just the lunacy of that one movie does where he spins up with his bridle stick and like rotates as if it was mounted on the solid air to deliver a kick, but that can only go so far. It felt like it didn't have the imagination of the last 2 series. Without Hongo or Hayato's usage of the environment and enemies' weapons to turn back against them, without V3's vast array of random powers that you could never guess if or when they would show up, or Riderman's genuinely engaging storyline and character, X's action scenes, while fun enough, didn't add much new. And in some ways they actively limited themselves by relying on his bridle stick for everything and rarely using its other forms beyond Big Stick. I can at least say it had Apollo Geist, who was a great villain, and even now my favourite Showa villain as of being halfway through Stronger while I'm recording this. Apollo Geist isn't the deepest, but his genuine dedication to the job, willingness to help X out if it means disposing of a liability in his organization, and growing desire to kill X and gradually lowering mental stability as time goes on, it makes him great. There is a point where he breaks down as a person so much that he becomes so kill happy and unstable that before he, The only reason he dies in the show for good is because he shoots anyone in his way at the end of his story, including the 2 guys that could have saved his life. He just loses it. Apollo is genuinely a cool villain, and while I could say the same about Dark King, a gigantic stony mech golem who's constantly leaning on his palm and bigger than anything we've seen so far, I can only say that, okay, that only lasted for so long. But his crew was hilarious. It includes the likes of Genghis Khan, Nero Claudius Caesar, Adenoi Twinkle of the Nacho Cheese Party of World War II, and Geronimo. What the hell is Geronimo doing here? Why is he... Okay, for those who don't know their history and who Geronimo is, that would be like in the modern day, making a Kamen Rider villain who makes a list of ancient villains, and it's like, I have summoned forth plants fused with the genes of the most evil people in the world. Carrot Donald Trump, Radish Joseph Stalin, Celery Charles Manson, Corn Freezer, Pea Pod Kim Jong-un, and Eggplant Nelson Mandela. And no, I didn't stutter because there are just fictional characters. Dracula, who is not based on Vlad Tepes, shut up. Frankenstein, Arsène Lupin, and Fantissimo? How many people outside of France remember him these days? What a weird lineup. Anyway, that was cool and all for a while in their bout, but then suddenly Dark King gets up, he blows up a mountain and threatens X. It's really cool. The next episode he's back in that fucking cave, and then he gets up again at the end for the last several fucking episodes, and then when he finally does get to fight X just drives into his mouth and finds the whole time he was some random guy that we never knew about before, but X apparently knew the whole time, and then he just blows the guy up. That's it. X does kind of get the cool line after being threatened with death of, yeah, I've been there before, now your turn. But like, huh? Way to drop the ball. X is by far the worst Kamen Rider show I've seen, even up to now, having seen a few more sins. With the least interesting main character, no story to speak of in any regard anywhere that's noteworthy, disappointment after disappointment, lackluster and uninteresting action with minimal of the Showa era jank that's funny, and probably the shittest ending around, though that one is only partially the fault of the show. I know that they got the plug pulled early, but it was also bad enough that the plug had to get pulled at all. I like Mongolian music, though I haven't listened to it much. Then my dad comes home from a random store with The Who's debut album, and yeah, it's pretty good. There's something very impactful about the throat singing and the instrument choices. It's an album that feels like it makes an impact, and that's really cool. I don't have much else to say, I just like the album.
And at nighttime, then it started at 11 p.m. Oh, that's brutal.
I also have little to say for this. I know about Shige's Let's Go Rider Kit cover, but I didn't know they had a full-blown album of this stuff, covering everything from 1971 to Super 1, and then also the first 2 Heisei series, no Black or Black RX, interestingly enough. It's a really good album. A stellar cover of Let's Go Rider Kick, equally great covers for the themes to V3, X, Amazon, and Stronger, a great rendition of Kuga's theme, a banging version of Agito's, and probably the only version of Rider Action that I actually like. A good album and great for any Metalhead Rider fans.
I like your plan, except it sucks.
Superhero Tyson is a fucking stupid movie. I have a video for all the Tyson films planned. I don't know if it'll be out when I'm done with this one, but essentially it's a movie carried solely by the final fight, and that's it. Because most of this movie is seeing the Riders and Sentai fight like generic nobody characters. They pretty much never use their abilities or weapons, none of their finishing moves or special techniques, they just punch and kick and that's it. The story is mind-numbingly stupid, with the meta-narrative of Rider and Sentai not being allowed to coexist being a dumb, stupid concept with no precedent, and it's not stopping me from being bothered by how Marvelous and Decade somehow come up with this stupid plan to pretend to be enemies, not tell anyone, kill everyone from each other's side, and then summon them back for a final brawl. They could have just gathered everyone from the start and thrown them at the bad guys. Especially because Marvelous easily stops the villains from summoning Big Machine, who I hope is named after the original Kamen Rider manga final boss. And the only reason it's summoned later is because of Decade not telling anything to D-End. Meaning, without this plan, not only would they have beaten the bad guys anyway, but Big Machine wouldn't have been activated because D-End wouldn't be a salty asshole. Now, the final fight is sick as fuck. The Avengers Endgame moment is pretty damn hype, even with the lack of secondary and tertiary riders to make the numbers seem at least a little less unbalanced, or even Rider super forms to keep it from being too unbalanced generally, and I don't know. But the team power-up of Forzay and the Super Rocket Drill Kick from Saturn is to date the single coolest Sentai Rider team-up power combo they've ever pulled. A hype ending to a shit movie overall. At least the novelty factor was around when it dropped, so it has that.
Please welcome Mr. Beast!
Superhero Tyson Z is like watching 5 movies at once, but you're only allowed to pay attention when either nothing important happens, or something that only makes sense with context you don't have happens. Having actually seen the Gavan series now and looking back, this is still a senseless movie, and even worse because Retsu I now see is devastatingly out of character. Gavan II is a total chump in this movie, especially compared to the original Gavan, who, without his suit, in the first entry of the Metal Hero revival, was a match for a bootleg version of his original suit. Sure, Gavan 2 can't power up, but he still gets his ass kicked all movie, and when he does get his armor, he just gets his ass kicked. Things happen and random characters appear out of nowhere with no explanation, with the only real pop-offs that came around when Donna and I watched it being for Amazon's Cry, the 2 shots of Hongo and Akaranger together, and that's it. Inazuman literally just appears with a narrator present nowhere else in the movie, saves Forze and then fucks off until the end where he shows up with everyone as if he really helped. Wizard, who is the main writer of this movie, disappears for most of it, leaving Mr. Beast as a more notable character, and when Wizard does show up, he just randomly spawns a Super Sentai ring he never had before and does a stupid mega kick. And the writers got majorly shafted in general for this whole movie. Like, Gavan is a main character, and the Metal Heroes all get their finishes together. Gokai Silver is a main character for some reason, and multiple Super Sentai teams get to do their finishes, including the Gokaijas just randomly getting Gavan Ranger keys because Gavan literally just pulls them out his fucking ass like, hey, check this out. With half the keys being of Metal Heroes that are not even mentioned in the movie, and then like none of the writers get to do their finishing moves aside from Wizard and Beast kind of. A nonsense movie, but one that's so batshit insane that it ends up being one of the most fun of the superhero Tyson quintology of experiences.
You bit my tail! You punched me in the face! You bit my f***ing tail!
Compared to X, Amazon is one hell of a step up. At only 24 episodes, it's by far the shortest Kamen Rider series of all time, but in that regard, it doesn't have time to waste in between start and finish of telling its story. While Amazon doesn't reach the heights to me of something like Kuga or Double, it doesn't really falter much on its path. It starts good, it ends good, and in the middle it's good. While it doesn't have too much of a story like a lot of Showa era series, what it does have is a great protagonist. Amazon himself is such a lovable guy. He's charismatic, likable, has his own fun little gimmicks, and his communication issues and language barrier are recurring themes throughout the series. While there's not much story, we do get to see Amazon gradually become more accustomed to his life outside of the jungle, learning to ride a bike, learning to speak properly, learning social cues, and how to dress more like someone from the city. It's great seeing that development as Amazon becomes more comfortable in the city. He also provides some great action. Amazon is where the choreography of Kamen Rider started taking a step up. There's some great fights in this, with really cool action sequences and a surprising amount of crazy moves being busted out by Amazon, despite how feral he comes across. The action even plays into his character, because he only starts calling out his attack names after properly learning Japanese. Nice stuff. Amazon also is one of the most graphically violent, having a good deal of just excessive bloodshed, monsters being dismembered and decapitated, all while Amazon is jumping around, cheering and screaming and going kiki. The annoying child is also not that annoying in the show. His friendship with Amazon is charming, and his growing friendship with Tachibana is kinda nice too. He's never too annoying in his scenes. Tachibana also gets to return in the role of a loving uncle who's always there for this little guy. And there's also Mole Beastman, a delightful villain turned hero who has a ton of adorable scenes where he laments not knowing what to do about his feelings, how he feels bad about doing bad things but isn't sure why, and his friendship with Amazon, it grows over time. It's great. He also dies, and has a surprisingly emotional death given how silly it looks, with him being the only member of his entire group to be recognized after death in the form of a proper burial and grave. The other villains weren't amazing, but they did their job. The 10-faced demon is hilarious looking and a delight when he gets to show up and vary in size to an unnecessary degree. And his follow-up is like a guy who is constantly talking to this omnipotent ruler, but then turns out he was that ruler the whole time, so he's just been talking to himself. Weird. Amazon is weird, but it's a fun time with surprisingly good character writing for the time. A really charming and likable protagonist, carries it a really far way, and it has great action too.
I am so sick of doing everything wrong!
So this is a weird one. While I started the 6th Lost Belt of Fate Grand Order a very, very long time ago, I never got around to actually finishing it until relatively recently, leaving like the last 2 nodes undone for several reasons I'll get to. So I guess I'll just quickly compile my thoughts about this incredibly divisive storyline. And I'm not explaining anything I say because it's already going to take a while. Just know I don't want to push the lie that Fate is an inherently confusing series. This is just one of the more particularly complex storylines in terms of the usage of buzzwords and terminology that is perfectly understandable for those who actually play it and not for those who don't. The 6th Lost Belt has a few really cool elements of gameplay throughout it, with mechanics like the absurd power your unique support servants have for this Lost Belt, the ability to use MASH with her actually good moveset in a Lost Belt story, some crazy bosses though also some frustrating ones, and I believe the actual introduction of 6 enemy waves that would be going to be used in like events and likely future story things too. I may be misremembering, but it could have been introduced in a prior like event, but I'm pretty sure Avalon introduced those. It's nothing crazy new, but it's the gameplay that I already really like about Fate Grand Order. However, it did also introduce Oberon, who completely broke the game, and I don't think that break has been fixed. Oberon is a devastatingly broken servant when combined with Koyanskia, essentially destroying pretty much any fight as long as you have a half-decent servant that works for him. I have Artoria, Gilgamesh, Ereshigal, Francis Drake, Crewcaster, Koyanskia herself, Mao Nobunaga, Space Ishtar, Morgan. There aren't many times I don't have an applicable servant to add into the DPS slot to barrel through whatever happens to be within my general vicinity, because I do have Koyanskia and Oberon. The story, however... Okay, so let's say one thing, it's extremely long. While this is only one Lost Belt, it certainly feels longer than the previous two combined, though that's just a feeling thing. I haven't checked to see if it actually is longer than Atlantis and Olympus combined. Starting with a few basic things I like, the story does give a lot of time to really exploring the world that it has created for the Lost Belt. This is not something that all of the previous Lost Belts did, in my opinion, but usually because they just weren't very deep in the first place. Russia, Scandinavia, China, India, and Greece, in my opinion, were pretty simple in terms of world building. There wasn't much to explore with what these alternate futures are for humanity. Oh, Russia is cold, survival of the fittest. Scandinavia, India, and Greece all worship the big deity that's all important. China kinda does that too, even if the deity is mostly just a computer. While there are definitely interesting elements in those worlds, it's more so in the specific elements that make those worlds different to Earth, as opposed to the actual culture of the people living in those worlds. Which in 4 of those, the culture is just they are loyal to whoever is in charge. Avalon, however, really spends time to give you an idea on the history, culture, evolution, and character of the Fae, and the land that they have made, doled out relatively slowly, but not too slowly most of the time. It's decent world building. I also really like the Lost Belt King. Now, I don't have an issue with almost any of the kings. Qin Shi Huang is one of my favorite rulers in the franchise. God Arjuna is a deceitfully complex character. Zeus. SeHa Skadi is fine, though they only really make the best use of her in events where she can interact more with others, and Ivan has some of the rawest scenes of any servant in the game. And I don't even mean the mammoth stuff, I mean as Ivan the Terrible on his last legs, pun intended. Morgan is another W for the Lost Belt Kings. While she can be extremely flat at times, as you learn more about her, seeing into the past through the lens of Mash and the Water Mirror, and see how she ends up being defeated, she is a genuinely interesting character. She's also yet another fucking villain who just doesn't kill Chaldea immediately just because. If we're being honest here, she's a fucking idiot. I know she has her reasons, but those are all excuses for her to be a fucking idiot, so we have a story. Still, I liked her, and then she just vanishes. Oh, we'll get to that. When it comes to characters that are interesting, there is a reason Barghest is so popular. But that reason is not because of how good a character she is, because most people haven't actually played through Avalon. Barghest is easily the best of the Fae Knights though. Also, she's shorter than Blackbeard, I hate that. With an interesting character that pretty quickly is pulled out of her, some great scenes to show off her personality, her problems, her troubles, and making her equal parts adorable, badass, and intimidating, Barghest is easily the most striking of the lot. Woodwose was also a really cool secondary antagonist, having a decent degree of depth to him that most of the Fae just didn't have, with his desire to see his people more civilized and his loyalty to Morkin clashing with his personal hatred for certain others. Of course, the star of the overall story is Artoria Caster, who is really fun, and really would suck to be more than most other servants. But I mean, she's not Angra, so it can be worse. Castoria is a great character. She's fun, she's lovable, she has many great moments of personality and character, but also of just being a dork. Seeing her story unfold, learning about her, and seeing just how deep her pain goes, made for an engaging story, and one with a lot of heart-wrenching moments, which I can say for the backstory of Fairy Britain in general. The mysteries of why and how get answered in, if not ceremonious fashion, heartbreaking fashion. It's a really good story underneath it, but it is in the end underneath a few things. Most of the time, Avalon le Fae is incredibly fun, because of its vibrant cast of characters, fun story, good enough pace, and its many emotionally impactful moments. When you're traveling around with the fun Gareth, the doofus Redrabit, the lovable Habitrot, and getting more Muramasa goodness, with how they all bounce off each other, getting more time with Da Vinci, which is never a bad thing, and so on, it's a great time. However, it does have a few pitfalls here. For one thing, most of the main cast of the game are not present for the majority of this storyline. Mash is absent, and just a different character for most of the start, which I can't deny was a little frustrating at times. And then when she's back, she immediately vanishes, and while this is a great lens to let us see into the past, it also means that she's just not here. And then she's back for like the last tiny bit of story, and at that point it's already winding down. She has a few fantastic moments with her still, fighting the Calamity, stopping Barghest, and summoning Gawain and her dad to fight with her. That was hype as shit. And her finally getting to be proper MASH and not the stupid Ordinax moveset I don't enjoy using was awesome. But Sherlock and Godolph were especially underutilized. Nemo too, but while I do like Nemo, outside of the India Lost Belt, I've never felt too attached to his arc and story. Sherlock though is a treat in every scene, and seeing Godolph evolve into more of a fatherly commander to everyone than the strict arrogant arsehole he appeared to be has ended up being one of the arcs I've been most invested in, but neither of them are present for most of the story. Then there's how some character deaths are handled. To me, nobody got wasted more than Gareth. Gareth was great, but then comes a point where she just leaves and remains gone, and then they offhandedly drop a massive reveal about her, and then bam, she's a Belle now. I won't say there was no foreshadowing because there was plenty, but what the fuck was that? Redra Bit also vanishes for a bit, comes back and then does one thing and is gone. Tristan and Lancelot are interesting ones where I didn't really find either of them terribly interesting. Tristan has some neat ideas, but I just do not give a shit for her or her relationships with Morgan or Beryl. And honestly, I wish her relationship with Castoria got explored better. And when she was gone, I barely even registered it. Lancelot, I realized that I wrote them in the script as Tristan and Lancelot and not Balban, Sith, and Melusine. That should tell you how little I registered them. Anyway, Melusine is given a lot of things to do and a handful of cool scenes, but I did not give a shit about her. When she suffers, I just think, oh, that sucks, Aurora is a bitch, and then that's it. And when she dies, I honestly only felt anything because Percival was connected, and I like Percival. I felt bad for him. He was charming, and when he dies with a smile, vaporized in the wind by his final act to save his sister from the suffering he never truly understood, that moment hit me. Not because of Melusine, I just could not care, but because of Percival. Even her final attack on the Abyssal Worm felt less like a cool character moment, and more just like, oh, okay, she's finishing her life by helping us, that's neat. And speaking of not caring, yeah, most of the NPCs I could not care about. Nok-Nadiab was a great character with a lot of fun interactions, a really cool design, and a play on Queen Maeve that I really liked, and some fantastic bits of personality hidden beneath her boisterous exterior. I love her friendship with Castoria, but then she just dies as a big shock moment and pretty much nobody brings it up after. Woodrose was cool as mentioned, but then after his last stand, he gets unceremoniously killed off screen like a dog and becomes Beryl Guts skin suit. But other than that, I did not care for any of these NPCs. They left pretty much no impact. Murian was neat for a bit, but when she died, I only really felt bad for Kianskia because it seemed like she actually met someone she vibed with properly for once, only to get completely fucked. Kianskia was great as always, of course, but that's just a great character continuing to be a nasty bitch from previous stories. I guess I didn't mind Mike from the pub. Hector was awesome for his minimal scenes. I don't know, the cast list didn't leave much impact if they weren't playable. Hell, with Riyadh becoming a servant as of writing this, Woodrose is going to be the only one that I will think much about going forward that was not a playable character. And that's not just because of how NPCs are. Russia had Paxti, who was a very memorable character. Scandinavia had Surtur, who was a fantastic antagonist. China and India didn't have too much, but they also had very few non-playable characters in the first place. Atlantis also falls into that camp. While Olympus had the God-Killer Alliance, who weren't at all unmemorable, especially with their fucking roasting of the Dioscuri. And to add to all this, those faceless NPCs killing Morgan, while thematically kind of perfect, does come across as a moment of shock and sorrow for Morgan, and just, you know, feeling unsatisfying and uninteresting. Like, I just feel nothing. Like, in the moment, it was a shocking, impactful moment. Looking back, I feel nothing. I feel nothing. And that can't be said for a lot of other scenes in this game. When Kana, when like, Ritsuka goes and saves Jinako from the big cube, that was incredibly impactful in the moment, but looking back, it's still an impactful, emotional moment. I still love that moment. I don't feel that with this. Then there's Beryl Gut. Man was the main master of the Lost Belt and wasn't even the most memorable master in it. Pepe continued to be goated like the other cryptors, but Beryl was just not. He's not him. Pepe is him. Beryl has so little going on and minimal charisma in my opinion, kind of just being a chore whenever he did show up. And by the end, when they try to give him some manner of depth, it's too late. He's dead now, and that's when you try to throw in any sense of the character, and the character isn't very interesting. He also fell in love with Mash 10 years ago when she was not even 10 years old. Gross. And Pepe duping him so fucking hard was easily the highlight of Beryl's inclusion in this Lost Belt, because otherwise I did not give a flying sexual intercourse. Who I can say did leave an impact though is Oberon. Oh man, Oberon. Oberon is a persistent and fun character throughout the Lost Belt. He makes every scene better and is always super entertaining to watch and interact with. It is admittedly a bit annoying how little he gets to do as a villain, not that I don't understand, but this whole story builds up the fight with Morgan while laying hints towards the appearance of the BFG from Magic the Gathering, and then Oberon Vortigern just kind of shows up as the final boss and is like, here you go. He has a pretty underwhelming fight, all things considered, despite the impact the Abyssal Worm has visually, but Vortigern's views are interesting. In fact, his whole idea of the moment you close the last page, you as a human will forget all about the story, is kind of why this video exists. I cannot remember every piece of media I experienced, how I felt in the moment, what it did to stick with me at the time. I can only remember the most important parts, good or bad, but if I catalogue them, then there's always a record of what I had to think and say about it at the peak of my viewership of that media. So this record of what I experienced kind of goes against Vortigern's entire philosophy, and I love that, because it means in the meta-narrative motivations that Oberon's role is based around, I have a connection, and a way to argue against all that he thinks. And of course, Castoria's reappearance in the end in the new form is incredibly hype. And like all this said, the Lost Belt still has some great moments. Muramasa's sacrifice, the final battle with Vargas, the appearance of Cernunnos, and the calamity at Norwich, Merlin's appearance, and overall, I definitely call it a very good storyline. But I can't help but feel like dropping the ball in a few places left me feeling a bit ambivalent when all's said and done. It doesn't have that same feeling of finality that Atlantis brings. I don't remember as many of the fun bits as Olympus. I don't feel the bittersweet tragedy as hard as with Russia. I wasn't captivated by the king as much as China. It's just not one that left much of an impression, which is crazy because there's a lot that feels like it should leave an impression. But the reason I ended up putting this one off for so long is because I just stopped caring. I just didn't really care all that much. It didn't keep my interest the whole way through, and I had several long pauses between each segment. And even with all that, I love this game. I love Fate Grand Order, despite its many flaws and the morally dubious nature as a gacha game. And I love it because the people who write these stories and characters clearly have so much passion and love for what they're doing. There are 3 different sacrifices that Castoria makes in this story, and somehow all of them hit for me. They all have emotional weight. Her sacrifice to forge Excalibur and Muramasa's role, her death as she is reduced to nothing in the final attack she makes against Cernunnos, and her smile and goodbye after defeating the Abyssal Worm. She dies and comes back 3 times, and each time is an emotional gut punch. That is great writing. Habitrot's death had so much emotional weight because this wasn't just a death, this was time itself erasing her and all that she had ever accomplished from the timeline. The fact that she knew this would happen, and the retroactive knowledge that she had to avoid both of her best friends for thousands of years just so she could continue to exist, and willingly gave it up at the end, that she didn't care if it was the right thing to do or if Mash really deserved it, but she gave her life because she wanted to. Probably the only time the unique elements of how fairies think had an emotional impact on me. For all of its problems, its many problems, I still kind of love Avalon le Fae. I can't say I prefer it to my all-time favorites like Babylonia or Atlantis and Olympus, but I think I can say it's on par with its predecessor, the Camelot Singularity, in some ways better, like in its story depth, its more interesting antagonist, and how much there is to do with Castoria. But I will say there's also some cases where it's a bit worse, like there's less fun moments of levity, and I just prefer and feel worse for Bedivere over pretty much anyone in Avalon le Fae. Like, Castoria's life was suffering, but Bedivere actually got to know true happiness and then had to go through pure suffering when it was all ripped from him and he was forced to die anyway. Still, it's a close race. Bedivere and Castoria are the goodest of dumplings. Avalon le Fae, for all your fallings, you did it in the end. You were great, just as I had hoped. But now I have to find time to get through Tunguska and Trom to see if Lost Belt 7 is as bad as it sounds when described to me. Okay, and that's the video. Goodbye, I hope you all enjoyed.